Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.
Chapter 401, Kushina begins to retaliate, Jing 1's backup plan. I can encourage you, but I won't listen to you singing, so don't express your feelings to the wrong person. You can play with this thing by yourself, or ask Yaobi to play with it, or just hold it in. I will continue to let myself go after returning to the Cloud Ninja Village. Jing-ai can let Kirabi let himself go, but only to a certain extent and not to run around everywhere. Otherwise, within a few days, people in the village will definitely talk about how there is a lunatic in the village, muttering and muttering all day long. Abie, that's great, finally someone understands me. Although Jing-ai didn't listen to his rap, Kilabi was still full of confidence that he would succeed and gain everyone's recognition and praise. By then, many beautiful women would ask him for his autograph. Roll. What responded to Killer Bee was the roar of the 8 tails. Ever since I was sealed in this guy's body, there has not been a peaceful day. This guy is so annoying. He mutters all the time and I have to force myself to sing for him every day. Who the hell wants to listen to you sing? Can you just go die? Although the seal in Killer Bee had not been too long, 8 tails felt like he was going crazy. This damn kid, he keeps calling me ABA. Who the hell is your ABA? ABA, you can't get angry. It's bad for your health. What do you think of this line of mine? By the way, Master Shizuichi said that if I want to master chakra, I also need to master your chakra. ABA, how about you be so kind and cooperate with me? Hey, ABA, why don't you speak? Oh, God, just kill me. The 8 tails roared madly in the sealed space, but it was useless. When it fell silent, Kirabi continued his mental attack, chattering non-stop. It made Yaoi start to doubt his life. Sin. There will be people from the Umbu watching Killer Bee, so Jing-ai doesn't need to worry too much about the rest. Just take a look occasionally. However, Jing-ai believes that with Killer Bee's ability to nag, the 8 tails will surrender, or even go along with it. Nailed it? When Jing-ai returned home, the meal had already been prepared and Yi-sung, who had not been seen for a long time, was busy in the kitchen dressed as a cook. Ever since Jing-ai complained that his ninja costume was ugly, Yi-sung gritted his teeth and changed himself into new clothes. That's about it. Next, it depends on the boy's own efforts. But I believe he can do it. Let alone the tailed beasts, any normal person would want to strangle him to death when they get along with him. So exaggerated? Tsunade was shocked on the spot. You'll know when you see him in the future. Anyone would want to sew his mouth shut. People can't stand it, let alone a tailed beast. Kushina became a perfect Jinchuriki by relying on the cooperation of the 9 tails, then this kid relies on his own mouth. Although it sounds outrageous, it is the truth. After eating and drinking, everyone went to rest. Only Kushina stayed on the sofa and refused to leave, staring at Jing-ai with her big eyes. It goes without saying that this girl couldn't help it. The revenge was delayed day after day, and Kushina could no longer hold herself back. Knowing that the girl was anxious, Jing-ai rubbed his temple helplessly and reminded her, go if you want to, but be careful and don't do anything unless you have to. I will. I have already discussed it with the big fox. It is better to let dogs fight each other than to take action on your own. Kushina nodded confidently. Jing-ai, what bad advice did Kyuubi give you? What is coming will come, and it cannot be stopped. Finally, with Shizuichi's permission, Kushina left the village, leaving behind a shadow clone and quietly left the village. For a period of time in the future, this shadow clone will stay at home and go out less often to prevent others from seeing his identity. As for Kushina herself, like a wild horse, she headed straight for the coastline of the Land of Fire. Playing with Kushina's departing back, Tsunade asked curiously, are you willing to let her run off alone to seek revenge? If not. Jing-ai raised her hand, shook it helplessly, and moved her shoulders. The child has grown up, and it's time to let her go out and explore the world on her own. Anyway, her strength is strong enough, and there are very few people in the entire ninja world who can threaten her. Less doesn't mean none. Tsunade appeared to not care, but in reality she was still very worried about Kushina's safety. This girl is so cruel. Jing-ai kept rubbing his shoulders. Because she was leaving, Kushina held him tightly last night and slept on his shoulder all night. Kushina herself did not get a stiff neck, but Jingai's shoulder was uncomfortable. It should be fine. He took 2 scrolls from me. One of the scrolls probably contains a few hundred puppets, and the other scroll, I hope I won't need it one day. Jingai couldn't imagine the scene when Kushina tore the scroll open. That would kill a lot of people. You gave her the demigod? Tsunade's eyes widened. You're crazy. If that thing gets released, a lot of people will die. The most terrifying thing about Hanzo Salamander is not his own strength, but the poison in his body. After being made into a puppet, he is simply a poisonous puppet, with poisonous fog everywhere he goes. If such a puppet is thrown into the Mist Village or the Cloud Village, the consequences will be disastrous. If it really comes to the point where lives are threatened, what does it matter if many people die? As long as there is no fatal danger, Kushina will not use Jingai's puppet, especially the demigod poisonous puppet. Once this puppet is used, no matter how many enemies there are, they will all lie down. Crazy, crazy, really crazy. Tsunade didn't know what to say. It's okay that Kushina is bold, but Shizuichi is even bolder. Now Tsunade can only play her role as the demigod poisonous puppet will not have a chance to be used, otherwise whoever touches it will be in trouble. Although she disagreed, Tsunade did not say anything about taking the puppet back or taking it back herself. Shizuichi was afraid that something might happen to Kushina, and she was afraid too. When the time really comes that these puppets are needed, no matter who the enemies are or how much trouble the use of the puppets will cause, we will just use them first. Ha ha ha, I'm not sure if I'm crazy or not, but the enemy will definitely go crazy at that time. Jingai laughed out loud. Tsunade, well, one of you dares to be crazy, and the other dares to give. Just go and deal with it yourselves. I am too lazy to care. If anything goes wrong, you will have to bear the consequences yourself. Chapter 402 Phase 1 Revenge. Since you can't stop it, just pretend you don't know. Out of sight, out of mind. Shizuichi supports Kushina's revenge, but Tsunade can't stop Kushina, right? If she really did that, I'm afraid Kushina would hate her for the rest of her life. Just let it go. With Kushina's strength and Jingai's summoned beasts and puppets, nothing should go wrong. Tsunade believed that Shizuichi must have other preparations. As for whether it will be discovered, we're talking about revenge, so what if we're discovered? It's just that the third Hokage will feel very uncomfortable. After all, it was a bit unreasonable that they had just formed an alliance with the Cloud Ninja Village and were retaliated against right after. Between the interests of the village and Kushina's hatred, the third Hokage and others will choose the former, that is, the interests of the village. And Jingai would choose the latter without hesitation and help Kushina get revenge. Leading Konoha again, Kushina's mood was not as good as last time. The last time I left the village was to play, and this time I left for revenge. With an urgent and heavy heart, Kushina left Konoha and quickly rushed to the southeast coast of the Land of Fire. She needs to meet up with Gold Fong first and then launch a series of revenge. Kushina, we can't be impulsive. When giving bad advice before, the dog-headed military strategist Kyubai's explanation was very reasonable. But when the revenge was about to begin, Kyubai instead persuaded Kushina. It is not afraid of going crazy with Kushina. After all, the tailed beasts are immortal. Even if it is killed along with Kushina, the nine-tailed fox can still be resurrected after a period of time. But if Kushina wants to take revenge, she needs to be cautious, because if she is not careful she may cause conflict between 2 villages, no, 3 villages. The most embarrassing thing is that Konoha has formed an alliance with the Cloud Village. If the revenge action gets out of hand and her identity is exposed, Kushina's situation in Konoha will become very embarrassing. Even though the Cloud Village wouldn't be able to do anything to Kushina if a real fight broke out, it was better to avoid the possibility of being exposed as much as possible. Kushina wanted to take revenge on the Cloud Village and the Mist Village, but she didn't want Shizue and Tsunade to be in a dilemma because of her own affairs. Shizue was fine, Kushina knew that he had always been on her side, and as for Tsunade, the village held too high a position in her mind. Don't worry, Big Fox. I won't do anything rash. Let's start the first phase of the plan. Rushing to the coastline as quickly as possible, Kushina began calling out for Gold Fong. Jinya, who used to hide in the sea and wander around hunting, came to the beach. Golden Fong, from today on we are going to fight together. Yes, Lady Kushina. Jinya was very happy to have someone to keep him company. After all, he had basically lived alone since his birth, and Jingyi rarely had the need for him. Jinya always longed for battle and the company of his companions. Jingyi can't give it these, but Kushina can. In comparison, Heya is much happier. When little yellow hair has nothing to do, he will take Heya out for a walk, and when he has the chance, he will use his spiritual power to piss off Xingshu. Then, let's go. Kushina jumped onto Jinya's head and pointed her little hand at the vast ocean. The action is about to begin. In the ocean, near the coast of the Whirlpool country, a merchant ship flying the flag of the Thunder country is sailing on the sea. The huge cargo ship is full of various goods. Judging from the route, the merchant ship is going to continue south to many small countries in the south. Sea routes are also one of the important sources of income for the Land of Lightning and the Cloud Ninja Village, transporting domestically specific items and selling them to others to earn high profits. Although there are many merchants who resell goods in this way, ordinary merchants can only use small boats and cannot carry too many things at a time, unable to compete with national villages. Suddenly, the merchant ship was dragged by a huge whirlpool. The huge whirlpool had a strong pulling force, which pulled the merchant ship tightly and dragged it into the sea. "Captain, this is bad. A huge whirlpool has appeared on the sea and the ship has lost power." "What? How could a huge whirlpool appear in the sea area? Quickly send a ninja to check the situation." "Oh no, the ship is starting to tilt." Before the ninja protecting the merchant ship had time to check the situation, the merchant ship began to tilt, and the bow began to fall into the vortex and was constantly swallowed by it. Merchant ships, various cargoes and people on board were swept into the sea. Only a few ninjas who were protecting merchant ships escaped. Ninjas can walk on the sea and will not fall into the water until their physical strength and chakra are exhausted. But the sudden attack left several ninjas who were accompanying for protection stunned. The route to the Land of Whirlpools is famously safe. Unless you are unlucky and encounter a warship from the Mist Village, there is almost no danger unless there is extreme weather. But it happened today. Not good. A huge black shadow was moving quickly in the sea water at an astonishing speed. The ninja leading the team noticed the approach of the black shadow and shouted, "Run!" Boom! Genie's huge body rushed out of the sea, swallowed several ninjas who were unable to dodge, and then dived to the bottom of the sea. Apart from the scattered wood chips and debris floating on the sea, no one knew that a merchant ship had been attacked in the sea area. This attack on a merchant ship was just the beginning. In the following period of time, merchant ships from the Land of Lightning and the Land of Water were frequently attacked, and even the patrol warships of the Mist Village were not spared. Merchant ships were constantly attacked and disappeared out of thin air in the sea. This strange phenomenon attracted the attention of the Mist Village and the Cloud Village. Lord Rakeage, in just 10 days, the village, along with merchant ships from all over the Land of Lightning, disappeared into the sea. Dode placed the collected information on the Rakeage's desk. It was a rare occasion that the third Rakeage wasn't playing with his pile of fitness equipment in the office. It seems some people can't help themselves. After taking a quick glance at the intelligence scroll, the third Rakeage directly put the blame on the Mist Village. It's no wonder that the third Rakeage decisively passed the buck, because the Cloud Village and the Mist Village had long been competing for the interests of sea routes, and the two villages had often attacked each other's merchant ships and patrol boats. Both parties have become accustomed to such behavior. Lord Rakeage, if it was really done by the Mist Village, then the village must take action. If this continues for a long time, the village will suffer great losses and its reputation will also be affected. I heard that the internal fighting in the Mist Village is over. The third Rakeage seemed to be thinking about something. Dode replied, "Yes, Lord Rakeage, according to the intelligence the village purchased from the Kurogakure, the Kurogakure's master chose to support Yagura." Chapter 403 Friction between Kumog and Mist Villages escalates. In modern society, some people sell company or country intelligence to others to make a lot of money. This is also very common in the ninja world. Among the 5 major ninja villages, the one that sells village information the most is the Kurogakure, which is the most divided. In the Mist Village, there are many people who are engaged in reselling information. Not to mention general basic intelligence, as long as you pay, some people will even sell you secrets about the dark forces, and this happens more than once or twice. This phenomenon has existed since the first Mizukage established the Mist Village but failed to fully control the power of the village. The second and third Mizukage were also unable to deal with this problem. With the support of the master, Yagura defeated other competitors and became the fourth Mizukage of the Kurogakure. It is said that the master of the Kurogakure stood up because of the alliance between the village and Konoha. Haha, this old guy really knows how to pick the right time. When the Mist Village was fighting to the death, the master didn't say a word. But when Konoha and the Cloud Village formed an alliance, the master felt threatened and stood up immediately. Unfortunately, due to inertial thinking, the Mist Village and the Rock Village were unable to form an alliance successfully. Onoki was very angry about the Mist Village's lion's big mouth behavior. "You guys are asking for too much for an alliance, that's just too much. Since you don't want to form an alliance, then let's not form an alliance. Let's just see who will be unlucky next." The Cloud Ninja Village likes to invade the Land of Earth, and has many conflicts with your Land of Water. It depends on whether you will regret it. After putting away the intelligence scroll on the table, the third Reikage thought for a while, slapped the table decisively, and said to Tsukuda, since the Kurogakure cannot stand the alliance between the village and Konoha, and the ships of the Land of Lightning that attacked the village on the sea, then we should also give them a big gift. The third Reikage is not the kind of person who can only talk big after being beaten. He will do whatever he says to you. It was a good thing that his Cloud Village did not take the initiative to attack the Mist Village, but the Mist Village attacked their ships first, which was simply seeking death. As for whether these ships that were attacked and disappeared in the sea were the work of the Mist Village, no one doubted it, because the friction and fighting between the Cloud Village and the Mist Village has been going on for a long time. Secondly, in this sea area, only the naval forces of the Cloud Village and the Mist Village are strong enough. Konoha has not developed its naval forces at all, and it is impossible for it to attack the ships of the Cloud Village or the Land of Lightning. In addition, the third Hokage was a well-known conservative, and he had just formed an alliance with the Cloud Village. Even if he wanted to take action, it would be more reasonable to start with the Mist Village. Therefore, the Mist Village cannot get rid of this blame. Compared to the intelligence-gathering speed of the Cloud Village, the response of the Mist Village is undoubtedly much slower. First of all, not many ships from the Mist Village or even the Land of Lightning were attacked. Secondly, the Mist Village, which had just settled its internal strife, was a mess everywhere. Many things were left unattended, and Yagura was busy dealing with these matters. As a result, the response to attacks at sea was not as timely. It was not until the patrol warship of the Mist Village failed to return to the village to report intelligence on time that the matter was reported to Yagura. After carefully reading the intelligence, Yagura frowned and thought for a moment before speaking. In other words, several patrol warships in the village did not return to the village on time to report on their work. Ships do not travel very fast on the sea, and it takes a long time to patrol an area, so patrol ships will return to the village at fixed times to report on their work. Sometimes it is common to be a few days late. In the face of the power of nature, ordinary ninjas have no power to resist. Yes, Mizukage-sama, the longest time has been more than 5 days. The ninja who came to report answered in detail, and there is no bad weather in the sea area in this area. Even though there was no bad weather, the patrol warship had not returned to the village for 5 days, which meant that something had happened to the patrol warship. Is there any new news in the Cloud Ninja Village? Yagura's first reaction was that the Cloud Ninja Village had dabbled. In response to Yagura's question, the ninja who came to report on his work quickly said, Mizukage-sama, recently we often see ships from the Kumagakure around our sea area, and the number is increasing. Old thing. Yagura couldn't help cursing when he heard this. Are you planning to come and provoke us just when the village has just stabilized? Being attacked at sea is different from being attacked anywhere else. If we are attacked on land, we can send people to investigate and gather some relevant intelligence. On the vast ocean, if a ship is attacked, it will be smashed and sink to the bottom of the sea. Not even the bodies may be left behind. At most, there may be some floating objects left, and no clues can be found even if investigated. This is also the main reason why Jingai allowed Kushina to take revenge on the Cloud Village and the Mist Village. If you are retaliated against at sea, you will not be able to find any clues or collect any valuable intelligence, and you can only wonder who has the motive. Without seeing the enemy with one's own eyes, all that can be left is suspicion, unless there are survivors who can provide intelligence. If there are no survivors and the ship has sunk, then just guess and speculate slowly. So when something happens, don't panic. We might as well make some guesses first and find a suspect. No one would think that Kushina was seeking revenge, and no one would have thought that the murderer who attacked the ships on the sea was a huge golden python. The people of the Cloud Village and the Mist Village both tacitly suspected that the other was the murderer. The Cloud Ninja Village was the first to receive the news. In order to ensure the safety of the sea routes between the village and the Land of Lightning, and to show their attitude, they had to take action. Otherwise, all merchants passing by would know that the Mist Village would attack ships heading to or leaving the Land of Lightning, which would definitely be a heavy blow to the Land of Lightning's commercial tax revenue and the village's reputation. Therefore, the Third Reikage simply and decisively ordered all the village's warships to take action. A large number of warships from the Cloud Village suddenly appeared on the sea, which directly irritated the nerves of the Mist Village. As a result, friction and confrontation frequently occurred at sea. The atmosphere between the two villages also became tense. Konoha, Umbu Base. Yitsong, wearing a secretary's uniform, walked into the minister's office with the information collected from the Umbu team. This is a nice suit. Seeing that the buttons on Yitsong's chest were almost broken, Jingai couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Do you think I will believe it? Yitsung simply pretended not to hear the comment, put the intelligence scroll down, and stood to the side of the desk. Even though Yitsung is not as old as Tsunade, his body size is not much different from Tsunade. After putting on the secretary uniform, his curves make people unable to look away. But it's important to look at the information. Chapter 404. Look, the island moves. Kushina is still strolling on the sea. I hope nothing happens to her. Well, not bad, the kid did a great job, and nine-tailed dog-headed military advisor is also good. Quickly scanning the contents of the scroll, Jing'ai couldn't help but burst into laughter. Under the command of the Nine Tails, Kushina's revenge was not too violent, but unfolded slowly like a boiling frog in warm water. The result of doing this is that both the Cloud Village and the Mist Village began to suspect each other, instead of suspecting that a third party was involved. Aren't you worried about something happening to Kushina? As someone close to Shizuka, Yekara knew very well what Kushina did after leaving the village. The one who stayed at home to cover up the truth was just a shadow clone. Thanks to Kushina's abundant chakra, she was able to condense a shadow clone that could exist for a long time. Otherwise, once the shadow clone disappears, it will be easy to reveal your true identity. Why worry? Isn't she doing well? Jing'ai smiled and said, on the sea, as long as there are no survivors left, all the ships will sink to the bottom of the sea. The Cloud Village and the Mist Village will not be able to collect any intelligence. They can only suspect each other. Then why did the Cloud Village suffer greater losses in its ships, rather than the Mist Village? In Kushina's attack, the Cloud Village suffered greater losses than the Mist Village. To be fair, Yitsung actually hopes that Kushina will be more ruthless towards the Mist Village. As a former ninja of the Sand Village, Yekara has no good feelings towards the Mist Village. Just like the Cloud Village invaded the Earth Kingdom, the warships of the Mist Village like to run to the Wind Kingdom to provoke the Sand Village when they have nothing to do. The Sand Village, which has not developed any naval power, can only stare blankly in the face of such provocation. Although the Mist Village did not gain any benefits, such behavior is disgusting. So Yekara hopes that Kushina will be more ruthless towards the Mist Village, even though she is no longer a member of the Sand Village. What do you know? Jing glanced at Yitsung and said seriously, this is the strategy. Attacking more ships of the Kumagura village will make the Kumagura village mistakenly believe that the internal fighting of the Mist Village is over. The newly appointed 4th Mizukage Yagura, in order to raise his own reputation and strengthen his prestige in the village, attacked the ships of the Kumagura village and the Land of Lightning. When the ships of Mist Village and Water Country are attacked, the Cloud Village will have already started to fight back. This will make the Mist Village feel that the attacks on them were caused by the Cloud Village, and the Cloud Village is taking revenge. After all, the 3rd Reikage has a hot temper and will definitely fight back if he is beaten. Looking at Jing'ai who was constantly conducting in-depth analysis, Yitsung's mouth twitched involuntarily twice. You people have such dirty hearts. And the nine-tailed fox. How did a good-looking tailed beast turn into a dog-headed military strategist? Although foxes are also canines, the problem is that you, the nine-tailed fox, are a tailed beast after all. How come he is perfectly suited to the position of military strategist? So, the Cloud Village and the Mist Village will fight next? Disaster. Jing'ai shook his head. The 3rd Reikage has a hot temper, but he is not stupid. Yagura has just become the Mizukage and is still cleaning up the mess in the village. It is impossible for a war to break out with the Kumagakura at this time. Both sides will remain restrained and at most retaliate against each other. This is just my personal guess. After all, who can tell if there will be an accident tomorrow? The possibility of a major war breaking out due to an attack on the ships alone is too low. Unless something unexpected happens that is unbearable for both parties. Just as Jing'ai predicted, even though the relationship between the Cloud Village and the Mist Village was filled with tension, with a large number of ships confronting each other on the sea and battles often breaking out or retaliation against each other, the 3rd Reikage and Yagura remained restrained. One would not start a war rashly, and the other was busy cleaning up the mess in the village, so it was impossible for the scale of the battle to escalate. The two sides were in a stalemate with each other going back and forth. Kuwabai, what do you think I should do to make the Cloud Village and the Mist Village fight directly? On the sea, Kushina sat on Jinya's head, her little face full of depression. She has tried very hard to take revenge as planned by the Nine Tails, but unfortunately the results are not very significant. After continuous attacks, the warships of the Mist Village have begun to move in batches. The same goes for the Cloud Ninja Village, and all ships passing through have begun to receive special protection. Let Kushina not be so easy to deal with. After all, she didn't want to expose herself, and any shady actions would cause her to lose many opportunities. I don't know. The nine-tailed fox raised its head speechlessly. It felt that Kushina was trying to make things difficult for it, the nine-tailed fox. You want revenge, but you're afraid of your identity being exposed. How can I help you? Difficult. Wait, what is that? Kuwabai, this island seems to be moving? Floating aimlessly on the sea, Kushina noticed an island on the sea. Are there really islands in this sea? It's not on the map. Could it be that the person who drew the map made a mistake? Impossible. If there really is such an island, how could we miss it? And this island is moving. Although it moves slowly. That's not an island, it looks like a turtle. Nine-tailed fox used its powerful perception to check and found that the island that seemed to be moving was actually a huge turtle. The size of this turtle was even more exaggerated than that of nine-tailed fox. The turtle was lying on the sea and floating slowly. Its back was covered with rocky forests, so it looked like an island. Goldfong, sneak in. I have found a ninja from the Cloud Village. At the reminder of the nine tails, Jinya quickly opened his mouth and swallowed Kushina, then dived into the sea. On Turtle Island, the ninjas from the Cloud Village looked at the sea in confusion. Nothing. Just now, he noticed that Turtle Island was conveying a sense of uneasiness, which meant that there was a presence in the sea that could threaten the giant turtle, so he wanted to come out to check the situation. As a result, there was nothing in the vast ocean. Could it be that the giant turtle sensed it wrong? The giant turtle that Kushina encountered was the core secret that the Cloud Ninja Village had always hidden, Turtle Island. There is a group of ninjas from the Cloud Ninja Village stationed on Turtle Island. Turtle Island will always float on the sea, making it impossible to locate its exact location. In addition, its appearance really looks like an island, so this secret has been kept. Unfortunately, the big turtle was not very lucky and it bumped into Kushina. Big Fox, you said this island is a giant turtle? There are ninjas from the Kumagakure on it? My god, how big is this turtle? I originally thought that the big fox and the gold tooth were big enough, but I didn't expect that there are always bigger creatures out there, and there are even more exaggerated creatures in the ninja world than them. Chapter 405, One-tailed beast ball is not enough? Then another one. Kuwabai, if this turtle is gone, will the Kumagakure die of rage? Kushina's eyes suddenly rolled and she had an idea. At present, both the Cloud Village and the Mist Village are exercising restraint, merely confronting each other in the disputed waters and occasionally retaliating against each other, without any thoughts of going further. This is not what Kushina wants. She hopes that the Cloud Village and the Mist Village will fight. Nine-tailed fox. After a moment of silence, Kuwabai replied, maybe. That's great. Kushina clenched her fists and waved them twice. Big Fox, how about giving it a tailed beast ball? Not so good. The nine-tailed fox had no interest in beating the turtle, but it couldn't say that. I can't guarantee I can hit it. Although this turtle is very big, it should move very slowly. After all, a turtle is a turtle. But what if? What if this guy dives into the sea? It's okay. I'll let Jinya cooperate with you. If it dares to dive into the sea, Jinya will bite it. Bite? Jinya's eyes widened. I guess he heard it right. Bite? Although it was very confident about its size, the giant turtle was much bigger than it, and its body was covered with stones and a shell. If it were to take a bite, two of its teeth would probably break. Although broken teeth will grow back, it is painful. Wouldn't you like that, Goldfong? Seeing that the Goldfong boss was not happy, Kushina asked with a smile. Kushina-sama, I do. Jinya's consciousness immediately turned into a little snake, nodding repeatedly to show that he was the most obedient. After saying that, he gave the nine-tailed fox a look that asked it to not bite. Unfortunately, Kuwabai ignored it. Even I need cooperation, let alone you? Just go ahead. Besides, you don't necessarily have to bite it. As long as the big turtle is not moving fast, you won't have the chance to bite it. So Jinya could only nod resignedly. So the consciousness of one man, one-tailed beast, and one spiritual beast left the sealed space. Jinya opened his mouth wide, raised his head and exposed it above the sea. Kushina, who was standing in Jinya's mouth, smiled and golden chakra emerged from her body. The golden chakra quickly condensed into a huge nine-tailed head. The nine tails opened its mouth, and two chakras of different attributes quickly condensed. Ouch! The turtle floating on the sea suddenly felt a jump in its heart and sensed the danger. In a hurry, it could only shout loudly to warn the person on its back that there was danger. Great danger. What's the situation? What amazing chakra, are there any enemies? Before the ninjas on Onigashima could react, they saw a huge ball flying towards them. Is this the tailed beast ball? Wait, where did the tailed beast ball come from? The ninjas of the Cloud Village who had experienced the tailed beast's rampage were stunned. They racked their brains but could not figure out how a huge tailed beast ball suddenly appeared in the sea, and was flying towards Turtle Island at a speed that was difficult to avoid. How fast can the nine tails launch the tailed beast ball? Reality will tell you, soon. It seems that among the tailed beasts, the stronger the tailed beast, the faster it can launch the tailed beast balls, and the more powerful the condensed tailed beast balls are, leaving aside the unreasonable existence of the 10 tails. Among the 9-tailed beasts, the speed at which the 9-tailed beast condenses the tailed beast ball is absolutely first class, and its power is also the greatest. Fighting turtles is the most boring thing. Fighting the 8-tailed beast is more exciting. Don't be fooled by the 9-tailed fox's look as if it might not be able to hit the turtle. In fact, it just doesn't want to hit the turtle. When it gets serious and uses the tailed beast ball, not only is the speed of condensation very fast, but the speed of firing is even faster. Turtle Island had no chance to escape. Because the turtle was too big and too slow, it was impossible to dodge. It's too late to dive. Done. On Turtle Island, the ninjas from the Cloud Village station there had only these 2 words in their minds. The same thing happened to the giant turtle that was struggling desperately to dive. Don't be fooled by its huge size. In fact, its strength is just so. Apart from its strong defense, its attack power is negligible. Its huge size not only makes it incredibly slow, but its attack method is also pitifully straightforward, and it can only bite with its head. The question is, at such a super slow speed, can it bite the enemy? Compared to the huge size of Kanejima, the 9-tailed fox's tailed beast ball seems child's play compared to Kanejima. However, even such a child's attack is not something Kanejima can easily withstand. Boom! The tailed beast ball did not encounter any interception and crashed into a Nagashima unimpeded. With a loud bang, the huge Turtle Island began to shake, and a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The powerful shock wave spread in all directions, almost blowing away the forest vegetation on the Turtle Island, and all kinds of animals were caught in it. The deafening explosion set off waves, mixed with the sharp screams of the giant turtle, which kept wandering in the sea. Big Fox, one more shot. I know. One shot of the tailed beast ball didn't kill the turtle, and the 9-tailed fox became interested. Since one shot didn't work, he would try another one to see how many times you can withstand. The big turtle that was almost overturned had not yet recovered from the pain, and as a result, the second-tailed beast ball came and hit the exploded turtle shell. Terrible explosions and shock waves once again swept across the surrounding seas. This time there was no scream from the big turtle because it could no longer scream. The huge Turtle Island was torn into pieces, the blood almost dyed the sea red, and turtle meat and internal organs continued to sink into the sea. Genya rolled his eyes, threw Kushina out, and dived into the sea. For a mutated psychic beast like it, the flesh and blood of this turtle is a great tonic. It would be too polite to just throw it away. It must have a big meal and absorb the essence to grow up quickly. A giant deep-sea python is not even as big as a turtle. It's really embarrassing. I eat, I want to grow up. What happened in the open sea? The terrifying waves from the explosion of the tailed beast ball continued to spread, getting farther and farther, and such waves attracted the sea patrol warships of the Cloud Village and the Mist Village. The patrol warships of both sides tacitly sailed towards the direction where the chakra fluctuations came from, wanting to investigate what had happened. Chapter 406 Two villages open fire on one disagreement. The result was that the warships of both sides headed in the same direction, and then conflict broke out. The ninjas of the Cloud Village, who were always domineering, launched an attack directly, trying to sink the warships of the Mist Village, delay the other party's speed and time to reach the scene of the incident, and buy time for their own investigation. Turtle Island is the core secret of the Cloud Ninja Village, and not many people know of its existence. In addition, the location of Turtle Island is erratic, and most of the time even the people in the Cloud Ninja Village don't know where it has gone. Therefore no one would associate it with Turtle Island. Damn it! Fight back and kill these Highland barbarians. The ninjas of the Mist Village were furious after being attacked without knowing why, and they immediately organized their men to fight back. So the battle was about to break out. During the battle, both sides did not forget to launch flares and use various methods to notify the villagers and request support. So more warships from the two villages headed towards the scene. The result of this was that the scale of the battle was expanded and both sides became angry. When the Cloud Village and the Mist Village were fighting to the death, Kushina had already slipped away with the well-fed gold fong. Kushina, the Cloud Village and the Mist Village have already started fighting. The 9-tailed fox has powerful perception and can observe the situation on the sea surface even in the deepest part of the ocean. Hey, why are they fighting? Weren't they very restrained? In response, Kushina expressed her confusion. Before, she wished that the two villages would fight right away, but in the end, both sides had been restrained, so how did they end up fighting out of nowhere? Jiwei pricked up his ears and thought for a moment, is it because the shock caused by our killing of the giant turtle was so great that people from both villages wanted to go to the scene to check the situation, and then they started fighting? No way, is this such a joke? I will destroy your merchant ships and warships with all my might, but you can still restrain yourself. As a result, I just killed a big turtle, and the battle fluctuated a little bit, so you can start a fight? I can't understand it. I really can't understand it. What Kushina didn't know was that the two villages remained restrained because both sides were seeking revenge on each other, and without the right opportunity, it would be difficult for the two confronting villages to actually fight. Unless there is a clear intention to start a war, people will exercise some restraint. Even though the Cloud Ninja village is rampant and overbearing, they would not want to start a big war without any reason. But the battle to kill the giant turtle was too intense, causing people from both villages to want to go to the scene to check the situation. At this time, both sides wanted to go and the route was the same, so naturally they had to stop the other side and not allow the other to pass. No matter what happens, just rush over first. As for the competitors, if they dare to compete with us, just kill them. The Highland barbarian, who acted as soon as he said and fought as soon as he said, did not disappoint Kushina. He took the lead in launching a sneak attack on the Mist Village. Although the people of the Mist Village were attacked, the two sides had been in a state of defense since they had been in a standoff for a long time. As a result, the sneak attack failed, and instead the gunpowder that had been brewing for a long time was ignited. Let them fight, we'll take this opportunity to run away. Without being exposed, Kushina didn't want anyone to know that she was taking revenge on the Mist Village and the Cloud Village. It would be best to retreat at this time while the two villages were fighting fiercely. The two sides fought fiercely, and eventually the news was reported back to the village. The result of the great battle was that the people of the Cloud Village, which had the advantage in numbers, arrived at the scene first, and the people of the Mist Village were forced to take a detour and arrived a step later. However, there are many things left at the scene, so there is actually not much difference between arriving a step earlier or a step later. Wardfa, what is going on here? Looking at the Scarlet Sea, with a large number of trees and vegetation floating on the sea, as well as various scale fragments and flesh and blood, the ninjas in the dojo were frightened. How much blood must have been shed to dye the sea red? What creature left these things behind? Both parties immediately collected the remnants at the scene and killed some sharks that were trying to grab food. In the Land of Lightning, on a small island close to the coast, this is a temporary command post of the Cloud Ninja village. Because of the competition over the sea routes between the two villages, as well as constant friction and sneak attacks and retaliations against each other, the third Raikage sent his favorite assistant Dode here. Let him stay here and take charge of the situation. Strange, why is there a strong battle wave erupting on the sea? Who is fighting on the sea? Tutai was very confused when he received the news. At this moment, he didn't think much about it and just ordered to fight back. Since the Mist Village dares to fight, the Cloud Village is not made of mud and will definitely fight back. As for whether to restrain themselves afterwards, the third Raikage will have to make the decision. That night, the people who went to the scene to investigate returned, and send the collected things to the Earth platform. Master Tutai, the seawater at the scene was almost dyed red. It seems that some large creature was killed. There are a lot of floating plants and corpse remains left at the scene. Well, you did a good job. Tutai nodded slightly and opened the scroll to see what was inside. After taking a look, I felt strange. What kind of creature's flesh and blood is this? On second glance, the scales look familiar. After the third look, Tutai's expression changed. Because he is one of the few people in the Cloud Village who knows about the existence of Turtle Island. Immediately, send the things back to the village and give them to Lord Raikage. The dark complexion Tutai's old face turned pale, and his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably, and his voice was trembling. Turtle Island was attacked? How can this be? Who did it? It's over. It's over. I hope I'm wrong. Sukada was not sure whether it was true or not, so he needed to send the thing back to the Cloud Village for the third Raikage to see. Seeing the appearance of the platform, others also realized that there seemed to be big trouble. So the things were immediately sent to the Cloud Ninja village as quickly as possible. On the other side, the people of the Mist Village were doing the same thing. The news and the collected remaining flesh and blood were sent to the Mist Village and handed over to Yagura. Looking at the things collected by the village ninjas, Yagura was confused. This scale is quite similar to the scale on the belly of the three-tailed turtle. Is it a giant turtle? When did such a giant turtle appear in the sea area? Because he personally sealed the three tails in his body, and because he grew up in the land of water and often dealt with sea creatures, turtles being one of them, Yagura is quite familiar with turtle creatures. This is probably the remains of a giant turtle, so the question is, what creature attacked it? The fact that a large area of sea can be dyed red means that the dead creatures are huge, and only large creatures have enough blood to dye the sea red. After thinking for a while, Yagura put the things down and prepared to send them to the research institute so that those researchers could study them slowly. Send a letter of inquiry to the Cloud Village and ask the Third Raikage if the Cloud Village wants to go to war with the Mist Village. If not, ask them to exercise restraint. The village's warships were attacked first, leading to a conflict of considerable scale. Chapter 407 The Third Raikage, Let's Fight, Stop Wasting Time. To put it simply, this was a fight between the Cloud Village and the Mist Village. To put it in a broader sense, it is the Cloud Ninja Village that is provoking and trying to start a war. As the fourth Mizukage of the Mist Village, Yagura needs to seek an explanation from the Cloud Village on behalf of the village. Even if the Kumagakure didn't even say a word of apology, Yagura would still send a question. Otherwise, others would think that he, the Water Shadow, was a coward. The villagers were the first to be attacked, but as the Mizukage he didn't even dare to fart. It was simply ridiculous. Once you are charged with such a crime, who knows how many people and forces will take the opportunity to cause trouble. Don't think that the biggest competitor, the Kazuna clan, has been suppressed. But the strength of the Kazuna clan did not weaken, they were just forced to be suppressed because the master supported Yagura. If given a chance, they would immediately jump up 8 feet high and try to pull Yagura off the Mizukage's throne. At that time, a new round of internal strife in the Mist Village will begin again. Yagura would never give his enemy such a handle. When the stuff was delivered to the Raikage's office building, the Third Raikage was handling official business. Although he is a big guy and the Highland Barbarian as described by Onoki, the Third Raikage is actually an all-rounder. He is very powerful, likes to stir up trouble, likes to bully others, likes to steal other people's things. When he meets a powerful person, he can smile and lower his head, and he can handle government affairs with ease. A major conflict broke out between the village and the Mist Village. The Third Raikage had already received this news. He didn't say anything else about this, but just smiled and made a joke. The people of the Mist Village have become bolder. For the Third Raikage, if there is a conflict, there is a conflict. It's not a big deal. As long as a war doesn't break out, it's fine. The Cloud Village can conflict with the Uegakure at any time. Isn't that a small deal? Both sides just need to exercise some restraint afterwards. Of course, there must be necessary confrontation and there must be necessary retaliation. The Third Raikage, who had a smile on his face, stopped smiling when he saw the letter from Dode. Boom! With a loud bang, the uniquely shaped Raikage office building shook a few times, which shows how angry the Third Raikage was. The entire Raikage's office was almost half destroyed. The desk that was the first to be damaged had turned into broken wood, and the entire floor of the office collapsed. The Third Raikage who fell from the upper level held the scroll tightly in his hand, with veins bulging near his temples. It can be seen that he was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. Lord Raikage. The shaking of the Raikage's office building scared everyone working in the building. The Raikage guards rushed into the Raikage's office immediately, but unfortunately, the Third Raikage had fallen to the lower level, so they could only jump down after him. I'm fine. Waving his hands impatiently, the Third Raikage with shaking hands suddenly roared, Who did it? Turtle Island, that is the core secret of the Cloud Ninja Village. Not many people know this thing exists. The Cloud Ninja Village has also always kept Turtle Island well hidden, and there are many secrets on Turtle Island that the Cloud Ninja Village has been studying. Suddenly, Turtle Island disappeared. The turtle that carried Turtle Island was killed. The sea was dyed red with blood, and it was littered with broken wood, plants, and other floating objects, as well as large amounts of shattered scales and flesh. This means that Turtle Island suffered a horrific attack. What happened? The ninjas of the Cloud Village looked at each other. None of them understood why the Third Raikage suddenly became so angry. Immediately, send people to block the sea area and do everything in our power to salvage the remains of the bodies. We must find clues and collect enough intelligence to find the murderer. The Third Raikage was like an angry lion. No matter whether the murderer who attacked Turtle Island was a ninja or some other creature, he would not let the other party go and would definitely kill him. The order was given. No one dared to question why the Third Raikage did this. The Cloud Ninja Village immediately dispatched all its ships, and even many merchant ships were requisitioned. A large number of ninjas directly surrounded the sea area where the incident occurred, and tried their best to salvage the remaining wreckage. A large amount of the big turtle's flesh and blood was devoured by Gold Fong, leaving mostly the shell. The Cloud Village sent out a large number of people to blockade the sea area and salvage things, which naturally could not be hidden from the eyes of the Mist Village, so the Mist Village also dispatched additional personnel to operate in the surrounding area. One side wanted to blockade the sea area, and the other side was unwilling to let the other side block it. The tension between the two sides that had just dissipated re-emerged, and heavier than before. The third rakeage punched through the rakeage's office, breaking the floor into pieces, but fortunately it was repaired quickly. In less than 2 hours, everything was back to normal. With enough materials and the help of Earth-style ninjutsu, it is not difficult to repair it. Sitting in the brand new office, the third rakeage was still breathing heavily, and it was obvious that the anger in his heart had not yet dissipated. Lord Rakeage, this is a questioning letter from the Mist Village. At this time, the ninja from the intelligence department delivered the letter from the Mist Village to the rakeage's office and handed it to the third rakeage. Questioning letter? The furious third rakeage was stunned for a moment, and the next second he burst into laughter out of anger. Okay, questioned Shin. This brat Yagura is even braver than his teacher. I'll just see how he wants to question me. After opening the letter and taking a look at its contents, the third rakeage's smile grew wider. Send a message back to the Mizukage and tell him that if we want to fight, then we will fight. The war has already begun from the moment the Mist Village attacked the village's merchant ship. Threaten me with war? You, Yagura, are so bold. Don't you even look at the situation and character of your Mist Village? How dare you threaten me with war? The third rakeage was still very angry. As a result, Yagura's letter questioning the war arrived at this time, which was a typical case of walking into trouble, and gave the third rakeage an outlet for his anger. It was just the consequence of venting his anger, which was not what Yagura wanted. He was just questioning the Cloud Village in accordance with his duties as a Mizukage, but he didn't expect that the third rakeage was angry. In addition to his already hot-tempered temper, he flipped the table when he was threatened. Ah! The ninja from the intelligence department was stunned. Really reply like this? Do you need me to say it a second time? The third rakeage frowned and looked at him. Yes. The ninja from the intelligence department quickly lowered his head, turned around and ran. Lord Rakeage's eyes are so scary. Damn it, damn it, damn it, Yagura brat. The third rakeage was so angry that he started cursing in the rakeage's office. The door that had just been closed was pushed open, and the third rakeage swept over with a ferocious look. After seeing that it was his son, he calmed down a little. What happened to father? With a puzzled look on her face, Shashaoi picked up the letter on the table curiously. Kill him, little Yagura, a dwarf dares to threaten us. Chapter 408 Yagura, a knife that comes to your door is a waste if you don't use it. Compared to the third rakeage who was much more restrained, the young Shaoi had a more explosive temper at this time. As soon as they disagree with each other, they want to go to war with the Mist Village. The third rakeage gave his son a strange look and asked, how come you're even more hot-tempered than me? What? Are you just hoping that your village will fight with the Mist Village? It's just a small deterrent. The third rakeage felt that these words were just a means of intimidation, because he had used these words to threaten Oniki and the third Mizukage many times in the past. The reactions of Oniki and the third Mizukage ultimately ended in nothing. There is no way they would really go to war with the Cloud Ninja Village just because of a few angry words. Apart from letting the third rakeage take advantage of his words, there is no other loss, so why bother? The third rakeage, who was used to it, directly brought Yagura into the group and became people like the third Mizukage and Oniki. He believed that the other party would not really go to war with the Cloud Village just for a little threat, so he was not panicked. It's just that the third rakeage overlooked one point. That is, Yagura and the third Mizukage are completely two extreme people. The third Mizukage's external policy is relatively gentle, but he is bloody and cruel internally. Yagura's internal methods are even more exaggerated than the third Mizukage's. It is also impossible to compromise easily with the outside world. In addition to his personality, there is another very important point, that is, Yagura has just taken office, the fourth Mizukage of the Mist Village. Someone has just taken the position of Mizukage and you made such a threat. What do you think others will think? Not to mention that Yagura has not found a suitable opportunity to clean up those families and forces that oppose him. The third rakeage shouted that he wanted to start a war. Isn't this just handing the knife to Yagura? Therefore, when the letter from the third rakeage was delivered to the Mist Village, Yagura, who was discussing village affairs with the master, was stunned. Master Yuan took a look at the contents of the letter, and a look of silence appeared on his old face. The third rakeage, this Highland barbarian, must be addicted to making threats. It's fine if you threaten Oniki and the third Mizukage. These two have been dealing with you for a long time and know your personality, so they generally won't bother with you. Just pretend you didn't hear it. Okay, you have formed a habit and now you are also using the intimidation method on Yagura. This is just nonsense. He. Suddenly, Yagura laughed. Master, it seems that the plateau barbarians haven't changed at all. After hearing what Yagura said, Master Yuan knew that something bad was going to happen, but he had no choice. Since he chose Yagura and supported Yagura to become the Mizukage, then how to deal with these matters was the Mizukage's responsibility. He could suggest, but he couldn't refuse Yagura. If possible, the master does not want the village to engage in a large-scale battle with the Cloud Ninja village at this time, or even to provoke a war. But the Cloud village has already threatened Yagura. If he doesn't respond, how will Yagura, the newly appointed Mizukage, survive? Not to mention that he was obsessed with cleaning out some families and forces. Seeing that the master did not try to persuade him, Yagura knew that the master would still support him, so he asked politely, Master, the confrontation in the disputed sea area is tense. I plan to send people from the Kagaya clan, the Yuki clan, and the Kazuna clan over there. What do you think? The Kagaya clan, the Yuki clan, and the Hojiki clan are the main forces opposing Yagura from becoming the Mizukage. Will be the first to become the village's victim. Don't say that I, Yagura, am retaliating. I am retaliating by throwing you to the front line. Once a conflict or a war breaks out, you will be the first to suffer. I will not target you afterwards. How many people can survive will depend on your own abilities. You, the Mizukage, will have to decide on these matters. I am old now. Yuanshi is not an old man like the third Hokage who clings to power. He only came forward to support Yagura, nothing more. He does not want the village to continue to fall into internal strife. Now that Yagura has become the Mizukage, everything depends on Yagura, and he just needs to give some suggestions occasionally. No other intervention. After all, Yagura is the Mizukage. Even though he has a high status as a master and great power, if he interferes too much, he might turn from Yagura's benefactor into Yagura's enemy. The master did not refuse, which was good news for Yagura. The other party would not interfere with him. After the initial probing, Yagura felt relieved. What is the most frightening thing about being a Mizukage? Isn't it just that someone will keep interfering with what you do? Fortunately, Master Yuan is very self-aware and knows what he should and should not do. When you need to show up, you can do so to stabilize the situation. When you don't need to show up, you can just stay behind the scenes and enjoy your retirement. This way you can gain the respect of everyone and won't become a thorn in the eyes or flesh of others. So under the stimulation and threat of the third Raikage, Yagura decisively ordered the Kagaya clan, the Yuki clan and the Kazuki clan to leave the village and head to the disputed waters. At this time, Yagura was too lazy to argue with the third Raikage. I'm sorry, Yagura, am not the kind of person who likes to talk big. As for why I didn't respond, I'm sorry, but sending someone out is the best response. Among the people sent out, the Kazuki clan and the Yuki clan are nothing special, they are just in competition with the Yagura. As for the Kagaya clan, there is no need to say what will happen when they arrive at the disputed waters. There was no movement from the Mist Village, and the third Raikage didn't take the matter to heart. At this moment, he just wanted to find out what had happened on Turtle Island. Who attacked the giant turtle in the Cloud Ninja Village? Was it done by a human or some other giant creature? As the Cloud Ninja Village sent more people to carry out salvage and investigation, the tooth marks left on the remaining bones and scales eventually attracted attention. As soon as he collected the information, Dode returned to the Cloud Village and reported to the third Raikage in person. Lord Raikage, based on our investigation and intelligence collection, we all agree that Turtle Island was torn apart by a powerful force. The remaining flesh, scales, and bones still have obvious tooth marks. Based on the tooth marks, it is estimated that the creature that left the tooth marks was very large. That is to say, Turtle Island was attacked by other giant creatures. This result could not satisfy the third Raikage. Upon hearing this, he frowned and raised his hand to interrupt Dode's report. Taiwan. The third Raikage asked in confusion, do you think such a huge creature still exists in the ninja world? This is unreasonable, very unreasonable. The tailed beasts are already huge creatures in the ninja world. Even though there are all kinds of bizarre and huge creatures in the ninja world, the third Raikage has never seen one bigger than Kanejima. Even the eight tails is nothing in front of Kanejima. This. Tutai was speechless for a while. The third Raikage was telling the truth, but what could he do? There were too few clues and even less valuable information. Is there any other information? The third Raikage was a little disappointed. Chapter 4098. Since I can't beat them, I choose to join. Tutai immediately perked up, his expression becoming serious. Lord Raikage, based on observation and speculation, Kame Island was torn apart by some powerful force, and the traces of blood and flesh left behind indicate that this force is very similar to the tailed beast ball. This is just Tutai's speculation. Because he had witnessed the tailed beasts going berserk, and also seen the devastating damage caused by the explosion of the tailed beast balls. This is the conclusion drawn. The tailed beast ball? Was it done by the Mist Village? The third Raikage, who was leaning back in his chair, sat up straight. Dode shook his head and smiled bitterly. I can't be sure, it's just my personal speculation, and the situation of the Jinchuriki of the Mist Village. The three tails had just been sealed inside the body of Yagura, and the six tails Jinchuriki was half dead. It is said that the Mist Village is looking for a new Jinchuriki, but apart from the tailed beast balls, is there any other powerful force that can tear Kame Island apart? That doesn't make sense. Then what are you talking about? The third Raikage was speechless. Forget it, continue to collect information and restore the truth as much as possible. The Jinchuriki of the Mist Village, one is new, and the other is half dead. Do you expect them to attack Turtle Island? Forget it. It can't be that it was done by other villages, right? Can the Jinchuriki use the tailed beast ball easily? Stop joking, except for Konoha's nine-tailed fox. Nine-tailed fox. The third Raikage seemed to have thought of something. Dode, contact Konoha immediately and ask about Killer Bee's situation. By the way, send someone to find out what Konoha's nine-tails Jinchuriki is doing. Just because other Jinchuriki can't do it doesn't mean Konoha's nine-tails Jinchuriki can't do it. A perfect Jinchuriki is a being that can perfectly utilize the power of the tailed beasts. Of course, the Jinchuriki of the Mist Village is also a possibility. As long as he is wearing the outer garment of the tailed beast, there is a risk of losing control, and his external power will not be so terrifying that it can tear Turtle Island apart. If there really is such a powerful force, the Cloud Ninja Village would have conducted in-depth research on it long ago. The reason why the third Raikage thought so, besides the power of the perfect Jinchuriki, was because of Kushina's identity. Don't forget the demise of the Uzumaki clan, the Kumagama village was still the main force. It is understandable that Kushina would choose revenge, although this speculation is untenable. Yes, Raikage-sama. Tutai will go down immediately to make arrangements. Kushina would never have thought that the third Raikage would suspect her just because of some speculations. In Konoha, Killer Bee is still the same, but with no one to influence or restrict him, Killer Bee has completely liberated his nature and started to let himself go. He spends the whole day mumbling to himself about his songs and his rap. Whenever he is not training, Kirabee's mind is focused on this. Although it hasn't been long, the Eight Tails has almost driven Killer Bee crazy. If the tailed beasts in a sealed state could not commit suicide, the Eight Tails would definitely have planned to kill itself. This is too much torture for the tailed beast, please let me go. I was wrong, I shouldn't have let the tailed beast go berserk. I was really wrong. Compared to Killer Bee, the previous Eight Tails Jinchuriki was simply a good guy. Unfortunately, no one can hear the Eight Tails' complaints. Killer Bee can hear it, but he doesn't care. Instead, he becomes more excited and nags more in the Eight Tails' ears. There's an old saying that goes, if you can't beat them, join them. When Yabi began to change his mind, he slowly felt that Kirabee's nagging didn't seem so bad. As long as I can relate to him and understand him, that's enough. By the stream, Kirabee was grilling fish while muttering something. Yen gradually approached and walked beside him, but Kirabee didn't move. Someone is coming. Oh, Abie, I know, thank you. Kirabee's casual words of thanks stunned the Eight Tails. It just wanted to kindly remind Kirabee, but it didn't expect that this silly child would actually thank it. It seems that you are in good condition. I am relieved. After taking a look at Kirabee and making sure that he was in good condition, Jing'ai felt that he could complete the task. Grown-ups. Kirabee put away his notebook and said happily, Ahaha has begun to accept me, which makes me very happy. Just be happy. There was a strange expression on Jing'ai's face. If given a choice, the Eight Tails would probably commit suicide. Unfortunately, it was of no use. The sealed Eight Tails could only passively become the target of Killer Bee's verbal bombardment. This kid can kill people with his mouth. The Raikage sent a letter to ask about your situation. Seeing that you are doing well, I replied to him later. Come on, I have confidence in you. Hey. Kirabee, eager for recognition, scratched his head with a silly smile and opened his mouth to sing his newly written song to Jing'ai, but unfortunately, his eyes blurred and Jing'ai disappeared. Just sing your song to Yaoi, I won't listen. Jing'ai would not give Kirabee a chance to sing, and turned around and left decisively. The third Raikage sent a letter asking about Killer Bee's situation, and Konoha definitely needed a response. This was also the main reason why Shizuka came to visit Killer Bee. Coming in person was just a superficial effort. Jing'ai actually knew exactly what Kirabee was doing. Don't forget what the large number of puppets he placed in the village are used for. The third Raikage asked about Killer Bee's specific situation, but you, the person involved, didn't even come to take a look, and just replied that there was no problem and that he was in good condition. Once Killer Bee returns to the village and exposes the matter, it will be embarrassing. The reply from Konoha was quickly delivered to the Kumagakure. As for the specific information about Kushina, the Kumagakure still needed to investigate slowly. On the other hand, the friction between the Cloud Village and the Mist Village in the disputed waters is gradually escalating. The fundamental reason is that the Mist Village has sent a large number of additional personnel. Seeing this, the Cloud Ninja Village sent out more people not to be outdone. It's just a stalemate. The Cloud Shinobi Village has nothing to fear. Everyone in the Cloud Village, including the Third Raikage, felt that this was just a confrontation caused by friction, and did not think it would lead to a large-scale battle or war, because it won't happen. But the Third Raikage could never guess Yagura's train of thought. Besides, all the restless elements within the Kurogakure were sent here by Yagura. There is a very true saying in the Mist Village, that is, under the premise of ensuring stability, do not let the people of the Hyuga clan jump around. As long as the people from the Hyuga clan appear, fighting is likely to be inevitable, and once there are a large number of these guys, they can turn small frictions into large-scale battles. Chapter 410. As soon as the alliance is formed, the war begins? As a result, when the Mist Village sent a lot of people to the disputed waters, the Cloud Village immediately provided support, with the main focus on not falling behind. If you dare to send more people, I dare too. Can the small Mist Village really scare our Cloud Village? As a result, large numbers of troops from both sides drove warships and moved around the disputed waters. Various verbal battles are unfolding every day. The Cloud Village says that the disputed waters belong to their territorial waters, while the Mist Village scolds the Cloud Village for being shameless and saying that the disputed waters have always been the territory of the Mist Village. The two sides exchanged insults with each other. Don't underestimate these Highland barbarians from the Cloud Ninja Village. When they curse at people, they are extremely vulgar. Originally, both the Mist Village and the Cloud Village were already accustomed to such verbal battles and confrontations. But with the arrival of the Kagaya clan, things changed. When the people of the Hyuga clan were patrolling on the boat, they were insulted by the ninjas of the Kumagakure. The first thing they did was not to insult back, but to tilt their heads and think for a while. Is this bastard scolding me? Damn it, kill him. After being insulted, the ninjas of the Hyuga clan did not choose to fight back, but instead decisively rushed onto the opponent's ship and started a fight. The enemy rushed onto the boat without a word and started attacking directly. The ninjas of the Cloud Village were still a little confused. What's the situation? Are the ninjas of the Mist Village so brave? What they don't know is that the ninjas of the Hyuga clan are not brave at all, but are just a bunch of psychopaths with weird brain circuits. Psychos are also afraid, but when the Hyuga clan people go crazy, they are not even afraid of death. If you dare to scold me, I will kill you. The battle is about to break out. When they were suddenly attacked, the people of the Cloud Village quickly called for support. The people of the Mist Village saw that a fight had broken out, and although they didn't know what was happening, they also provided support as soon as possible. As a result, more and more people joined the war, and the entire disputed sea area was crowded with ships from the Mist Village and the Cloud Village. The scale of the battle continues to expand. At the beginning, the people from the Mist Village and the Cloud Village were able to restrain themselves a little, but then the people from the Kagaya clan rushed into the enemy camp like crazy and started to cause chaos. The battle immediately began to heat up. Small-scale conflicts also escalated into large-scale battles. After joining the battle, many ninjas still had a question in their minds: why did the fight end up in such a confusing manner? Unfortunately, the situation is beyond your control. Even if you are confused and don't know what is happening, the villagers have already started fighting with the enemy and you have to go to support them. The conflict escalated into a large-scale battle. The news from the scene was also sent to their respective villages as soon as possible. Upon hearing the news, Yagura sneered. He had expected this result since he sent the Kagaya clan to the disputed waters. After all, the people of the Kagaya clan were not mentally normal. The people of the Cloud Village are Highland barbarians who are unreasonable, and the people of the Hyuga clan don't even know how to write the word reason. Fight, fight. They are not from your faction anyway. Yagura won't feel sorry even if many of them die. Yagura didn't care. The Third Raikage is no match for him. When the news was reported, the Third Raikage almost thought he had heard it wrong. You mean, the people of the village were patrolling the sea, and the ninjas from the Mist Village attacked the ship directly, causing a war? What the hell is this? We in the Cloud Village are still maintaining restraint, but you in the Mist Village couldn't help but start a war first. Yes, Lord Raikage. Although our people cursed at the other side before the battle broke out, such behavior is normal during the confrontation. We just didn't expect the other side to launch an attack directly. The ninjas who came to report their work did not dare to hide anything. They cursed each other first, but during the confrontation, cursing each other was already a means of restraint. But no one could have imagined that the Mist Village would directly launch an attack. Even basic restraint is gone. Yeah. The third Raikage nodded when he heard that. To him, it was just swearing, not a big deal. It was enough as long as it wasn't someone from his side who initiated the attack. Notify all the higher-ups immediately. A new threat has arrived and the war is approaching the village. The enemy has already attacked first, so there is no point in talking about reason. Not to mention the third Raikage, who is a violent and aggressive person. Even the third Hokage, who has always advocated peaceful development, would fight back and take the initiative to attack when provoked by the Sand Village. This is a fucking signal to provoke war. How can I tolerate it? Just hit and that's it. Thus, the internal high-level meeting of the Cloud Ninja Village began. When the top leaders learned that the Mist Village had taken the initiative to attack, they were furious. The third Raikage originally thought that he was a rather hot-tempered person, but when the meeting was held, he discovered that he, the third Raikage, was a rather restrained type. Look at the others, each of them is so excited that their faces turn red and their necks become thick, shouting that they want to go to war with the Mist Village. Finally, the high-level meeting unanimously decided to fight back. If you, the Mist Village, dare to attack us, we will fight back. If you restrain yourself, the conflict will end here. If you continue to jump around, don't blame us, the Cloud Village, for being unethical. While fighting back, the third Raikage also sent a message to Konoha. Remind Konoha that war may break out at any time, please make corresponding preparations. The Cloud Village is not afraid of fighting with the Mist Village. If the Mist Village dares to fight, the Cloud Village will dare to fight with them. What the Mist Village's top leaders are worried about is the Rock Village. As the mortal enemy of the Cloud Village, and having been bullied by the Cloud Village for a long time, once the Uegakur Village seizes the opportunity, Oniki will launch an attack without hesitation. If the Uegakur intends to participate in the war, then it will need to rely on its ally, Konoha, to hold the Uegakur back. Not to mention letting Konoha take on the responsibility of attacking the Uegakur. At least the Uegakur should be delayed so that it cannot attack the Kumigakur with its full strength. So, the third Hokage who received the news was dumbfounded. I formed an alliance with your Cloud Ninja Village just because I don't want to fight and want to develop peacefully. But as soon as I formed the alliance, you want to fight? What do you mean? Don't you know that Konoha just ended the war not long ago? I haven't recovered yet. What's the point of fighting? Notify all senior executives immediately and hold a senior executive meeting. This kind of thing cannot be decided by one person alone, and a meeting needs to be held. The third Hokage chose to notify the top management immediately. Meeting, come back immediately. Let's put revenge aside for now. The Mist Village and the Cloud Village have already started fighting in the disputed waters. The conflict has escalated seriously and is likely to lead to a war. Seeing that the situation in the disputed waters was getting out of control, Shizue immediately contacted Kushina and asked her to return to the village immediately. At this time, it was no longer appropriate for Kushina to continue running around outside, and it is easy to be caught by the Cloud Ninja Village. Chapter 411 I will never take the blame in this life. When doing things secretly, it is best not to expose your clone. Judging from the current tense situation in the Cloud Village and the Mist Village, there is no need for Kushina to continue causing trouble. It would be better to return to the village and rest quietly for a while. Master Shizuichi, the Hokage invites you to attend an emergency meeting at the Hokage's office building. Please go to the Hokage's office building immediately. Jing'ai had just contacted Kushina, and before long, the people sent by the Hokage's office arrived. Got it. I'll get to the Hokage's office building as soon as possible. Nodding to show that she understood, Jing'ai stood up and went back to the bedroom, changed into clean clothes, and then leisurely left the house and went to the Hokage office building for a meeting. Wow, it's quite complete. It looks like something big has happened. Could it be a conflict between the Cloud Village and the Mist Village? The moment Jing'ai walked into the conference room, he knew that things seemed to be getting a little out of hand. If it was not an important matter related to the village, the third Hokage would not directly convene a high-level meeting. At most it would be an internal high-level meeting. It was just a few people sitting in the Hokage's office holding a small meeting. Instead of bringing all the senior executives to the conference room in the Hokage office building. When all the top executives are present, it means something big is going to happen. Taking a quick glance at the seats in the conference room, he found that there were already people sitting next to Uchiha Fugaku and Hyaga Hayashi, and only there was an empty seat next to the third Hokage. Jing'ai knew that this was a deliberate arrangement by the third Hokage. What I'm afraid of is that he will just run to the back and sit there. Well, let's just go ahead. Walking to the side of the third Hokage, Jing'ai sat down calmly. Now that everyone is here, I will say a few words first. Because Jing'ai was the last one to arrive, as he sat down, the high-level meeting began. The third Hokage did not say anything else, but went straight to the point. I believe everyone is aware that the village reached a cooperative relationship with the Kumagakure not long ago and became allies in various fields, whether military or economic. Many people present couldn't help but nod their heads. After the two villages reached an alliance and became allies, the villagers in the village celebrated it. Many people are praising the third Hokage, saying that this was a great move. The alliance between Konoha and Kumagakure is simply amazing. What these people didn't know was that the third Hokage had already begun to regret his alliance with the Cloud Village. Everyone. The third Hokage looked solemn and said seriously, not long ago, the Mist Village and the Cloud Village had some friction on the sea, which led to a battle. Afterwards, both sides sent more people into the highly disputed waters. Unexpectedly, a war broke out between the people of the two villages. The Cloud Village and the Mist Village are fighting? This won't start a war. Just as our village formed an alliance with the Kumagakure went to war with the Mist Village. Does this mean that Konoha will also join the war? The words of the third Hokage made many people exclaim in surprise. As much as they supported the alliance with the Cloud Ninja Village before, they regretted it now. No, are you, the Cloud Ninja Village, sick? Did you do this on purpose? They deliberately formed an alliance with our Konoha, and after the alliance was reached, they went to war with the Mist Village, dragging our Konoha into the war, causing our Konoha to continue to be mired in the quagmire of war. Many people's first reaction was that the Cloud Ninja Village did it on purpose. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in the world? One foot formed an alliance with Konoha, and the next foot went to war with the Mist Village. Seeing that many people in the conference room were cursing indignantly, the third Hokage coughed forcefully. Everyone, be quiet. The war has not yet broken out. After being reminded by the third Hokage, everyone finally quieted down. Jing'ai, who was sitting next to the third Hokage, looked at the third Hokage's ugly old face and inexplicably wanted to laugh. He had reminded the third Hokage at the beginning that the Cloud Village was the most suitable ally, at least on the surface, but in fact the most suitable village to form an alliance with Konoha was the Uegakure, because the Uegakure was poor and they did not dare to declare war on other villages easily. Even if I suffer a loss or feel wronged, I will endure it. As the Sand Village became Konoha's younger brother, the Uegakure no longer had a suitable target to start a war with. We wouldn't just attack the Cloud Village just because we have Konoha as an ally, right? If that's not courting death, what else could that be? As a result, the third Hokage didn't believe it and stubbornly chose the Cloud Village. Now the show is about to begin. Kushina's slight revenge on the two villages directly made the people of the Cloud Village and the Mist Village nervous. The two sides began to confront each other and even fought. Kushina is quite good, and the Ninetales, the dog-headed military strategist, is quite good. Jing'ai silently gave a thumbs up to Kushina and Kuwabai in his heart, not knowing that Kushina herself was confused and puzzled. I wanted to start a war between the two villages, but my revenge was not strong enough, so why did they start fighting? The atmosphere was so tense. I don't understand. I really don't understand. After receiving the notification from Jing'ai, Kushina also rushed to Konoha quickly. She wanted to come back and ask Jing'ai what went wrong. Back to the topic. No matter whether the third Hokage is regretting his decision or not, Konoha is now facing a problem, that is, the Mist Village and the Cloud Village have really gone to war. What should Konoha do? After everyone quieted down, the third Hokage, who felt a dull pain between his eyebrows, sighed. The situation between the Mist Village and the Cloud Village is currently tense. Although the war has not yet broken out, the people of the two villages have had a big conflict in the disputed waters, and the scale of the battle that broke out is extremely large. And the Cloud Village also sent a letter of warning to the village, hoping that the village could hold back the Rock Village after the war breaks out. What's the difference between this and directly declaring a war? The war has not yet started, but now that the conflict in the disputed waters has begun, how can both sides restrain themselves? And he asked Konoha to find a way to hold back the Uegakure. My god. It has only been a short time since Konoha ended the war, and it has not yet emerged from the shadow of war. You damn Cloud Ninja Village are not human beings. You started the war yourselves and now you want to drag us, Konoha, into it. Wrong. Why did we want to form an alliance with the Cloud Ninja Village in the first place? Who proposed it and who agreed to it? So, the eyes of all the senior leaders looked to the front and finally fell on Shizuoichi and the third Hokage. They remembered that before the alliance, Shizuoichi had specially sent back a message. Noticing that many people were looking at him, Jing'ai rolled his eyes and said with a pout, "Don't look at me. It's better to go see our Hokage." When I returned to the village, I reported my work to the Hokage and told him that both the Kumagakure and the Uegakure wanted to form an alliance with the village. My personal alliance partner is the Uegakure, but the Hokage thinks the Kumagakure is more suitable, so he chose the Kumagakure. I won't take the blame for this. Chapter 412 Yuditen Koharu, I am the new first-generation Nabe Kage? If it were someone else, they would probably grit their teeth and take the blame, because once these words got out, it would have a certain impact and blow to the reputation of the third Hokage. But Jing'ai will not take the blame for the third Hokage. It's true that I brought the news back, but I warned you. The Cloud Village seems suitable, but it is actually risky. Although the Uegakure is poor and needs Konoha's help, Onoki of the Uegakure is more tolerant. Being able to endure means being able to develop stably, and stable development is also what Konoha needs. But you, the third Hokage, didn't believe in evil and directly chose the Cloud Village. Can you blame me for that? Is there such a thing? Everyone suddenly realized what was going on and looked at each other in strange ways. They thought that this was Jing'ai's fault, but they didn't expect that it was the third Hokage's fault. By the way, the Hokage also consulted with the two advisory elders, and the final result was that the Kumagakure village became Konoha's ally. Two elders, do you want to say a few words? Yuditen Koharu. What? I have to take the blame too? The corner of Mizutominen's mouth twitched. His thoughts at that time were actually quite similar to Jing'ai's. Although he didn't think highly of the Uegakure, he was optimistic about Shizuka. But, it was all because of Koharu Utsune. If it wasn't for this old woman's chattering to convince the third Hokage would not have completely turned to the Cloud Village. Realizing that he would also be blamed, Maida Minyan said aggrievedly, "It was Elder Xiaochun who suggested it. It has nothing to do with me." Minyan, you. Yuditen Koharu couldn't believe that Mito Kato and had sold herself out. The third Hokage also looked at him in shock. You, Mizutomin with thick eyebrows and big eyes, you didn't agree at that time, but you didn't object either. Why are you putting all the blame on Nikoharu now? And many more. Someone is taking the blame. This is a good thing. It's better for Yuditen Koharu to take the blame than for him, the Hokage. Then the third Hokage's expression changed and he sighed. Perhaps I shouldn't have listened to some unreliable remarks at that time. Yuditen Koharu was dumbfounded. This is completely putting the blame on someone. No, you play like this? As for Maida Minyan, he chose to remain neutral and not cause any trouble, and he certainly doesn't want to take the blame. This is understandable, after all, he really disagrees. But Rizin, do you have the nerve to do that? You'd better take the blame for this. Mizutomin gave Yuditen Koharu a suggestive look. He was able to pass the buck successfully because he was able to and he was qualified to do so. The third Hokage passed the buck because carrying this blame on him would affect the reputation of the Hokage and even bring a certain blow to his reputation. After all, the village had just ended the war and was still recuperating, and there were too many people in the village who opposed the war. If the villagers knew that the village was going to be plunged into war again because of the third Hokage, they would definitely be in an uproar. Therefore, it is most appropriate for Koharu to bear this blame. As for Danzo Shimura, who the hell is he? Is he qualified to take the blame? Okay, you guys are ruthless. Maida Minyan hinted to Yuditen Koharu to take the blame and stop making trouble. The third Hokage also looked very regretful. Yuditen Koharu could only grit his teeth and said word by word, "It's my fault, old woman, for not being able to see through the Kumagakure's plan. Xiaochun is a good comrade." The third Hokage secretly gave him a look of gratitude, but unfortunately Yuditen Koharu didn't buy it. Gratitude? Forget it. Once the news gets out, I wonder how many people in the village will scold her. This gratitude was too heavy for Xiaochun to bear. Sarutobi Hiruzen, if you don't compensate me afterwards, I will never let you go. Yuditen Koharu decided that she must be compensated by the third Hokage, otherwise it would be too unfair for her to be blamed. Although she and Danzo Shimura both voted in favor and persuaded the third Hokage, the problem was that the third Hokage himself was also inclined to form an alliance with the Kumagakure. What happened? Danzo Shimura turned a deaf ear to what was happening outside, and the third Hokage couldn't take the blame, so it was she, Koharu-ten, who suffered. What kind of truth is this? Alas. The third Hokage sighed. When Jing'ai gave me advice, I also thought about it carefully. Later, under the persuasion of Elder Xiaochun, I chose the Cloud Village. This is my problem, and I will reflect on it. Yuditen Koharu. Just say it once, don't keep nagging me over and over again, or I'll expose your true colors. Fortunately, the third Hokage was a sensible person and did not continue to harp on about Yuditen Koharu and complain about her sympathy. Everyone, the Cloud Village's intention is very clear. That is, the war between the Cloud Village and the Mist Village may break out at any time. After a pause, the third Hokage continued, the war between the two villages broke out on the sea. The village has not developed its maritime power. We can't help in such a war. But as an ally, we have the duty to assist our allies. How can we delay the Uegakur and prevent it from getting involved in the war? As long as the Uegakur does not participate, there is no possibility that Konoha will go to war. At this moment, Konoha will not take the initiative to provoke a war, let alone fight a fierce battle for the Kumogakure and Uegakur. Konoha cannot bear the consequences of that. Everyone in the conference room understood what the third Hokage meant. The war between the Cloud Village and the Mist Village was basically inevitable. Even if a war did not start, long-term confrontation and friction were inevitable. Fortunately, Konoha does not need to get involved here anymore, because Konoha has not developed its maritime power and does not have enough warships. Who the hell would participate in a naval war? Although Konoha does not have to worry about the war at sea, there is still a big trouble waiting for it in the north. The relationship between the Uegakur and the Kumogakure is very bad. This is something known to the ninja world. Once the Uegakur thinks that the right opportunity has been found, I think Onoki will not mind taking the opportunity to start a war against the Kumogakure. It can be said that as arrogant as the Cloud Ninja Village was in the past, it is as embarrassed at this moment. The Uegakur, which has always been bullied by them, will not hesitate to start a war if it gets the chance. Even if the Cloud Village and the Mist Village did not actually fight. In such a chaotic situation, the Uegakur declared war on the Kumogakure. Once the war broke out, the Mist Village would certainly not be able to hold back and would turn the confrontation into a declaration of war. 2 against 1, and the Uegakur village is leading the way. Is there any need to hesitate? Just do it and it's done. Hiruzen, the relationship between the Uegakur and the Kumogakure is too bad. You and I both know who Oniki is. I'm afraid Oniki will not miss this opportunity. Akimichi Takao, who rarely attended a meeting and sat on a chair for 2 people, said worriedly, it may be difficult for the Uegakur to keep its troops in place. Chapter 413. I know you are in a hurry, but don't be anxious yet. Once the Uegakur starts a war, it will be difficult for the village to stop them. Unless the village can stabilize the Uegakur in advance. Nara Shikashin stood up and said, but it may be difficult to stabilize the Uegakur. Even if we can stabilize them, the price we have to pay is not something the village can afford. Doing so is tantamount to sacrificing Konoha's interests to appease the Rock Village. Only by appeasing the other party can Konoha avoid being dragged into the war. As for breaking the contract, it is even more unacceptable, otherwise Konoha's reputation will become ruined. What should we do? We can't fight, and we can't keep the Uegakur at bay. What should we do? Who knows? The previous alliance with the Kumogakure was a wrong decision. The Kumogakure is too arrogant. Yes, after forming an alliance with Konoha's help, we can resist other enemies, and the Cloud Village can boldly wage war against the Mist Village. Why do I feel like this alliance is a conspiracy of the Kumogakure? In the conference room, many people were talking in low voices. Jing'ai, who was holding back a smile, sat in her seat, looking at the teacup in front of her expressionlessly, as if the lines and patterns on the cup were very attractive. If it were any other time, Koharu Yutane would definitely slam the table in displeasure and shout for silence. Unfortunately, she had just taken the blame today and was in no mood to care about these things. Seeing that everyone was either looking at each other, or acting calmly, or talking in a low voice, and no one was willing to offer any useful suggestions, the third Hokage began to get anxious. Jing'ai, what do you think? Unable to find the right person to ask, the third Hokage had no choice but to throw the question to Shizuka. What do I think? Sit and watch, of course. I don't have any special opinions or good suggestions. Jing'ai replied lazily. From the moment the village formed an alliance with the Kumogakure, this outcome was inevitable. As an ally of the Kumogakure, when the Kumogakure is in need, the village needs to help. This is certain. If you think about it carefully, it's actually not a big deal. What the hell? I'm so anxious that I'm about to get burned, but you tell me it's not a big deal? I know you're in a hurry, but please don't be in a hurry. Jing'ai raised his hand and pressed it, signaling the third Hokage to sit down and not be startled. After the third Hokage sat back with a confused look on his face, he continued. There's no point in getting anxious. You still have to face what you have to face. Ahem, that's the truth. Chiodaya Kafeng coughed and agreed with Jing'ai's words. Nara Shikashin opened his mouth, but after hesitating for a moment, he decided to shut up, so as to avoid saying unpleasant words that would irritate the third Hokage's fragile nerves. I'm not in a hurry, then you tell me. The third Hokage was almost going crazy. Everyone. Jing-ai stood up with his hands on the table and raised his voice. The first problem we have to face is the impact and trouble caused by the war launched by the Cloud Village. Fortunately, the fight, confrontation, and even war between the Cloud Village and the Mist Village have nothing to do with us. The village does not need to go to the sea to fight the Mist Village, and we don't have the ability to do so. What we need to face is the Uegakur. So the question is, if the Uegakur is determined to attack the Kumigakur, what should we do? You are talking about a bunch of useless things. If you are capable, please give some valuable suggestions. Yutain Kohara moved her lips and subconsciously wanted to mock, but she quickly swallowed the words back. At this moment, she didn't want to speak for the third Hokage, and suddenly realized that there was no need to target Jing-ai, otherwise she might end up shooting herself in the foot. After suffering a few losses, Kohara-ten started to learn her lesson. Do you want to say something? Seeing that Yutain Kohara's lips moved a few times, Jing-ai looked at her curiously. Unfortunately, Yutain Koharu immediately lowered her head as if nothing had happened. Jing-ai could only look away with regret. He thought the old woman would scold him, but in the end she didn't say a word. No one said anything, Jing-ai just kept talking to herself. The Uegakur is determined to attack the Kumigakur. What should we do? I don't think there's any need to worry about this. After all, we and the Kumigakur are just allies, not brothers. The Kumigakur is being attacked by the Uegakur. Out of our concern and care for our allies, we should send a group of people to distract the Uegakur's attention and hold back a group of ninjas. That's enough. It's not like they're going to let us fight to the death with the Uegakur. Fight to the death? Not to mention the alliance relationship, even the brotherhood relationship is not possible. Being able to hold back some of the Uegakur's manpower is already considered fulfilling one's duty. As long as we send enough people, as long as we really hold back a part of the Uegakur's forces, no matter what the result is, the Kumigakur won't be able to blame us. After all, we are just allies with the Kumigakur, and Konoha is not the father of the Kumigakur. We can't fight to the death with the Uegakur for the Kumigakur. Is this the reason? It seems to make some sense, but it feels a bit weird. In the conference room, everyone was secretly analyzing what Jing-ai had just said. After thinking about it carefully, I think there is nothing wrong with it. We and the Kumigakur are just allies, not father and son. Why should we fight to the death for the Kumigakur if the Kumigakur starts a war and gets attacked by the Uegakur? This doesn't make sense. As an ally, it is enough to come forward to help and fulfill the duties of an ally. It is impossible to fight desperately. So, Jing-ai clapped his hands twice and summarized the matter. Instead of worrying, it is better to accept the reality early and think and face this matter with the worst plan. The village just ended the war not long ago, and it is impossible to fight a war that will last for several years. But it is still possible to send a group of ninjas to assist our allies. Now many ninjas from different families in the village have nothing to do. These elite ninjas will be idle if they stay in the village. Why not move them to the border to confront the Uegakur? With sincerity and responsibility, how can the Kumigakur blame us? Good guy, I exclaimed. Wow, you Hinata Shizuka are such a ruthless person. Just pack up all the ninjas from the Sarutobi, Shimura and other families and send them to the front line, right? This would be fine if the war had not broken out, but once the war broke out, the ninjas of these families would need to face the aggressive Earth Escape army of the Uegakur village in the first place. Logically speaking, the third Hokage should be happy that the problem was solved, but at this moment he was not happy at all, because Jing-ai planned to pull the ninja family who relied on him to the front line to guard. Chapter 414. The more you talk, the more mistakes you make. We choose not to talk. It would be fine if a fight didn't break out, but if a fight really broke out, the ninjas from these families would be the first to suffer. The third Hokage knew that this was the after-effect of Danzo Shimura's mischief. Just because Jing-ai didn't care at the time doesn't mean he will forget about these things. As long as he gets the chance, he will send all the Shimura clan members to the front line. The Sarutobi clan can also go, it just depends on whether you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are willing to let go. These are my personal thoughts. If others have good suggestions, they can also put them forward and we can discuss them together. It doesn't matter whether the suggestions are effective or not. The best thing is to participate. After looking around at everyone, Jing-ai found that no one wanted to make any suggestions, so she felt bored and just sat down. As soon as Jing-ai sat down, Chiodaya Kufang said with a smile, Hiruzen, I think what Shizuchi said makes sense. The village does not need to participate in the confrontation or war between the Kumigakur and the Mist Village. So we just need to be on guard against the Uegakur. Although they are allies, Konoha cannot fight to the death with the Uegakur for this relationship. Don't you think so? Yeah. The third Hokage nodded. If possible, let alone fighting to the death. He doesn't even want to fight, he just wants to develop steadily. Who could have thought that the Cloud Village and the Mist Village would start a fight? What are these two villages doing? Anyone else, don't you have any suggestions? Following Jing'ai, the third Hokage also said something similar. He hoped that everyone present would be brave enough to speak up. As for whether their opinions would be adopted, that was one thing, but everyone had to speak bravely. It was not the right thing for everyone to keep silent. Little did they know that this was the result that the past 3 generations of Hokage had wanted. After Konoha's higher-ups had adjusted to the situation, he actually wanted others to speak more. After the third Hokage finished speaking, the senior executives present still chose to remain silent. Many people felt that they had nothing to say, while those who wanted to say something felt that their suggestions were not very good, and those who had ideas in their minds did not want to speak them out. The main point is, say less and make fewer mistakes, do less and make fewer mistakes. At least maintain the status quo and no one can put the blame on me. Everyone has seen what the F4 group did in the past. Sometimes, they need everyone's support. When nothing happens, it is their own business and you can just go away and cool off. In other words, even if there are benefits, it won't be your turn. Look at Koharu Yudotan, she was blamed as soon as the meeting started. Why did the village form an alliance with the Cloud Ninja Village? Everyone knows that it was a decision made through internal consultation within the F4 group. In the end, the blame was put on Yutain Koharu. Who wants to be the next Yudotan Koharu? Akimichi Tofu doesn't want to, Nara Shikashin doesn't want to, not to mention the others. Most of them were just there to make up the numbers. They had high-level seats, but they were just empty seats. Being able to attend high-level meetings was already considered by the third Hokage and others to comply with Konoha's tradition. Otherwise, according to Danzo Shimura's idea, these people's high-level status should be deprived. Anyway, there is no difference with or without them. Thus, an emergency high-level meeting ended in a whimper, and ended a bit hastily. The third Hokage himself was hesitant, Mido Kato and decisively kept silent. Yutain Koharu was still angry, and didn't want to take the blame for others, so she simply kept silent. They didn't speak, and after Jing'ai also chose to remain silent, the high-level meeting turned into a game of staring at each other. Menyen, what happened to you today? When the rest of the people had left and only the third Hokage, Yudotan Koharu, and Mido Kato were left in the conference room, the third Hokage finally couldn't help it. Normally, this person would speak his mind and always care about the village. Although he was a little selfish, at least he knew how to do things and could do them, but today he was completely silent. This made the third Hokage uncomfortable. Facing the questioning of the third Hokage, Mizutomanen wanted to roll his eyes and asked, "Don't you know why I am silent?" He thought so in his heart but couldn't say it out loud, so Midoman could only say vaguely, "No, I thought what Jing'ai said was very good, so I didn't say anything to make a fool of myself." The blame was put on Yutain Koharu, and Mido Kato didn't want to be blamed again. So it's better to keep quiet. The main focus is to follow the crowd. As long as I don't make any suggestions and I don't agree, the blame won't fall on me. Hiruzen, what do you mean? Midoman was still pushing and shoving, but Yutain Koharu couldn't help but get angry first. It's obviously everyone's fault. Menyen doesn't agree with the alliance with the Kumagakure village. He doesn't take responsibility. I have nothing to say, old woman, but why did you push me out? Xiaochun, please listen to my explanation. The third Hokage was numb. As the Hokage, my every move affects everyone's nerves. Once I do something bad and cause damage to the interests of the village, it will be a big blow to my reputation. You don't want this to happen, right? As the Hokage, I have been greatly affected and my reputation is ruined. How can you, the advisory elder who follows me, get anything good? So just bear with it and take the blame. This is good for everyone. MMP, you want fame, but I don't? Yutain Koharu could already foresee how the people in the village would talk about and abuse her once the news spread. Since Danzo is not here, the blame cannot be put on him, and I feel very embarrassed. I don't care, you have to compensate me for this matter. Since the reputation is bound to be damaged, we should ask for some benefits in return and not suffer such a huge loss. Don't worry, What time is it? Are you still only thinking about those little benefits? Midoman, who couldn't stand it anymore, slammed the table and shouted angrily. The village may face the risk of being involved in a war at any time. One of you only cares about your own reputation, and the other only cares about benefits. Is this reasonable? How about you? Yutain Koharu was stunned for a moment, then angrily counterattacked. You, Mizuto Kato don't care about your own reputation. Why do you want to distance yourself from it? Why do you blame me? Do I have it easy? The third Hokage had a sullen face and said nothing. Midoman didn't tolerate Yutain Koharu and scolded her back directly. If it was an old man who made the suggestion, I would choose to take the responsibility. What did I say at the time? I also advised Hiruzen to be cautious and not just look at the benefits on paper, but you didn't listen. You and Danzo even talked about the interests of the village and were determined to form an alliance with the Kumagakure. Without your persuasion, would Hiruzen have made up his mind? Do you think you have any responsibility? Danzo has been doing things secretly. Every time he is done, he locks himself up and doesn't care about anything. It's always like this. People's patience is limited, and at this time, Vitamin N has reached the brink of an explosion. Yes, Danzo has made many contributions to the village, but haven't we helped him enough? Think about it yourself, how much benefit he has gained, and how much benefit the Chimera clan has gained as a result. Hiruzen, tell me honestly, if it was someone else who repeatedly challenged the bottom line of the village and the limits of all of us, would you tolerate him? Chapter 415 Don't interfere in other people's affairs. The third Hokage. Why are you bringing this up with me again? Didn't I say anything? The third Hokage didn't say anything, but Mido Kato-en didn't care and continued firing at Yutain Koharu. How excited you were when you were trying to persuade me, how willing you are to take the blame now. You don't even have this much awareness, and you still dare to speak up. Yutain Koharu. One or both of you are silent, right? After a lot of scolding, it was finally discovered that both of them chose to remain silent, with the main character not being able to hear or say anything. Maida Minion laughed angrily. Okay, anyway, I won't be involved in this matter anymore. It's up to you guys to decide how far it will go. Also, I want to remind you that Jingai hasn't forgotten what happened before. He's just waiting for an opportunity. This time he is targeting the Chimera clan. Hiruzen, you can think about it yourself. Should we send the Chimera clan to the front line, or should we send the Sarutobi clan as well? There was a lot of noise in the conference room, but Jingai was walking slowly on the road with Akimichi Tofu and Nara Shikashin. Looking at Chiodea Kufeng's body, which was getting more and more exaggerated year by year, Jingai felt that this fat man could hold 5 of himself. I have to say that if you want to eat so much to get so fat, you need some strength. It is not easy for ordinary people to get so fat, especially for a ninja. It is not easy to pick out a fat ninja, let alone one as fat as Akimichi Torikaze. Jingai, is this battle unavoidable? How can it be unavoidable? Jingai laughed and patted Chiodea Kufeng's big belly. As long as the Cloud Village and the Mist Village don't fight, wouldn't that be avoided? This is not nonsense. Chiodea Kufeng was completely speechless. Just talk, kid, don't touch me. Why are you patting my belly? Be serious, I'm asking seriously. If the Cloud Ninja Village and the Mist Ninja Village really fight, the village will inevitably be involved in the war. Aren't you worried? She stopped patting her belly and said nonchalantly, it's okay. There's no point in worrying. Besides, the war has no effect on me. As long as he thought about it calmly, he didn't even need to step into the battlefield. Unless it was a life-and-death battle, why would he let the head of the Umbu go to the front line to fight? Although the Umbu were indeed quite busy when the war broke out, various forms of spying on intelligence and assassinating key enemy figures. But these tasks are not Jingai's job, so they don't affect him. You will not be affected, and you don't need to worry about being blamed or taking the blame after the war. What are you worried about? What's there to worry about? The person who should be worried is the third Hokage. Once Konoha is dragged into a war, the third Hokage, the great hero, will be drowned in the saliva of the villagers. Seeing that Xiaodao Chufeng wanted to say something, Jingyi interrupted him directly. Senior, since you are already at home taking care of your retirement, then you should take good care of yourself. Konoha has fallen to the point where it needs an old person like you to come out and help. As for persuading me, forget it. I can't intimidate the Uegakure. Besides, you should handle the matters according to your position. These are things that the Hokage should handle. They have nothing to do with me. Playing the emotional card? It might be useful if Tsunade comes instead. After all, the pillow talk is really powerful, especially at certain times. As for the fat guy Akimichi Norifuge, just forget it. Why are you, a retired person, coming out to make trouble? Just stay at home honestly. Oh, how can this child talk like that? Looking at Jingai's leaving back, Xiaodao Qufeng felt a little unhappy. I'm fat, so what? You don't have to keep talking about it. You'd better save your energy. He has already given enough face to others by not turning over the conference room. Do you still want him to come forward to solve the war problem? Nara Shikashin felt that Akimichi Tofu was worrying about nothing at a critical moment. Whether a war will break out and whether Konoha will be dragged into it is not something that can be decided by one person. Xiaodao Chufeng laughed and rubbed his belly that Jingyi had patted just now. I'm just thinking about buying as much time as possible to allow the village to develop well. Then why don't you go and persuade the Hokage-sama? Nara Shikako complained speechlessly, your behavior is hated. If you come a few more times, believe it or not, he will definitely ignore us, the Ino, Deer, and Cho families. Okay, I was wrong. I don't care anymore. Chiodao Chufeng also knew that this was not the right thing to do, but he just wanted to give it a try, without any other intentions. Then tell me honestly, can this war be avoided? How would I know? I just have a high IQ, but I'm not a god. Although he cursed, Nara Shikashin still explained. In short, we shouldn't worry about these things. No matter what, the alliance between the village and the Kumagakure is a foregone conclusion. This cannot be changed. Whether the Kumagakure planned it or accidentally caused a conflict with the Mist Village, as allies we should help the Kumagakure. Secondly, whether the Uegakure will really attack the Kumagakure is still a question. Although Onoki hates the Kumagakure, he is not a fool. The neighboring Sand Village is the best example of the Uegakure. As long as the Kumagakure is not completely defeated, it won't take long for the Kumagakure to recover. But the same cannot be said for the Uegakure. The post-war recovery of the Kumagakure is at most the same as ours. There will be troubles and difficulties, but they are not fatal. What it will take is time. However, the Uegakure is different. Their finances are tight and their resources are scarce. If they fail to completely defeat the Kumagakure, they will become the second Sangakure. Want to start a war? You, Oniki, must consider these consequences first. Otherwise, after a war, if it is found that nothing is gained in the end, and apart from venting the anger, the village is also plunged into a difficult development, then Onoki will be furious. In addition to the factor of war recovery, Onoki also has to consider whether Konoha will support the Kumo village, to what extent, and whether it will involve the Sand Village. Even though the Sand Village is weak, if the village and the Kumo village are willing to support them, do you think the third Kazekage will refuse to participate in the war? Okay, stop talking, I know what the important factors are. Akimichi Tofu already understood what Nara Shikashin was concerned about. Sand Village. Happy National Day to all Kinkin's babies. Love you. Chapter 416, The Third Raikage, we will pay for the losses. Who is willing to join the war? The Sand Village is now extremely poor, and it is impossible for them to fight a war. Unless someone is willing to send a blood pack, the village can get a big boost. It would be even better if you are willing to bear the losses of war. We, the Sand Village, are willing to join the war. The Cloud Village doesn't have much else but a lot of money and resources. As long as the benefits are enough, do you think the Sand Village will be tempted? With the threats from Konoha and Sand Village, would the Uegakure dare to attack the Kumagakure? I'm afraid Aniki would have to consider the consequences before giving orders. Far away in the Land of Lightning, the Cloud Ninja Village was also discussing the same issue. Because some high-level officials have doubts. If the village goes to war with the Mist Village, what will happen to the Rock Village? Yes, what about the Uegakure? These years, the village has been riding on the Uegakure's head and shitting on them. If Onoki gets the chance, he will definitely stab them in the back. Humph, the Uegakure is nothing to worry about. The third Raikage said arrogantly. Everyone, don't forget that we are allied with Konoha. Konoha is our ally. If the village starts a war, Konoha needs to stand on our side. Lord Raikage, I don't question your opinion, but Konoha has just ended the war with the Sand Village. Can they really start a war for us? Even if Konoha is willing, how much war potential do they have? The third Raikage glanced at the senior executive who raised the question, thought for a moment, and asked back. You think Konoha's war potential is not enough, then do you know how many ninjas there are in Konoha who can participate in the war? Konoha's war potential was exhausted due to lack of funds and resources, and the same was true for the Sand Village. If the village provides this funding and resources, do you think the Uegakure is still a threat? Good guy. All the senior executives were shocked by the generosity of the third Raikage. But if you think about it carefully, there seems to be nothing wrong with it. Konoha and Sand Village had just ended the war, so they didn't have much war potential. It wasn't because they lacked combat ninjas, but because they had no money and no resources. You don't have it, but the Cloud Ninja Village does. As long as there are enough resources, Konoha and Sand Village will unite and send a large army of ninjas to guard the border in a matter of minutes to see if your Uegakure dares to move. As long as the Uegakure can be restricted, the loss of resources and money by the Kumagakure is worth it. As for the question of whether the Sand Village agrees, no one will ask because this question is stupid. Who else has objections now? If possible, the third Raikage never thought of going to war with the Mist Village. It was because the Mist Village was too bullying, or in other words, those bastards of the Hyuga clan were too bullying. Ever since the battle in the disputed waters escalated, the ninjas of the Hyuga clan have always been at the forefront, causing trouble for the Kumagakure. As long as the ninjas of the Hyuga clan are present, the battle can start at any time. As time went by, both sides became more and more angry. What's the use of the Gobie restraint? Go to hell. I can't restrain myself at all now. I just want to kill the other person or be killed by him. Sometimes the reasons for the outbreak of a war seem somewhat dramatic, and wars break out in such a dramatic way. 5 days after the Kumagakure notified Konoha, the war broke out. When the news reached Konoha, the third Hokage was completely numb. The outside world has been very lively these days, and Konoha has been very lively as well, because the news of Yutain Koharu taking the blame has spread, and then the whole of Konoha has become boiling. Because of the impact of the war, countless families were hurt, and at this time Konoha was at its strongest anti-war sentiment. Suddenly, news broke out that the reason why the Cloud Village formed an alliance with Konoha was to start a war, and the reason why Konoha and the Cloud Village formed an alliance was because of the hard persuasion of the advisory elder Yutain Koharu, which finally moved the third Hokage, and so the two villages became allies. When the news spread, countless villagers in Konoha were shocked. The village spent 3 years finally defeating the Sand Village. They thought they could live a peaceful life, but before long, a new war is coming. What the hell are you thinking? You deserve to die, Yutain Koharu. For a moment, all kinds of insults and accusations swarmed towards Yutain Koharu. Even though she had prepared herself mentally, Koharu Yutain was still overwhelmed by the villagers' saliva, so much so that she was pointed at and criticized wherever she went. In the past, no one dared to do this to her. Because she is the village's advisory elder, a high-ranking member of the village, and has a noble status, now everything has changed. In the eyes of the villagers, she was just a rat crossing the street. Wherever she went, she would be pointed at and cursed. Fortunately, the villagers remained rational, and the pointing and cursing had reached the limit, and there was no incident of attacking the village leaders. Because of this incident, the third Hokage had a lot more wrinkles on his face. He was still foolishly hoping that there would be no war between the Cloud Village and the Mist Village, and that it would just be a minor friction. However, after a few days, new news came. It was not a friction, but a real war had broken out. Yagura allowed the situation to escalate, and the third Hokage lost his patience, which eventually led to a war between the two villages. Yagura allowed the lunatic from the Kagaya clan to provoke the Kumagakure, and the Kumagakure became angry after being provoked again and again. If you dare to make trouble, I will beat you. See who gives in first. The number of villagers who oppose the war and protest in the village continues to increase. These people gather outside the Hokage's office building every day, causing serious impact on the entry and exit of the Hokage's office building. The third Hokage had no way to deal with this. Under normal circumstances, the police and the Umbu could have dispersed the crowd, but at this critical juncture, the third Hokage did not dare to take any extreme actions for fear of igniting the anger of the villagers. Go ahead and curse. If it doesn't work, just curse Teneko Haru harshly, curse for a while, and when the anger subsides, the villagers will naturally evacuate. In desperation, the third Hokage had no choice but to lie down. Anyway, it was Yutain Koharu who was being scolded, not him. Konoha was bustling with waves of resistance rising one after another. Over in the Sand Village, the third Kazekage, who had just returned to the village and had no time to rest, ran to the Kazekige's office with a dazed look in his eyes. Cho, what do you mean by Kumagakure? Cho thought for a while and answered uncertainly. The general meaning seems to be that the Cloud Village and the Mist Village have already started fighting, and the old guy Raikage hopes that the village can prepare for war. The Kumagakure won't let the village work in vain. They will pay the village a sum of money and a batch of resources for the village's post-war development. At the same time, they will bear the cost of the war. What we need to do is to unite with Konoha and deter the Uegakure when the Uegakure shows a tendency to start a war. Chapter 417, Is the Cloud Ninja Village after the dried fish? No. Seeing that Cho misunderstood his meaning, the third Kazekage explained, what I want to say is, what does the Cloud Ninja Village want? As we all know, except for some special cases, wars are mostly launched for the sake of interests. For example, the Sand Village started a war. Why? Isn't it just for the rich resources of the Fire Nation? Occupying the rich land of the Fire Country and using the rich resources of the Fire Country to support the Sand Village, it is like a snowball that is getting bigger and bigger. Although the war was lost, the purpose of the Sand Village has always been clear, which is to go for the resources of the Fire Country. But what about the Cloud Ninja Village? Why did they start a war? What resources does the Mist Village have that are worth starting a war for? It's not like they would just try to steal the dried fish from the Mist Village. The geographical environment of the Mist Village is special. It is shrouded in thick fog all year round. The environment of the whole country is humid, and it is not easy to dry some small fish. You, the Cloud Village, don't need to make such a big fuss. There is such a vast ocean under your control. If you want to get dried fish, you have to catch them yourself. Cho was stunned for a moment. Yeah, what does the Cloud Ninja Village want? Does the Mist Village have the resources they need? If not, what is the point of this war? There's no need to fight over the sea routes. Even though the Cloud Village occupies fewer sea routes than the Mist Village, the commercial economy of the Cloud Village is at least 10 blocks ahead of the Mist Village. There's no need to fight over these. It can't be that it's really for the dried fish, right? It's not that the third Kazekage and Cho like to fantasize, but the specialty of the Mist Village always reminds people of dried fish. Just like the various trees of Konoha, the Sand of Sand Village, the Highland beef and specialty wine of Cloud Village, the most popular and well-known thing in the ninja world of Mist Village is dried fish. The third Kazekage raised his hand, rubbed his stubbled chin with his fingers, and said suspiciously, "When starting a war, if there is no benefit to be gained, both sides should take the initiative. The problem is, Yagura of the Mist Village has just become the Mizukage. He won't start a war in secret, right? How stupid must one be to start a war right after becoming the village leader? I would like to highlight a guy named Luo Sha here because that's what he did. The result was the same as his teacher. He was severely beaten up by Konoha, ran back to the Sand Village in shame, and became a half-brother of Konoha again. Unless Yagura wants to clean out some people and forces in the village." Cho also realized that things would not be that simple. This war is definitely not just driven by the Cloud Village. There should also be movement in the Mist Village, which means that everyone is heading towards war. But it is too strange for Yagura to start a war right after becoming the Mizukage. There must be a purpose. The purpose of a war on the battlefield is to eliminate people or forces that pose a threat to oneself. Probably. The Sandaime Kazekage thought Cho's words made sense. Because of their special geographical location, even if a war breaks out, the scale of the war between the Cloud Village and the Mist Village will be limited. It will be difficult for the Mist Village to send a large number of ninjas to attack the Cloud Village, and vice versa. On land, the worst that can happen is that the battle line will be lengthened a bit, testing logistics. But on the vast ocean, lengthening the battle line is not a test of logistics, it is actually making things difficult for people. Moreover, ninjas must rely on ships to fight. You can fight on the water, and you can walk on the water for short distances. But in such a vast ocean, how many people can walk to the other side by walking on the water? If they really did this, most of the ninja army would probably be drowned on the way before they even reached their destination. This is also one of the reasons why Yagura is fearless, because he knows very well that the geographical location of the water country limits the enemy's military strength, making it difficult for the Cloud Ninja Village to directly attack the water country's mainland. The available forces of both sides will be limited to a certain number. Transporting troops and supplies is a big problem. When neither side can send out too many people, the threat posed by the Uegakure to the Kumagakure is greater than that posed by the Mist Village. The third Kazekage took out a map of the ninja world and examined it carefully. Compared to the Mist Village, if the Rock Village wants to attack the Cloud Village, it can go through the sea or by land. Considering that the Uegakure does not have many ships, an attack from land is more likely. Cho, do you think Aniki will declare war on the Kumagakure? The third Kazekage suddenly asked this question. Cho was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Meeting." She knew Onoki very well. Onoki's hatred for the Cloud Village had reached an extreme level. As long as he was given a chance, he would definitely start a war. He. Hearing this, the third Kazekage suddenly laughed. It seems that the village's recovery speed has increased a lot. If Oniki would start a war, it would mean that the third Reikage would need to spend a large amount of money and resources to support Konoha and Sand Village, and let them send a ninja unit to block the Uegakure. He could not only hold back the Uegakure, but at least he would have to hold back a part of the Uegakure's troops. Furthermore, with allies behind them, the Cloud Ninja Village would not be caught in a two-front war, which would become increasingly difficult. Although the third Reikage is arrogant and confident in himself and the Cloud Village, he is not stupid and will definitely use any advantage he can. Therefore, the choice between Konoha and Sand Village becomes particularly critical. Fortunately, Konoha is an open ally of the Cloud Village, but the Sand Village is not, so the Cloud Village needs to pay a considerable price to get them to send reinforcements. There is a saying that goes, "The monarch of my monarch is not my monarch." By the same token, the ally of my ally may not be my ally. Konoha and the Kumagakure are allies, but not the Sandgakure. The Sand Village is just a half-hearted ally of Konoha. This kind of relationship is actually not as solid as the alliance with the Cloud Village. What if the Uegakure also tries to win us over? Cho was curious whether Aniki would try to win them over in advance. The third Kazekage shook his head and said, "No, the stubborn old man Onoki will not change his mind easily, not to mention that the situation of the Uegakure is not much better than ours. Given the dire financial situation of the Uegakure, you still want to win them over? Dreaming. Only the Cloud Ninja Village has the courage to do this. Oniki should have a meeting with Yagura, as the Kurogakure is the best target to win over." The third Kazekage was not wrong in his guess. Yagura and Oniki did have a meeting. The difference was that last time it was Oniki who took the initiative, but this time it was the Mist Village that took the initiative. Same place, same time. But this time, Onoki came a little late. He did it on purpose, deliberately making Yagura wait for him a little longer. Chapter 418 Yagura, can you miss the opportunity to take revenge on the Kumagakure village? Before, I approached you to form an alliance, but you ignored me. Now that you come to me, I want to let you know that you, Yagura, actually have no face at all. Knowing that Aniki came late on purpose, Yagura didn't mind it. The situation has reversed. Before, it was Onoki who begged him to form an alliance, but now the situation has reversed and he is the one who took the initiative to seek alliance with Onoki. Strictly speaking, it is not an alliance, but just a temporary war ally. In order to deal with the Cloud Ninja Village, both sides banded together to attack the Cloud Ninja Village. After the war, each side returned to their own homes and looked for their own mothers. Mizukaga, sorry for the wait. Onoki's smile seemed a bit gloating, but now he is not so arrogant anymore, right? He was trying to please you before, but you ignored him. Now you know the importance of the Uegakure, right? Yeah. Yagura nodded lightly, not paying attention to Aniki's gloating. It doesn't matter what others think, Yagura himself doesn't think there is anything wrong. What does this guy mean? Seeing that Yagura's attitude was still so cold, Onoki was a little unhappy. What time is it now, Yagura, and you are still so arrogant? Mizukaga, how does it feel to go to war with the Kumagakure? Yagura still replied calmly, it's okay, that's all. No, could you please speak properly? How can I respond if you act like this? Onoki was so angry that he laughed. So what does the Mizukaga want from me today? It can't be to form an alliance, right? You know, not long ago you just... Before Oniki could finish his ridicule, Yagura interrupted him. An alliance? I'm sorry, the Mist Village doesn't need allies. I only came to you to win over the Rock Village to attack it together. I have no intention of forming an alliance with you. Alliance? You're thinking too much. You can tell with your toes that whoever proposes an alliance at this time will have to give up his interests. Yagura wouldn't do such a thing. Besides, he had no intention of forming an alliance with the Uegakure. The most they can do is to win over the Uegakure to attack the Kumagakure together. It's that simple. There's no other intention, so Onoki, don't express your feelings to the wrong person. Are you fucking kidding me? Onoki's face was full of question marks. He even thought Yagura had said something wrong. Mizukaga, are you dreaming? Why should I start a war against the Kumagakure? Why should I join you in targeting the Kumagakure? You are shameless even though I give you face. Yagura looked at Aniki calmly. You will. Onoki. I really want to beat this shorty to death. Talking to him is so damn tiring. Over the years, the Mist Village and the Rock Village have suffered a lot from the Cloud Village. The Mist Village is not so bad. It is nothing more than competing with the Cloud Village for the sea routes. The village's business is not as good as the Cloud Village, and the routes are sufficient. In addition, the environment of the water country is special, so we can take a step back. But, looking directly into Onoki's eyes, Yagura asked, can the Uegakure retreat? They must have been robbed of their resources by the Kumagakure over the years. He really is bringing up things that are not relevant. Yagura's attitude and tone don't seem like he's trying to make allies. It seems more like he's deliberately looking for Oniki and then making fun of him. If the Rock Village wants to retaliate, then this is a perfect opportunity. The Mist Village will tie up most of the energy of the Cloud Village. If you miss this opportunity, you, Tsuchikage, may not be able to retaliate. Fart. Onoki couldn't help it and cursed on the spot. Yakura, do you really think I'm a fool? Starting a war to attack the Kumagakure at this time is obviously being used by your Mist Village. Don't forget that Konoha and Kumagakure are allies. Do you think Konoha will stand idly by? No. Yagura's emotions remained unchanged, even when Onoki pointed at his nose and scolded him, but Konoha's war potential has been almost consumed, they haven't recovered yet. Even if the Kumagakure is willing to support Konoha, Konoha will not fight to the death for the Kumagakure. Besides, has the Tsuchikage forgotten the location of the Mist Village? Our water country is on the vast ocean, how can Konoha attack us? Damn it. Onoki clenched his teeth and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Is it so great just because of the special geographical environment? I will never envy you. Compared with the advantages of the Mist Village, the advantages of the Uegakure in this regard are hard to describe. Unfortunately, the territory is not something you can change just because you want to, otherwise, the Fire Nation's territory will be fought over. Even if the Uegakure attacks the Kumagakure, Konoha will not fight to the death with your village, even if it involves the Sangakure. They just ended the war not long ago, and the village has not recovered yet. That's all I want to say. As for what the Uegakure will choose, it's up to you, Bitsutsuki. Goodbye. Yagura didn't even give Uniki a chance to refute. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Anyway, the opportunity is here, it's up to you, Onoki, to fight or not. The Mist Village will not suffer too much loss in the end. Once the people on the front line are almost exhausted, the war will be over. If the Rock Village joins the war, the Mist Village can delay the war for a while. If the Rock Village does not join the war will end earlier. This little dwarf has himself in his grasp. Uniki wanted to use Dust Release on Yagura, but he held back. Damn you little dwarf. Yagura left, and Uniki became angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. The relationship between the Rock Village and the Cloud Village is bad, and it's not much better with your Mist Village. After cursing loudly from a distance and making sure that Yagura had left, Onoki reluctantly flew into the sky and headed towards the land of Earth. Although Yagura's attitude was a bit annoying, his words made sense. This is a rare opportunity to take revenge on the Cloud Ninja Village. If the Uegakure goes to war with the Kumagakure alone, they will definitely not be able to defeat the Uegakure. Perhaps the result will be the same as when the Sangakure attacked Konoha, and they were forced to surrender in the end. Good war potential means good energy consumption. I can't defeat you head-on, but I can wear you down by attrition. The Sand Village can't be held back, and the same goes for the Uegakure. So, is this war worth fighting? After calming down, Oniki began to think about this problem. The opportunity is right in front of us. It would be a lie to say that I am not tempted, but war is no joke. Once it starts, it will not be so easy to end. It is not easy for the Cloud Village to attack the Mist Village, but it is quite easy to attack the Land of Earth. Don't let the Cloud Village ignore the Mist Village and attack the Rock Village with all their might, which would be embarrassing. And there are two threats behind him. Thinking about the relationship between Konoha and Sand Village, Oniki began to have a headache. Chapter 419, Uegakure directly declares war. The war potential of these two villages has been almost exhausted, and they are unable to launch a large-scale war, but with the support of the Cloud Village, the war can still be fought. The two villages don't need to send many people to delay the Uegakure. This made it impossible for the Uegakure to attack the Kumagakure with all their strength. Bribe the other party? The ideal is full, but the reality is very skinny. The Uegakure is too poor and cannot show enough sincerity to convince Konoha and the Sand Village. The Sand Village is okay, but Konoha is an ally of the Cloud Village, and it is more difficult to persuade them to betray their ally. The two sides had serious negotiations and became allies, but they turned around and betrayed each other, which had a great impact on Konoha's reputation. Onoki was certain that the third Hokage, who valued his reputation, would not do such a thing. This means that if the Uegakure wants to go to war with the Kumagakure, it will have to face counterattacks from three villages at the same time. Among them, the Cloud Village launched a crazy counterattack, while Konoha and Sand Village were most likely just trying to drag their feet and would not fight desperately. Uniki said he was unhappy. In fact, he had already started to calculate in his mind how many people he should send to hold back the people of Konoha and Sand Village if the war broke out. This problem had always troubled Onoki. It was not until he returned to the village and told Huangtu about his troubles that Huangtu gave him a reasonable answer. Father, no matter how rich the Kumagakure is, it is impossible for them to support Konoha and Sangakure indefinitely. These two villages cannot fight to the death. Once the money and supplies for support are used up, they will retreat. Konoha is only fulfilling its duty as an ally. The motivation of the Sand Village is simpler, for money and resources. Fighting on two fronts, and bearing the war costs of three villages. Can the Kumagakure really handle it? Yes. After being reminded by his son Huangtu, Onoki finally showed a look of sudden realization. He was getting stuck in a dead end. The Cloud Village will support Konoha and the Sand Village, but the support is limited. Once they declare war on the Cloud Village, the pressure of fighting on two fronts will be too great. They also have to support Konoha and the Sand Village. Even if the Cloud Village is rich, it will not be able to bear it. Look at Konoha. Before the war with the Sand Village, the village was extremely rich, but after 3 years of war, all its wealth was wiped out. Although it was not as miserable as the Sand Village, at least the savings accumulated over the years were completely drained. Konoha only lasted 3 years, how long can the Cloud Village last? You are so smart. Oniki looked at his son with surprise as he smiled innocently. Ahem, good analysis, but you can't be complacent. You have to learn with an open mind, okay? Perhaps realizing that he had acted a bit exaggerated in front of his son, Onoki immediately put on a stern face and taught his son a lesson in a serious manner. Yes, father. Huang Tu still had a silly smile on his face and cooperated obediently with Onoki. After satisfying his vanity as a father educating his children, Onoki put his hands behind his back and said, "So, the advantage is mine." "That's right, father. The advantage is definitely on our side. As long as we don't fight to the death with Konoha and Sand Village, the Cloud Village will definitely not be able to hold out for too long." "Asshole, I've told you so many times, call me by my title when you're working." "Yes, father, please forgive me." "Again, I've told you so many times, but you won't change." Since he couldn't do anything about his son, Onoki simply ignored it and thought seriously about whether he should cooperate with the Mist Village. This opportunity was too rare. The Cloud Village is at war with the Mist Village, and Konoha, its ally, is in a weak period. The Sand Village, its younger brother, can hardly protect itself and can provide limited help to the Cloud Village. Even if the Cloud Village provides financial and material support, the two villages cannot send too many ninjas to participate in the war. The Uegakur could easily send a large army of ninjas to confront the ninjas from Konoha and Sand villages, and then attack the Kumagakur with all their might. Regardless of whether the war can be won, at least we can vent our anger. Onoki is not a man who acts on impulse. War is not something that can be brought about by words. The reason why he thinks this way is related to the stagnation of the village's development. Like the Sand village in the past, the Uegakur village is also facing this problem. The income is insufficient, and most of it is invested in military development, while there has been no progress in other areas of development. The military force became stronger, but the village still did not become prosperous. The long-term high military expenditure has led to more and more complaints from people in the village. The powerful military force has made many senior officials think about declaring war on foreign countries, but they have never had a good opportunity. When Konoha and Sand Village were fighting a full-scale war, some high-ranking officials proposed taking the opportunity to declare war on Konoha and attack it. However, this proposal was rejected by Oniki because the Cloud Ninja village was watching them at that time. Once the Uegakur starts a war, the Kumagakur will not hesitate to stab them in the back if they get the chance. Therefore, the proposal to declare war on Konoha was shelved. Although the proposal has been shelved, it does not mean that the hawkish senior officials have given up the idea of launching a war abroad. On the contrary, it becomes more intense. Also, they were only focused on development and had a strong military force but did nothing. After a long time, Oniki could not explain to the people in the village. Therefore, when Konoha and Sand village were weak, the Cloud village suddenly started fighting with the Mist village, which made Oniki excited. Yagura's words were harsh and his tone was bad, but his words were very true. Opportunities are rare. If you miss it, you may never get it again. Oniki, who is already quite old, doesn't know how many more years he can serve as the Tsuchikage. He is worried that he will miss this opportunity, and when the day comes when he gives up the throne, he will not be able to vent his anger. "Hey, let's have a meeting." His heart was beating, indeed, but Onoki could hold it in. He kept reminding himself not to do anything impulsive, because his impulsiveness would cost the whole village the price. But this kind of thing cannot be decided by him alone, so a high-level meeting is inevitable. It can be said that the war between the Cloud Village and the Mist Village directly led to new changes in the situation in the ninja world, which had just entered peace. A high-level meeting was held. The result is self-evident. At least 2/3 of the high-level officials, including the daimyo, agreed to declare war on the Cloud Village. The village missed the good opportunity to attack Konoha, and the opportunity to attack the Cloud Village cannot slip away in vain. Not to mention, the Uegakur village has suffered too much from the Cloud Village over the years. Not to mention the Hawks, even the top leaders of the neutral faction were furious at what the Cloud Ninja village did. When the opportunity arises, everyone's goal becomes to act in unison against the outside world. Start a war, fuck him. Then the low-key Uegakur suddenly declared war on the Kumagakur, which caught everyone off guard. Even the third Raikage, who suspected that the Uegakur would take the opportunity to stab him, did not expect that the Uegakur would be so decisive. Chapter 420, The Earth Escape Army enters the Land of Thunder. It's chaos, chaos, the whole ninja world is in chaos. If a war broke out between Konoha and Sand Village a few years ago, everyone would be able to understand it. After all, the Sand Village made all kinds of provocations, trying to break through the blockade of the village through war, attempting to defeat Konoha and seize the resources of the Fire Country to feed back to the village. With greater strength, ambitions naturally grow, and it is understandable that they would launch a war against Konoha. Thus, the two villages started a war that lasted for 3 years. The war between Konoha and Sand Village seemed to be over, but the Cloud Village and Mist Village started fighting in a confused manner. What's going on? People in the ninja world said they couldn't understand it. The Sand Village declared war on Konoha because of the resources of the Land of Fire. What are you trying to achieve by having the Cloud Village and the Mist Village go to war? What about the little fish? What's even more outrageous is that the Mist Village actively cooperated. If you want friction, we, the Mist Village, will give it to you. If you want a bigger conflict, we, the Mist Village, will also give it to you. And when you want to start a war, we, the Mist Village, will still cooperate with you. Is Yagura out of his mind? You have just become the Mizukage, shouldn't you stabilize your position, gain people's hearts and support, and develop steadily? How did they get into a fight with those Highland barbarians from the Cloud Ninja Village? Now, not long after the Cloud Village and the Mist Village started fighting, the Rock Village decisively declared war on the Cloud Village. The most elite Earth Escape Corps of the Rock Village headed straight for the Land of Lightning, trying to bring the war to the borders of the Land of Lightning. The small countries and villages who learned the news were almost scared to death. Fortunately, the Uegakure was not interested in them. The target of the Uegakure was the Kumagakure. The sea limits the number of combat ninjas in the Cloud Village and the Mist Village. The war between the Cloud Village and the Mist Village meant that the two villages could not deploy too many troops at once. Because transportation cannot keep up, supplies are also a big problem. But it is different in land wars. It is normal for thousands of ninjas to rush to the battlefield, and that is what the Uegakure did. Either don't fight, or concentrate your strength and give the Cloud Ninja Village a hard blow. The Cloud Village was on alert, but they didn't take it seriously, because no one, including the Third Raikage, thought that the Rock Village would join the war so soon and would declare war only after the war started. It won't be too late to declare war slowly after our Uegakure's ninja army rushes into your Land of Lightning. The main thing is excitement. Without complete defense, the troops on the border would definitely not be enough. So, the Earth Escape Army of the Uegakure village rushed into the territory of the Land of Thunder in a swagger. Everyone. The third Hokage had a tense and worried face. He slapped the documents on the table and said loudly, "Now that the Rock Ninja Village has rushed into the territory of the Land of Lightning without declaring war, our allies hope that we can send a group of people to attack the Land of Earth from behind to relieve the pressure on the Land of Lightning." In Konoha's view, what the Uegakure did was tantamount to an undeclared war. What does it mean to fight without declaration? They did it in secret, without first announcing a declaration of war. They sent troops to attack. Even though the Uegakure issued a declaration of war later, it is the same as not issuing it at all. You have already fought to the Land of Lightning, what's the point of declaring war? The Uegakure village also joined the war, which meant that Konoha had no choice but to fight. Unfortunately, there was a huge wave of anti-war voices in the village, which put great pressure on the third Hokage. The third Hokage was so anxious that he was almost in danger, but in the conference room, all the senior executives looked at him in silence. The situation in the village is very complicated. How to fight, how many people to send, and who will fight all require negotiation. Alas, looking at the silent senior executives, Mizuto Minion sighed with a headache. How did this situation come about? It seems to have started when the F4 group began to weaken the voice and power of the top management. The right to speak and the power in their hands have been weakened without knowing it, resulting in most of the senior executives becoming mere figureheads. Over time, everyone has the mentality of just going with the flow when attending meetings. Hiruzen, have the aid supplies from the Kumagakure arrived? As a last resort, Mizuto Minion had to stand up and break the silence. The aid materials are already on the way. The Raikage promised that they will be delivered to Konoha soon. He hopes that Konoha can abide by the duties of an ally and fulfill the obligations that an ally should fulfill. Then prepare for war. Mizuto Minion thought about it, but couldn't find a better solution. As for the troubles in the village, the third Hokage needs to deal with them personally. After all, he, Minato, does not have that power. Of course, he does not dare to take over these things casually, because once he takes over, there will be the risk of taking the blame and being scolded. Look at Yutin Koharu, she has been scolded to death. Midaman N doesn't want to become the second Yutin Koharu, then get ready. Looking at everyone who was still silent, the third Hokage's eyes twitched, and then he announced the adjournment of the meeting. This high-level meeting cannot go on. Stay quiet for a moment. The others left, so they left, the third Hokage didn't care, but Shizuichi couldn't leave yet. Hasn't the war been decided? Why are you still keeping me? With a puzzled look on his face, Jing-ai simply sat back in his chair, drank his tea leisurely, and waited patiently. He was very curious about what the third Hokage wanted to talk to him about. It can't be about war. There's no point in asking him for help in this matter. Soon, only a few people were left in the huge conference room. The third Hokage sat at the head seat, as well as Shizuichi, Nara Shikashin, Maitaman N, and Yutain Koharu. Looking at the 4 people except himself, the third Hokage said with a headache, "Everyone, now the high-level meeting has become a silent meeting. I think this is not good. The village needs to change." Indeed. Mizuto Minion was about to agree. As a result, he was interrupted by an inappropriate sneer. Mizuto Minion looked up. The person who sneered was definitely Jing-ai. Cough cough. Nara Shikashin gave Jing-ai a silent look. "Why are you laughing at such a serious moment? Can't you just hold it in for a moment?" He hoped that his cough could ease the awkward atmosphere in the meeting room, but unfortunately, he thought too much. Veins bulged on the third Hokage's forehead. "Jing-ai, are the words of this old man ridiculous?" It was clear from the tone of his voice that the third Hokage was unhappy. As someone who is good at managing his emotions, you rarely see such anger on the third Hokage's face. "Too bad, it doesn't scare anyone. Isn't it ridiculous?" Jing-ai spread out his palms innocently. The high-level seats were allocated by the first generation to qualified or meritorious individuals or families. As long as the individuals or families have seats, they can express their own suggestions at the high-level meetings. No matter whether they are good or bad, everyone has the right to speak. Chapter 421. If you make a mistake, you must admit it. If you are beaten, you must stand upright. During the Nidaime period, this pattern has continued, but by the time you were the Sandaime, it had changed. There were no good Uchiha people, so the Uchiha's advice was not important, and they could not speak carelessly. The Hyuga clan is powerful and does not cooperate with the village on various reforms, so they have no say. There are other families or individuals who always become silent for various reasons. At this point, the high-level advisory power is in the hands of the Hokage faction, but Hokage-sama said that the high-level meeting has turned into high-level silence. Isn't this ridiculous? Never mind, I didn't hear anything. Nara Shikashin put on a mask of pain, rubbed his face hard, lowered his head, and stared at the teacup in front of him. Mizuto Minion's mouth twitched and he lowered his head decisively. Yutain Koharu seemed to want to say something but stopped herself. When she was about to speak, she seemed to remember something and shut up decisively. Looking at the third Hokage whose old face had completely darkened, Jing-ai continued, in addition to the right to make suggestions, people in high-level seats also have the right to make decisions, as well as some of the village's unique rights. I am very curious, where have these rights gone? This is not what I meant. The third Hokage tried to defend himself. There was nothing wrong in what he did, but he cannot take the blame. It will affect his personal reputation. Danzo Shimura did it? Jing-ai laughed again. The third Hokage was simply silenced. You've become accustomed to this excuse after using it for so long, right? Putting away the smile on his face, Shizue said to the third Hokage in a meaningful tone. Everyone has selfish desires. If I were in your shoes, I would also like to make the top group my own, but since I have done it, I have to take responsibility for whatever happens, instead of having the final say when nothing happens and expecting everyone to contribute when something happens. This kind of behavior is unacceptable and shameful, really. Just like today's meeting, since the Rock Village has declared war on the Cloud Village, as allies we have no other choice but to fight. Since we can't avoid it, we should plan ahead and stop holding high-level meetings that people will see and feel. No one dares to speak casually because they may be blamed if they speak out. After saying that, Jing-ai did not forget to raise his eyebrows at Kutsumi Koharu, which made Kutsumi Koharu so angry that his old face turned red. It is me, the new generation scapegoat. Mizuto Minen also lowered his head tacitly to avoid becoming the third generation to take the scapegoat. The third Hokage. Did I really do something wrong? At this point he couldn't help but begin to doubt whether his actions over the years were wrong. Seeing that the third Hokage was still confused, Jing-ai couldn't help but began to shake his head. It's a good thing to cherish your reputation, but cherishing it too much will be a bad thing. Looking at the ninja world, Onoki is a stubborn old man. His reputation is not good, but does it prevent him from becoming the Tsuchikage and leading the Uegakur? No. Does the third Raikage have a good reputation? I'm afraid 9 out of 10 people would say he's a troublemaker from the highlands, but does this reputation hinder him? The third Mizukage of the Mist Village appears to be a gentleman, but secretly he is a bloodthirsty butcher. His apprentice, the newly appointed 4th Mizukage Yagura, is even more bloodthirsty than him. but they still became Mizukages. Does the third Kazekage need to say more? Can't you become the leader of a village if you have a bad reputation? That's absolute bullshit. What the villagers care about is what benefits you bring to the village, how you lead the village's development, and whether you protect everyone. If their reputation was a little worse, the third Raikage and his men would have been driven out long ago. The third Hokage was very careful about his reputation and always wanted to gain a good reputation. Protecting reputation is a good thing, but going overboard is wrong. Whenever something happens, the first thing they think of is to pass on the blame. The blame that Shimura Danzo once took was probably enough to be blamed by every household in Konoha. Danzo Shimura can no longer take the blame, so the blame now falls on Koharu Utane and Mito. With Mito Kato remaining neutral, Utane Koharu has become the scapegoat for the second generation, so where is the third generation? If this continues, who will dare to speak nonsense, who will dare to do anything? The facts have proven that reputation is not the deciding factor. Even if your reputation is a little bad, as long as you don't do anything that harms the interests of the village, you are still a hero in the eyes of the villagers. So I suggest that we don't hold any high-level meetings in the future. This will make everyone uncomfortable. People who come here can only watch, and even if they have ideas in their hearts, they dare not speak them out. What is the point of these high-level meetings? Hokage-sama, please close the door of the Hokage's office and slowly negotiate. Also, don't come to me about the war. There are a lot of things to do in the Ambu, and I don't have time. If you come to me, I will recommend the Shimura clan to the front line. After saying that, Jing waved to the third Hokage and said, "Goodbye, go and have your headache." Ha 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 ha. He scolded the third Hokage in disguise and walked out of the meeting room refreshed. Why hold a meeting when there is nothing to do? What a waste of time. As for whether the third Hokage would be angry to death, it has nothing to do with Jing-ai. What is there to say? If you make a mistake, you must admit it. If you are beaten, you must stand at attention. How great it was when we had absolute power in the past, how uncomfortable it is now that we are at a loss. Monopoly is not the key. As long as you have ability and talent, everyone will obey you. What we should be afraid of is that you don't have much ability but still want to monopolize power. You hold all the power in your hands, but still fuss about everything and scratch your head. After the incident, some people still blame others. Who wouldn't be afraid if they encounter such a situation? The blame was thrown at him without any clue. After leaving the Hokage's office building, when Shizue returned home, she saw Kushina lying dead on the couch. Make sure it is the real person, not a shadow clone. Jing-ai. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Kushina jumped up from the sofa and did a standing long jump from a long distance. Raising his hand habitually, Jing-ai hugged Kushina, who had jumped over from a distance, and said speechlessly, "Aren't you afraid of falling? When will you get home?" "Hee, I just came back not long ago. I ate something outside before coming back." Kushina hugged Jing-ai's neck and twisted her body, unwilling to get down. After being away for a while, she missed Jing-ai very much and just wanted to stay with Jing-ai for a while. It's a pity that Jing-ai didn't spoil her. As soon as he loosened his grip, he threw Kushina on the sofa, opened the refrigerator, took out 2 bottles of water, unscrewed the lid and handed one over. "Tell me, what did you do after you went out?" Although Jing's puppets are collecting intelligence information everywhere, however, Kushina likes to hide in Jinya's mouth and dive and run around everywhere, so the information collected is not comprehensive, so she needs to tell it in person. Chapter 422. The Ninja World War started with his own power. After taking a sip of water, Kushina frowned a little depressed. "Oh, don't mention it. I asked Jinya to destroy some merchant ships of the Kumogakure and Mist villages. Not many warships were destroyed, but the 2 villages ended up fighting each other out of nowhere. That's all." Jing was suspicious, thinking something was wrong. What are the Cloud Village and the Mist Village fighting about? They wouldn't really start a war just for the loss of some merchant ships, right? Isn't this a bit of a joke? Correct. Kushina suddenly said, "I also encountered a huge turtle in the sea. It was so big that it looked like a slowly moving island. If the big fox hadn't reminded me, I would have thought it was an island. It was so big, much bigger than the big fox. This is the biggest creature I've ever seen." And then, Kushina's luck is incredible. You know, Turtle Island is the secret that the Cloud Ninja Village has always hidden, and she ended up running into it. In the original Time and Space, the secret of Turtle Island was revealed in the final battle. Then I saw the ninjas from the Kumogakure village on it, so I used the tailed beast ball with the giant fox to blow it up. Kushina waved her fists twice. It took several blasts of the tailed beast balls to deal with it. Jinya ate a lot of blood and flesh. After that, people from the Kumogakure and Mist villages rushed to the sea area, wanting to investigate what happened. I took the gold fong and ran away. Not long after, I received your message and returned to the village. Is this a coincidence? Jing'ai slapped his forehead and felt that he had found the reason why the Cloud Village and the Mist Village went to war. Turtle Island was the core secret that the Cloud Ninja Village had always kept. Not many people knew of its existence. As a result, Turtle Island was discovered and attacked. Such a big turtle was blown to pieces. Do you think the Cloud Ninja Village would not be shocked? According to Kushina, people from the Cloud Village and the Mist Village have to go investigate. If this isn't further irritating the nerves of the Cloud Ninja Village, how could this be possible? Combined with the previous clues, the cause of the war was found. Turtle Island. Yes, yes. You are the first one in the world to start a war in the ninja world by yourself, Kushina. Jing'ai laughed and couldn't help but ruffle Kushina's hair twice. Kushina was stunned. Huh? Is it because of me? Ha ha ha. The giant turtle you killed is very important to the Cloud Village, and it's also a very important secret. It suddenly died, and the Mist Village wants to investigate. Do you think the people of the Cloud Village will be very angry? Right. Kushina smiled foolishly. Don't you think about how bad-tempered the people in the Cloud Village are? Besides, the fourth Mizukage of the Mist Village is also suspected of promoting the war, otherwise he would not have sent the people of the Kagaya clan to the battlefield. The Cloud Village did not share overly detailed information, but it still shared some general information with its ally, Konoha. The cause of the war, in the eyes of the Cloud Village, was that the Mist Village had gone too far and sent out people from the Hyuga clan to stir up fights and conflicts everywhere in the disputed waters. As time went by, the Cloud Village could no longer bear it. This little dwarf Yagura is such a bad guy. Knowing that the people of the Hyuga clan are fucking lunatics who are not afraid of death, they still sent them to the disputed waters. It is obvious that they were sent there to cause trouble. These crazy people from the Kagaya clan did not disappoint Yagura. After learning the truth from Jing'ai, Kushina smiled proudly. If she wasn't afraid of looking too ugly, she really wanted to put her hands on her hips and smile. I'm so awesome. I can just start a war between two villages. It feels so good, and many more. After laughing for a while, Kushina found the highlight. Jing'ai, why did the fourth Mizukage Yagura send the Kagaya clan to the disputed waters? Isn't this exacerbating the conflict? Sitting next to Kushina, Shizuka smiled and said, because what he wants is to intensify the conflict. As long as there are people from the Kagaya clan, it will be hard not to intensify the conflict. Yagura just became the Mizukage, and there are many people in the Mist Village who oppose him. The main force of them has been sent to the Sea of Dispute. He wants to use the war to cripple the Kagaya clan, the Yuki clan, the Hojiki clan, and other clans. Besides, the geographical environment of the Land of Water is special. Even if the two villages go to war, neither side can deploy too many troops. Even if a war breaks out, it will be difficult for the Cloud Village to attack the Mist Village. So Yagura does not need to worry about his position being threatened. On the contrary, the war can help him eliminate the opposition forces he does not need. This little dwarf named Yagura is so insidious that he can do such a vicious thing. I feel like I'm being taken advantage of. Angry. That is to say, even if we lose the war, the loss to the Mist Village won't be particularly great, because the Kimagakure village cannot attack their homeland. That's pretty much it. Jing'ai pinched Kushina's wrinkled nose and said, but there are always exceptions. Just because the ninja army can't get through, it doesn't mean that a few people can't get through. Just wait and see, Yagura will regret what he did. The third Raikage is not the kind of person who will fight with you obediently. There is no doubt that the third Raikage, who is absolutely confident in his own strength, will definitely visit the water country. When the third Raikage goes to various islands in the water country to cause trouble from time to time, Yagura will definitely regret it. Do you regret starting the war? Kushina blinked her bright eyes, curious. I regret provoking this ruthless man, the third Raikage. Sitting in the camp and commanding the battle? Sorry, the third Raikage did not have this idea in his mind. He just liked to do things that were unexpected. By the way, I just came back from the Hokage's office building. The Uegakure has declared war on the Kumagakure. As an ally, the village will send people to assist the Kumagakure. In other words, we need to attack the Uegakure to relieve the pressure on the Kumagakure. As our friend, Killer will also help. All 5 major ninja villages will participate in this ninja world war. Kushina, you set a record. Will the village be involved? The Uegakure also declared war? Then let me count. Kushina was shocked when she heard this, and quickly started counting on her fingers. Cloud Village and Mist Village went to war, Uegakure went to war with Cloud Village, and Konoha and Sand Village went to help attack Uegakure. This means that all 5 major ninja villages are involved in war. I seem to have done something extraordinary. Chapter 423, The Fire Country Daimyo Stabs the Third Hokage. Hee hee hee, Jing'ai, I'm really awesome. Kushina suddenly became a little embarrassed. Looking at the little girl who started to lift her tail, Jing'ai nodded silently. Yes, it's amazing. You single-handedly plunged the 5 major ninja villages into war. You can be said to have rewritten history. You are the first person in history. It's a pity that this glorious record is destined not to be exposed, otherwise many people will hate you to death. What glorious achievements. I don't want them. Kushina smiled awkwardly. I'm complaining about you and you're still laughing? You don't really think this is a glorious achievement, do you? Okay, go and rest quickly. Don't run around for a while. The Kumagakure might try to find out about you. What? Kushina didn't respond. Why are they trying to find out about me? Have they already confirmed that I did it? What are you thinking? Jing'ai was amused and patted Kushina's little head. Kushina cried out, covered her forehead, and looked at Jing'ai with grievance. Jing'ai said unhappily, of course there are doubts. Turtle Island is too big. It's not easy for such a big creature to kill it and tear the entire island into pieces. It's not something that ordinary people can do. Unfortunately, you are one of them. The Cloud Shinobi village will definitely check one by one, you and me. Remember, you have always stayed in the village and have never been anywhere. Yeah, I get it. I've been staying in the village the whole time. This kind of thing can only be done secretly. Once discovered, Konoha's position will be embarrassing. As long as you don't catch it yourself, suspicion is just suspicion. The premise is that Kushina herself does not expose herself. In this way, even if there are certain clues, the Cloud Ninja Village can only keep it to themselves and consider themselves unlucky. Who could have thought that Kushina was so lucky that she actually encountered Turtle Island? It can only be said that this big turtle deserved its bad luck, because the Cloud Ninja Village and Kushina had a grudge against each other. If the Cloud Ninja Village had not stationed a group of ninjas on Kame Island, Kushina would most likely not have attacked Kame Island. After all, she is not a bloodthirsty person. There was a group of ninjas from the Uegakure village on Kame Island. Unfortunately, they were seen by Kushina. This cannot be blamed on Kushina for being ruthless. When the people from the Cloud Ninja Village attacked the Whirlpool country, they showed no mercy. Although those who escaped the disaster hated Konoha more than the Cloud Village and the Mist Village. They were allies for many years, but not only did Konoha not help them, it also took advantage of the Whirlpool country. No one could accept this. After Jing'ai's repeated instructions, Kushina returned to her room to rest. Over at the Hokage office building, the third Hokage was still worried about the war. The problem now is not the support supplies from the Cloud Ninja Village, but the fact that the anti-war wave in the village is too high. The war had just ended for 3 years, and the recuperation time was too short. Such a short time was not enough for the villagers to get out of the shadow of the war, and now they have to go to war again. It is obvious that most of the villagers will definitely oppose it. Even many ninjas in the village would oppose Konoha's participation in the war. However, Konoha has become an ally of the Cloud Village. If it violates the alliance, does not go to war, and does not help the Cloud Village, Konoha's reputation will become bad. If it helps, someone in the village will make trouble again. In short, the third Hokage is now in a difficult situation. At this moment, he was regretting it so much that his intestines turned green. He should have formed an alliance with the Cloud Ninja Village to get rid of the trouble. Now, he was putting himself on the grill, feeling depressed and uncomfortable. If Konoha joined the war because an enemy attacked Konoha and the village was forced to join the war, the anti-war sentiment in the village would not be so intense. But Konoha had nothing to worry about. It was the Cloud Ninja Village that caused the trouble, and yet Konoha still had to join the war. This made it difficult for countless villagers to accept. What about helping allies and what about alliance obligations? That is not something that the villagers and low-level ninjas need to consider. These people will only think that it is the inaction of the village's top leaders, and that the third Hokage who took the lead in forming an alliance will be the first to bear the brunt. Even if the unlucky second Hokage Koharu Yuriten helps to take the blame, the third Hokage will still be blamed. Not to mention that the support supplies from the Cloud Ninja Village have not arrived yet. Even if they did, this war would not be easy to fight. But the third Hokage had to fight. He needs to consider things that the villagers and ordinary ninjas would not consider, and he has to do it even if he is criticized. In the daimyo's mansion, an aide excitedly ran into the palace and delivered the latest news from the ninja world to the daimyo. Daimyo, the opportunity we have been waiting for has come. Are you serious? The drunken daimyo suddenly perked up. The previous assassination attempt frightened him so much that he went to live in Konoha for a while before returning to the daimyo prefecture. The result of Konoha's investigation was that the assassination at the daimyo's mansion was done by a group of wandering ninjas and rebellious ninjas. The daimyo obviously could not accept such a result and asked Konoha to investigate further. Unfortunately, the third Hokage was no longer willing to investigate the matter on the grounds that the results had been investigated clearly. It's enough to make him famous. As a result, his hatred for the third Hokage reached a new level. Real. The staff member said excitedly. Konoha's Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, insisted on forming an alliance with the Kumagakure. As a result, the Kumagakure and the Mist Village started a war, and the Rock Village also wanted to declare war on the Kumagakure. The entire ninja world has been in chaos. As an ally of the Kumagakure, Konoha will definitely participate, and perhaps even drag the Sand Village into it. The 5 major ninja villages are all caught up in war. If we spread the news, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely suffer. After collecting intelligence for so long, I finally got the chance. Even if they have something on hand, they dare not spread the news casually because Konoha can easily investigate it. At this moment, when the villagers of Konoha are in high spirits and opposed to the war, it would be safest to spread some news at this time. Try your best to bring down the third Hokage. Even if you can't do that, you must make his reputation ruined. Very good. Send someone to do it immediately. Daimyo slapped his thigh excitedly, but he hissed and rubbed his leg and warned, don't let your own people do it, find a group of people to do it, and deal with them all for me afterwards. Yes, daimyo. The aide happily carried out the order, believing that he would be rewarded by the daimyo after completing the task. Little did he know that after he left, the smile on daimyo's face disappeared, and he said to the shadow behind him, follow him, wait until he has done all this, kill him, and don't leave any handle. Asking your staff to find someone to spread the news is very risky, and the best way is to get rid of the person who does the job. When Konoha finds some clues, he can also say that he doesn't know or is not sure. As long as there is no absolute evidence, Konoha can't do anything to him. But it's better to be cautious, and it's best not to get caught if you can avoid it. Otherwise, if the matter gets out of hand, it will be embarrassing for everyone. Chapter 424. The third Hokage is in big trouble. Whether it was a ninja village assassinating the daimyo of its own country, or a daimyo deliberately framing the leader of a ninja village, if word got out, it would be a shameful thing for both parties. As long as the person is not caught and sufficient evidence is not found, it was done by the enemy. It must have been done by the enemy. The shadow behind the daimyo moved for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. Sarutobi Hiruzen. When the name of the third Hokage was mentioned, the daimyo's thin face became a little distorted. He had asked many people to investigate the assassination attempt on Daming Prefecture, but the final result was no results. But those who received the money clearly guaranteed that this could not have been done by a wandering ninja, and the probability of a traitor was very low. If a wandering ninja has that kind of ability, why would he do such a thing? He can just be a big shot anywhere. There is no need to take risks. As for the rebels, before the rise of Akatsuki, there were very few cases of assassinations of important figures in various countries, as not everyone had the strength of the people in Akatsuki. Most rebel ninjas don't even have time to hide, let alone show their faces and do things that will put them in danger of being hunted down. Konoha found a group of rebellious ninjas and killed them, but these rebellious ninjas were actually just there to make up the numbers. Konoha was just pretending to give an explanation to the daimyo. If it wasn't a big deal, the daimyo wouldn't have investigated it too deeply and would have just let it go. But after Daimiji investigated further, he realized that these people were not the murderers at all. The murderer might be sent by the third Hokage. The purpose is to scare him so that he will be more honest and peaceful. Being assassinated by people sent by the ninja village, the daimyo was so scared that he had to crawl to Konoha to hide. This was a great shame and humiliation for him. Although there is no evidence to prove that it was the third Hokage who did it, he had the greatest motive, so it would be right to go after him directly. Konoha is becoming more and more lively day by day. A large number of anti-war villagers and ninjas gathered on the street in front of the Hokage's office building to protest. In the past, protests would only gather a group of people during the day and then disperse at night. But this time it was different, because there were too many people protesting, so it turned into a rotation of protests. When one group got tired, another group would take over. Faced with the situation where most of the villagers were angry, the Hokage office did not even dare to drive these people away, and could only continue to issue announcements, hoping that everyone would understand. When the villagers were unwilling to disperse, the third Hokage had no choice but to give up. Since we can't disperse them, nor can we force them to leave, let's just leave it as it is. For now, this is all we can do. The third Hokage was in a state of panic, but Shizuka was as if nothing had happened. He either rested at home or went to the Umbu base to handle official business. No matter how many people protest, it has little to do with the Umbu. As long as the spies are not active and the Umbu has few tasks, Jing'ai can go to work leisurely and be lazy. But it's a pity for the people in the police department, who are exhausted. The villagers protested, and they needed to send a lot of people out to maintain order. To prevent chaos, we not only need to maintain order, but also protect these people. During this period, everyone in the police department has been very busy. Fortunately, Uchiha Mikoto has special privileges and does not need to patrol or do duty. She can just sit in the office and organize documents. Sir, this is some special intelligence that I have collected. There may be enemy spies operating in the village. In the minister's office, Heitake Sakumo, wearing a mask, saluted formally and placed the intelligence scroll on the table. Jing'ai picked up the scroll and said helplessly, "Senior, there is no need to be so polite in the office." Heitake Sakumo nodded and stood straight. Seeing this, Jing'ai didn't know what to say and could only follow him. However, Heitake Sakumo is worthy of being the patriarch of the Heitake clan and the leader among the new generation of strong men in Konoha. Although he has not been in the Umbu for a long time, he has completed many more tasks than other team leaders. Such speed made all the captains of the Umbu feel ashamed. Considering Heitake Sakumo's strength, everyone can accept it in their hearts. They only feel envy, not jealousy. You are so strong, you can do it too. Judging from Heitake Sakumo's contributions, the time is not far for him to become the squadron leader. All that is lacking is time and quantity of tasks. After opening the scroll and glancing at it for a few seconds, Jing'ai, who was leaning against the back of the chair, sat up straight and made a sound of surprise. Senior, is the information accurate? Precise. Heitake Sakumo nodded in response. Jing'ai lowered his head and read it carefully again. He was silent for a few seconds, then he slapped the table and laughed. Ha 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 ha, it looks like our Hokage is going to be in trouble. This is really adding insult to injury. An embarrassed expression appeared on Heitake Sakumo's face behind his mask. Is it really appropriate to laugh at the Hokage like this? The protests against the war have caused the third Hokage a lot of trouble. Until now, the ninjas to be sent into the battle have not been selected. As a result, people in the village began to spread the news that the third Hokage embezzled public funds and misappropriated public funds to develop his own family. No, not just his own family, but also the Chimera clan. Who is the smart guy who spread this news? What a great time to pick. Just when the third Hokage was in a state of panic, he was still worrying about how to give an explanation to the villagers so that their anger could be quelled and then they would agree to let the village participate in the war. As a result, before the problems here are solved, new troubles arise. Jing'ai could already imagine how much trouble the third Hokage would face once the news spread. My lord, is all this true? Heitake Sakumo's tone was a little uncertain. Under the influence of Jing'ai, he was convinced that the third Hokage was not a good person, at least not as simple as he seemed on the surface. But embezzling the village's financial funds to develop his own family and the Chimera clan is too fucking scary. No wonder the village's finances are not healthy. It was short of money before. How much money was embezzled? 8 or 9 out of 10. Jing'ai tried to hold back his laughter while answering this question, but he couldn't help laughing again. It's not that he is not kind, it's just that the bad things of the third Hokage were dug up and it really made people laugh. It's really satisfying. It's finally your turn. If Jing wasn't afraid that Tsunade would have a hard time, she would have wanted to promote the third Hokage a long time ago. Now it's okay, someone has helped. I hope the third Hokage won't be pissed off to death. Senior, I didn't see this information today. Jing'ai put away the scroll and placed it neatly on the desk. Yes. Heitake Sakumo had already guessed what Shizuichi was planning to do. The Umbu didn't deal with these matters, at least not immediately. They needed to be prepared for some time. Just be quiet for a few days and wait until the news spreads before dealing with it. As for whether the third Hokage would be brought down because of this, Jing'ai didn't care. The more unlucky the third Hokage was, the happier he was. Chapter 425 The World and You, Intertwined. Heitake Sakumo, who was already extremely disappointed with the third Hokage and was almost driven crazy, would definitely not help the third Hokage. Besides, he was already a member of the Umbu. As a member of the Umbu, he had to obey the orders of his superiors and not do anything beyond the limit. Anyway, the information has been delivered. As for how to deal with it, it is Jing'ai's business. It is not up to him, a team leader, to worry about it. Jing'ai decided to postpone the handling of the information which could cause a big trouble. Let's see the situation first and postpone it for a few days. So, without anyone expecting it, these secretly spread news spread very quickly. There were too many people in the village who were dissatisfied with the third Hokage at this time. After learning the news that the third Hokage had embezzled public funds, causing the village's finances to be unhealthy, the already angry villagers became furious. The situation developed faster than Jing'ai expected. It seems that someone is pushing this behind the scenes. We need to investigate who is behind this. Postponing the processing of the intelligence does not mean that Jing'ai will not investigate the source. As for the task of investigating the source, just leave it to the puppet. In just 2 days, everything became clear. It's so cool to have the means to search other people's memories. There's no need to torture or suspect them. Once you catch a suspect, you can just forcefully check his memory. Damning few. Jing'ai never expected that the daimyo who was as thin as a bamboo pole and would tremble in fear when Danzo Shimura glared at him would be so brave and collect information for a long time just to take revenge on the third Hokage. Tisk tisk, I have to say that once people are stimulated to a certain limit, even the most timid people will dare to resist. It's the same as a rabbit will bite when it gets angry. It's been 2 days, that's about it. Seeing that the time was almost up, the Hokage's office was still racking their brains over the war, so Shizue had no choice but to take the intelligence scroll and return home. While eating, he took out the scroll, slapped it on the table, and said to Tsunade, "After dinner, go to the Hokage's office. Your teacher's story has been exposed. This is the information gathered by the Embu. I'm afraid the news has spread throughout the village." What news? The third Hokage did so many bad things that Tsunade didn't know which one Shizuichi was talking about. Out of curiosity, she didn't even bother to eat or fight with Kushina for the meat. She picked up the scroll and started reading. After taking a quick look at the information in the scroll, Tsunade jumped in shock. Bump! The knocked-over chair fell to the ground with a dull sound. Kushina, who was still secretly proud of having taken all the meat, was stunned. What news caused Sister Tsunade to have such a big reaction? "I'm going to the Hokage's office. Damn it. I knew something was going to happen." Tsunade no longer cared about eating. She grabbed the scroll and without even bothering to open the door, she jumped out of the window and disappeared in an instant. Tsunade, feeling anxious, rushed to the Hokage's office building as quickly as possible. "Jing'ai, what happened?" Kushina stared at Jing'ai like a curious baby. Shizuichi's hand holding the chopstick spun in the air, causing Kushina's eyes to follow suit, and realizing that she had been tricked, Kushina puffed up her face in anger. "Ha ha ha." After teasing Kushina for a while, Shizue said, "The Hokage's misappropriation of the village's financial funds has been exposed. I guess the news has spread. I'm wondering why the Hokage's office hasn't received the news. It seems that our Hokage is very worried about the war." In addition to worrying about the war, protests from countless villagers and ninjas also resulted in the Hokage's office being unable to collect intelligence effectively. In addition, the Embu has been separated and is no longer under the jurisdiction of the Hokage's office. If the Embu had not been divided out, it would still be directly controlled by the third Hokage and the news would be delivered to the third Hokage as soon as it was spread. Unfortunately, for the benefit of the small group, the third Hokage directly separated the Embu. As a result, his grasp of the village's intelligence was much worse than before. As for the hastily formed Hokage Guard, they are just a group of errand runners. Jing'ai didn't even bother to look at the people from the Hokage's Guard. In the Hokage's office, ever since being ridiculed by Shizuka, the third Hokage has not held any high-level meetings, and all major negotiations are internal. Every time a meeting is held, the internal discussions are held between the third Hokage himself, Yutain Koharu, and Mito Kato-en. 3 cobblers may not be able to beat Zhuliang. After all these days of hesitating, we finally came up with a more reliable plan. After several ordeals, the third Hokage seemed to have a lot more wrinkles on his face. This shows how much pressure he was under during this period. Bump! The door of the Hokage's office was kicked open with force, leaving a big hole in the door. The noise scared the 3 people sitting in the office. Yutain Koharu was filled with anger and turned back to scold, but when she saw that the person coming was Tsunade, her anger immediately subsided. Mizuto Minen shook his head helplessly. How come Tsunade's habit popped up again? "It's Tsunade, what do you want from me?" Tsunade is now similar to the second uncle. She basically doesn't care about the village affairs and only carries out a mission occasionally. The rest of the time she spends in the hospital taking orders and earning extra money. The number of visits to the Hokage office building has become less and less. Just focus on one thing, if it's not important, don't come. What's the matter? Your story has been exposed. Tsunade gnashed her teeth and slammed the desk hard, pointing at the scroll on the desk and angrily said, "Look for yourself. I told you to be careful. Now trouble has come. Let's see how you handle it." "What do you mean? What trouble?" The third Hokage was confused. Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato-en were also curious about what had been exposed about the third Hokage. Tsunade didn't seem to be joking, and wouldn't go out of her way to joke with him. Knowing this, the third Hokage quickly picked up the transformed scroll and opened it quickly. "How, is it possible?" The third Hokage took a quick glance at the scroll and was stunned. His face, which was becoming more and more wrinkled, changed color in an instant. The scroll in his hand also fell to the ground, rolling to Mitominen's feet. Chapter 426 Prepare for the worst? Done. At this moment, these two words were the only ones left in the third Hokage's mind. He couldn't imagine what he would face if the things in the scroll had spread in the village. Not only him, but also Yutane Koharu, Mito Kato-en, Shimura Danzo, and the families behind them. No one can escape, no matter what. Hiruzen, what happened? The third Hokage's reaction after reading the scroll seemed a bit too big. Yutane Koharu subconsciously bent down to pick up the scroll, but when her eyes swept over the scroll, her whole body froze. Mizuto Minen tilted his head to take a look, and although he only saw the words misappropriation of funds in large letters, he already understood that the third Hokage's misappropriation of the village's financial funds had been exposed. Once the villagers know about this, everyone present will become a sinner in the village. Someone is coming. After a brief moment of shock, the third Hokage came to his senses and shouted, Hokage-sama. The Hokage's guards rushed into the office. Notify the Hokage's guards immediately. Also, send someone to notify the police department and ask them to cooperate with you to disperse all those who are protesting against the war outside. If they are unwilling to leave. The third Hokage had a gloomy face and said, catch them all and interrogate them one by one. Do you really want to do this? The Hokage's guards were completely stunned. If the protesting villagers were dispersed, once the matter became a big deal, it would have a great impact on the reputation of the third Hokage. The third Hokage had remained silent the whole time and did not disperse these people because he was afraid that it would affect his own reputation. Why, do I need to say it a second time? Seeing that the Hokage's guards were stunned, the third Hokage's tone became cold. He certainly knew that dispersing the protesting villagers would affect his reputation, but does he dare not disperse them? Someone has already spread the news in the village that he embezzled the village's financial funds for his family's use. If these people are allowed to gather together, who knows what kind of trouble will arise? Even if his reputation would be affected, the third Hokage had to cut the Gordian knot, disperse the crowd, and then investigate, arrest, and interrogate them one by one. Find out who spread the news and who planned the conspiracy. If he doesn't act quickly, once the news spreads, Sarutobi Hiruzen will be ruined. By then it won't just be a matter of damaged reputation. He might not even be able to become Hokage. If a small minority of a village is against you, your position is stable. When there are a lot of people in the village who oppose you, you will face more and more doubts. When everyone is against you, you will have to move on from the position of Hokage. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Hokage's guards reacted, quickly agreed, and left the Hokage's office as quickly as possible. Damn it, who on earth did this? Is he trying to overthrow Konoha's high-ranking officials? Such a vicious plot. As soon as Yutane Koharu opened her mouth, Tsunade started rolling her eyes. How dare you say that? Don't you know what you have done? Tsunade, has the Umbu started investigating the suspects? The third Hokage didn't care about Yutane Koharu's complaints, nor did he want Yutane Koharu to complain, to prevent this old woman, who was always causing trouble but could not do anything good, from saying something offensive. Hearing this, Tsunade sat on the sofa, crossed her arms over her chest, and answered unhappily. Jingai gave me the information and asked me to deliver it to the Hokage's office, which means that the Umbu has begun to investigate. You can rest assured about this. Although he and you are not on good terms, it is only because of a dispute caused by certain people and certain things. The third Hokage was worried that Shizuka was behind this matter and that the Umbu would not help. Once Jingai's shadow is behind him, and once the Umbu does nothing, he will be in big trouble. Fortunately, Tsunade gave him some reassurance. The conflict between Jingai and you is because of certain people and certain things, and does not involve other things. The Umbu will also cooperate with the investigation and will not hinder it. That's good. The third Hokage breathed a sigh of relief. Tsunade sneered, crossed her legs, and sneered. Sure, old man, you are already suspecting Jingai. Don't you think about it yourself? If Jingai really wants to do this, why would he wait until now? And the news was spread in the village. Wouldn't it be better to spread it from outside? Ahem, that's not what I meant. The third Hokage was embarrassed. Tsunade, don't worry, I don't doubt Jingai, and he doesn't need to do this. Tsunade was right. If Shizuka really wanted to do such a thing, he would not spread the news in the village because it was meaningless and would make people suspect him. He would just spread it outside. If you spread it in the village, there is a risk of being intercepted and suppressed. If you spread it outside, when these bad things spread throughout the entire ninja world, can you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stop it? You'd better keep your word. Tsunade was too lazy to listen to this bullshit. Her credibility with the third Hokage was decreasing. In short, you three, no, and Shimura Danzo, you all need to be mentally prepared and make plans for the worst. Since someone has deliberately sent people to infiltrate the villagers to spread such news, it means that the other party has already got some leverage over you. Speaking of this, Tsunade got angry and couldn't help but curse. You have the ability to embezzle the village's financial funds, but you are incapable of cleaning up the mess. Old man, you really disappoint me. The third Hokage could only accept the scolding from Tsunade helplessly. Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato dared not say a word, for fear that Tsunade would direct her anger at them. After all, he is also a beneficiary. Worst case scenario. The third Hokage frowned deeply. What's the worst case scenario? Can't become Hokage? Or become the sinner of the village? I'm afraid it will be both. When something happened to Shimura Danzo, he could still cover it up, but once these things were confirmed, no one would help him, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to cover it up. Xiao-chun, go inform the elders and clan leaders of several families and ask them to come to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage had not made up his mind before, but now he had no choice as a bigger thing had happened. The third Hokage decided to select a group of ninjas from the Sarutobi and Shimura families to cooperate with the Sand Village to attack the Uegakur and make as many contributions as possible. When things break out to the point where they cannot be reversed, merits and demerits can offset some of the impact. It is good. Yutain Koharu wanted to fly away from the Hokage's office. She didn't want to stay in this damn place for a moment longer. It was so uncomfortable. Tsunade was staring at them as if they were criminals. Yutain Koharu has been unhappy for a long time, but she can only bear it. If she wants to explode, she lacks the confidence and may be scolded by Tsunade. If the situation gets out of hand, she may even be labeled as the village's criminal. So it's better to leave as soon as possible and leave these matters to the third Hokage. Tsunade will at least give the third Hokage some face. Menyen, the war depends on you. The third Hokage looked at Mito Kato meaningfully, reminding him, old friend, we need to perform meritorious deeds as soon as possible and eliminate the influences that are unfavorable to us. It is good. Mitomanen also knew these principles, so he did not refuse and accepted the appointment to lead the ninja troops to the battlefield. It's just the right time to avoid the whirlpool of public opinion in the village. Chapter 427 Impossible, absolutely impossible. Tsunade, you. The third Hokage was about to say something when he saw Tsunade staring at him with a scrutinizing look. The third Hokage was stuck in confusion for a while, but finally he gritted his teeth, took out the Hokage seal and placed it on the table. Tsunade, if the situation reaches a point of no return, I hope you can take on the responsibility of the village. Tsunade stood up and walked forward, picked up the Hokage seal, nodded seriously and said, I will. Although I don't like trouble and I hate any responsibility, I will not let the village built by my grandfather fall into chaos. If it really comes to that, even if it's you, old man, I will kick you out. The corners of the third Hokage's mouth twitched a few times. I just want you to express your attitude, not to kick me out unkindly. You don't have to say this. What are you going to do? The Hokage guards are trying to drive us away. Why are you chasing people away? Hokage, please speak up and give me some justice. We did nothing wrong, why are you driving us away? After receiving the order from the Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku could only send people from the police department to cooperate with the Hokage guard to drive away the people gathered in front of the Hokage's office building. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Many angry villagers and ninjas even resorted to fighting, but facing the Hokage guard and the police department, even though they were outnumbered, they were unable to achieve any results. Instead, they were arrested directly, and those who were unwilling to leave were forcibly dispersed. As long as you are ruthless, it will be useless even if the villagers gather together. My lord, the Hokage-sama would not do this. On the roof of a house not far away, Shizuichi and Uchiha Fugaku stood together. Uchiha Fugaku was very confused. Why did the third Hokage give such an order? How could he, who has always been careful about his reputation, drive away these gathered villagers and ninjas? This would have a very bad impact. But the third Hokage did it anyway. Moreover, the means of expulsion were somewhat rough, even rougher than the police department's usual law enforcement methods. Because he got into bigger trouble. Looking at the dispersed crowd, Jing'ai couldn't help but laugh. Facts have proved that no matter how much a person values his reputation, he has to be ruthless when it comes to the critical moment. What's wrong with being rude? As long as he can secure his position as Hokage, there's nothing wrong with being a little rude. The worst that can happen is that his reputation will be a little worse. Bigger trouble? Uchiha Fugaku was very curious, but he didn't dare to ask. Jing'ai smiled and took the initiative to say, someone spread the news in the village, saying that our Hokage embezzled the village's financial funds to develop the family's power and train the family's ninjas. Do you think our Hokage can still bear it? I lost it. Play so big? Whoever did this is so bold. Could it be? No, Master Jingai would never do such a thing, and there is no need for it. So who could it be? Jingai didn't know what Uchiha Fugaku was thinking, but he still gave him a reminder. In the recent period, no matter what orders the Hokage's office has, the police department must cooperate well and don't cause trouble, otherwise our Hokage will definitely target you first. The third Hokage was so angry that he was almost furious. If the police department did anything, it would definitely be the first target, and it would be a deadly punishment. Yes, sir, don't worry, the police department will cooperate. Uchiha Fugaku's heart moved, and he quickly stated that he would cooperate seriously and would never do anything weird. Okay, go and get busy. You will know what you should know sooner or later. Don't be curious about what you shouldn't know, otherwise it will implicate the entire Uchiha. There's nothing interesting about this scene anymore. In order to prevent the situation from spreading out of control, the third Hokage made a ruthless decision. Unfortunately it was of no use because it was too late. The news has already begun to spread in the village, but it has not yet exploded. As the third Hokage sent people to violently drive away the people gathered in front of the Hokage office building, the trouble hidden in the dark will soon surface. The third Hokage forcefully dispersed the gathered people, and this action surprised many people. Because everyone knows what kind of person the third Hokage is, and unless it is absolutely necessary, he would not do anything that would damage his reputation. There was no movement before, but now he suddenly took action. Without warning, could it be that something more serious happened in the village, forcing the third Hokage to send people to disperse the gathering? What could be more serious than a village being dragged into a war? Several families that received notice from the third Hokage sent their clan leaders and elders to the Hokage's office. Not long after, all of them left with stern faces. As soon as these people returned to the family, they began to select suitable ninjas and prepare to leave the village and go to the battlefield. Why did Hokage-sama send us away? We are only opposing the war. Does Lord Hokage want to forcibly participate in the war regardless of the wishes of the villagers? Shoo, keep your voice down, or the police department and the Hokage's guards will definitely arrest you. Some people say that the reason why Hokage dispersed us is because it was revealed that Hokage embezzled financial funds to provide families like Sarutobi and Shimura to train ninjas. What? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Anyone who dares to discuss this matter openly will be arrested and interrogated immediately, but you can't stop them from discussing it secretly. It will spread from person to person, and some things cannot be controlled. Jingai, who saw puppets everywhere in the village, discovered that the news could no longer be hidden. If strict management had been implemented when the news first emerged, perhaps the unfavorable news could have been suppressed, but now it is too late. Jingai, who had been suppressing the information for a few days, couldn't help but laugh. Now let's see whether you live or not. He will definitely not die, but if this news spreads, it will deal a heavy blow to the reputation of the third Hokage. Sir, the people we captured have been interrogated. Ing, who was in charge of the interrogation, brought the scroll to the minister's office and placed it on Jingai's desk. Jingai opened the scroll with great interest and began to read it. Using money to open the way? Not a bad idea. Chapter 428, War Diverts Public Conflicts. The source of the news came suddenly. A man named Kaiwan Wulang used money to win over a group of people in the village, and then let these people spread the news in various ways. Has anyone been caught? He's dead. We only found his body. His heart was pierced by a kunai. It must have been done by a ninja because the wound was neat and punctured right in the middle of his heart. There was no deviation. This is something that an average person wouldn't be able to do. Eagle answered in detail. I was about to continue listening, but it got disconnected here. Jingai opened her eyes and asked doubtfully. No information on exhumation of bodies? Because the body was severely damaged, so. The eagle was also speechless. The person responsible for spreading the news was found, but unfortunately he had become a corpse when he was found, and the corpse was severely damaged. The other party planned it in advance to prevent the secret of the corpse from being unearthed. All we can be sure of is that it was a ninja who did it. The problem is, there are so many ninjas in the ninja world, how can we lock onto the target and determine the target? Understood. After waving his hands, Jingai handed the scroll to Ing. Take the scroll to the Hokage's office and tell Hokage-sama everything you know. Yes. Ing took the scroll and prepared to send it to the Hokage's office and report on his work. As for the loss of clues and intelligence, he was also helpless, as ninjas were not omnipotent. The people from Zhuludai all said they were helpless, so what could he do? We can only blame the other party for being too cunning. I had anticipated that I would be tracked down, so I cut off the clues in advance. Now the third Hokage is going to have a headache. Jing'ai couldn't help but gloat over other people's misfortune. He had some information that the Umbu didn't have, but he wouldn't tell the third Hokage, so let the old guy worry about it. Punch out on time. When I got home and opened the door, I saw Tsunade sitting on the sofa, frowning and silent. Jing'ai looked at her in surprise. I thought you wouldn't have time to go home for several days. What are you talking about? Is it illegal for me to go home? Giving Jing'ai a sidelong glance, Tsunade said unhappily, why are you staying in the Hokage's office if you don't come back? The old man is upset, and I am upset too. By the way, the old man has planned to push the families that have received benefits to the front line. If nothing unexpected happens, they will become the main force in the war between the village and the Uegakur. Nice idea. If it weren't for being so selfish and having moral issues, the third Hokage would be capable enough. If this happened to a person, there would definitely be chaos. However, the third Hokage was ruthless in dispersing the crowd and investigating the incident while also making some backup plans. Push out several benefited families and let them become the main force on the battlefield to reduce the casualties of other ninjas in the village. If the ninjas from these families become the main force, the number of civilian ninjas participating in the war will decrease, as will the number of ninjas from other families. In this way, even if there are more casualties, it will not easily arouse dissatisfaction among the villagers and grassroots ninjas. After all, it wasn't them who died. At the same time, it can also allow these families to earn merit and gain reputation on the battlefield. Even if the misappropriation of village financial funds is not handled properly in the end and becomes a bombshell, they can still restore some reputation because the benefited families have all gone to the battlefield. Even if we can't say that the merits and demerits offset each other, at least it can ease the situation. It will not cause the people of these families to become rats crossing the street, and it will also save some face for these old guys. The prerequisite is that in the war against the Uegakur, the village must fight beautifully. In addition to these factors, launching a war immediately is also the best way to divert conflicts outward. Before the war starts, the villagers will have a strong anti-war sentiment. Once the war starts, even if they are not happy, the villagers will endure it. During this period, the third Hokage and others actively admitted their mistakes, apologized, and compensated, and a series of measures were taken. Maybe it will really help the third Hokage to get through this difficult time smoothly. Your teacher has a really big heart. After seeing clearly the arrangements made by the third Hokage, even though Jing'ai really disliked the third Hokage, he had to admire him. This old guy was really capable. Do you need to say this? If he doesn't do this, what other options does he have? Tsunade was helpless. She didn't want the worst to happen. By the way, Vitamin N became the commander-in-chief of this war. Great. You can do good deeds and avoid being attacked by public opinion. What about the other one? Jing'ai couldn't help but applaud the third Hokage. This arrangement was simply amazing. But one has been arranged. What about the other one? No, there are two. Danzo Shimura is closing the door to visitors. Maybe nothing happened before. If the news of misappropriation of financial funds comes to light, he will be implicated. The third Hokage can't take care of him at this time. Since he can't take care of it, it means that Danzo Shimura is in trouble. What do you say? Tsunade said she didn't want to answer this question. Isn't this obvious? The reason why Mizuto Kato-en can be sent to the frontline battlefield is because Mizuto Kato-en has the ability to do so. As for Yutang Koharu, forget it. If she doesn't cause trouble, the third Hokage will just say ba. The premise of all this is to be based on victory in the war. If the war goes badly or if they lose, then no matter how brilliant the third Hokage's arrangements are today, it will be just as tragic when the time comes. The commotion in Konoha was quite big. If it were peacetime, it would definitely attract the attention of the ninja world and make everyone look at Konoha. Unfortunately, the ninja war was raging and not many people cared about what happened in Konoha at this time. Even Konoha's ally, the Cloud Village, had no interest in this matter. They just wanted to know when Konoha and the Sand Village would take action. You are short of supplies, and the Cloud Ninja Village has sent the supplies over. So isn't it time for you to take action? We gave money and supplies to you, but your two villages are slow to act. This is outrageous. If the war situation on the front line hadn't been so tense, the third Hokage would even want to come to Konoha in person to ask what kind of planes Konoha was developing. My Cloud Village is fighting a life-and-death battle with the Mist Village and the Rock Village. As our allies, you have collected the supplies but have not made any moves. Are you planning to take advantage of our Cloud Village? Chapter 429 Yutang Koharu, thinking of ending here? Absolutely impossible. Fortunately, the questioning of the third Hokage was unsuccessful, because Konoha had already taken the initiative to send the news that the village was selecting ninjas to fight, and within a few days, the ninja army would be able to leave Konoha and rush to the front line. The third Reikage finally felt relieved after seeing the message from Konoha. Although the Cloud Village can hold on in the current situation, being 1 against 2 for too long is not favorable for the Cloud Village. The main enemy that the Cloud Village is currently guarding against is still the Uegakur. As for the Mist Village, due to the limited number of warships, the manpower sent by both sides is limited, and fighting on the sea is also subject to many restrictions. Therefore, the war between the Mist Village and the Cloud Village has been in a lukewarm state. The two sides continue to fight, but there is no sign of the scale expanding. Such a stable situation just meets the expectations of the third Reikage. As long as there is no unrest in the Mist Village, he can concentrate on dealing with the old man Onoki. Compared to the small number of troops from the Mist Village wandering around on the sea, the ones from the Rock Village are the most deadly. Transportation at sea is difficult and it is difficult to expand the scale of battle, but it is different on land. Troops and supplies can be continuously sent to the front line through the Uegakur. I hope Konoha and the Sand Village can bring some good news. The third Reikage did not expect Konoha and the Sand Village to fight desperately with the Uegakur, but as long as they could hold back some of the Uegakur's troops, it would be a great help. Even though they were allies with Konoha, and even though they provided Konoha with money and supplies, the third Reikage could not ask Konoha to fight a desperate battle with the Uegakur, not to mention the Sand Village. Without the relationship with Konoha, even if you give money and supplies, other sand villages may not help you. The matter of the third Hokage embezzling the village's financial funds became a bigger and bigger issue in the village. The exposure of this incident dealt a heavy blow to the reputation of the third Hokage. Even though the village sent a group of ninjas to the front line, they failed to attract much attention. The vast majority of villagers and grassroots ninjas still do not agree with the village's participation in this war. In the past, whenever there was a war, even if there were conflicts, everyone would put aside their internal conflicts first, unite against external enemies, and discuss everything after the war was over. This time, the opposite happened. The hole dug by the third Hokage was too big. Although the villagers and grassroots ninjas who were violently driven away did not gather together to surround the Hokage's office building, everyone hoped that the Hokage's office would disclose the expenditure of financial funds. This undoubtedly posed a big problem for the third Hokage. The villagers won't give up unless he announces it. If he does, his position as Hokage will basically be over. Because the amount of funds embezzled by the third Hokage was really huge. Otherwise, it would be impossible for small families like Sarutobi and Shimura to surpass old families like Uchiha and Hyuga. All of this was achieved with money. One can imagine how much money it would cost to develop several families that are not at the bottom but not outstanding into ninja families that are stronger than the old families. This is also why the third Hokage has always had a tight grip on the Ministry of Finance. This is because the Ministry of Finance's financial expenditure is a huge bomb. Once it explodes, it will surely blow a group of senior officials to pieces. In the Hokage's office, an emergency internal meeting was held. The third Hokage looked tired, and Yutin Kohara wasn't much better. As for Mito Kato-en, he no longer needed to worry about these things. Because he was leading the ninja troops to the Land of Grass to meet up with the ninja troops from the Sand Village. Both sides will launch an attack on the Land of Earth from the direction of the Land of Grass. As for why they chose the Land of Grass, it was the suggestion of the Sand Village. The Land of Grass has been quite erratic in recent years and has caused a lot of weird things. Konoha, the Sand Village, and the Uegakur Village have all been disgusted by them in turn. The last one that dared to disgust and threaten the 5 major ninja villages was the Rain Village, but after a huge battle, the Rain Country was directly destroyed. So the Grass Kingdom became the first to stand out. So at the suggestion of the Sand Village, Konoha accepted it, and the Land of Grass will then become a battlefield between the 3 major ninja villages. Jing'ai, is there any new progress on the Umbu side? Glancing at the exhausted and mentally ill third Hokage, Jing'ai smiled and said calmly, "One thing, what about other departments?" Yutin Kohara forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. There hasn't been much progress from the Hokage guards and the police department. The clues have been broken. The third Hokage did not give up tracking down the source of the information. Unfortunately, the other party came prepared, and the Umbu was not under the direct jurisdiction of the Hokage's office, which led to the loss of time and opportunity. Even if the Hokage guard and the police department joined forces, they were still worried. It is really hard to trace the source of this kind of outsourcing and silencing, unless enough time is given to gradually investigate and collect new clues, but the third Hokage's order is to investigate it thoroughly in a short period of time. This is a bit embarrassing. Many ninjas have good intelligence gathering capabilities, but intelligence gathering and analysis also takes time. There was no progress on the part of the Hokage guard, and the third Hokage was somewhat disappointed. Fortunately, the Umbu has some clues. This gave him some psychological comfort. Who did it? Tsunade asked immediately. She and Jingai have been busy these days. They rarely go home and have little communication. Tsunade doesn't know the progress of the investigation. That's it for now. After taking a look at Tsunade, who was full of curiosity, and the third Hokage, who was beginning to grit his teeth, Shizue shook her head. That's it? What do you mean? After making such a big fuss, you told us to stop here. Is it possible? Impossible, absolutely impossible. After finally finding a clue, Koharu Yutain refused to give up. This matter must be investigated further, and the villagers must be given an explanation. I think you want an explanation? What the villagers want is not these, but the expenditure accounts of the Ministry of Finance. But do you dare to give it to them? Can't the person who did this be offended? Tsunade couldn't help but frown. In the entire Konoha, and even in the entire Fire Country and the ninja world, who is the one that Konoha can't afford to offend? And many more. Tsunade seemed to have thought of something. Because the third Hokage had said before that this might have been done by someone close to him, and it would not be easy for the enemy to investigate these things. Jingai told them to stop here, which meant that continuing the investigation would be bad for everyone. Could it be that Daming Prefecture did it? Tsunade guessed it, and the third Hokage was almost the same. Chapter 430. Run away and see where you can escape to. The haggard third Hokage's face suddenly turned gloomy. Damning few. Why they do this? No, what are you talking about? Tell me. Koharu Yutain didn't use her brain, or had no brains at all, and could only worry. Looking at her anxiously running around, Jingai said with a smile. I know one of them. He is from the Daimyo Prefecture. His body was taken back to the Umbu, and some interesting things were dug out. What? Damning few? How is that possible? Yutain Koharu exclaimed. Shut up. Tsunade couldn't stand this old woman who was always startled, so she glared at her and asked, can't you just be quiet? You have a brain but don't even think about it. I've already said this much, but you still keep asking questions. What's the reason? Tsunade asked. Whether it is the Daimyo Mansion targeting Konoha or Konoha targeting the Daimyo Mansion, this is something Tsunade cannot tolerate. For her, only sincere cooperation between the village and the Daimyo Prefecture can lead to better development for both the village and the Fire Nation, rather than tit for tat, holding each other back and betraying each other. Jingai spread his hands, looked at the third Hokage, and said meaningfully, before, important nobles in Daimyo Prefecture were repeatedly assassinated, which frightened all the officials and nobles in Daimyo Prefecture, and they all ran to the village to hide. After everything was settled, these people returned to Daimyo Prefecture. The daimyo was not satisfied with Konoha's investigation results, so they asked outsiders to help investigate, which made the daimyo very angry. This is information dug out from the corpse of the daimyo staff. Bump. Tsunade slammed the desk hard and shouted angrily, old man, don't tell me that you didn't do this. It's over. Yutain Koharu's face turned pale. The third Hokage moved his lips, but finally lowered his head. I did it. My purpose was just to scare them, but I didn't expect Danzo to be so bold. I also... Enough. Tsunade didn't want to listen to the third Hokage talking about this. She was furious and took out the Hokage seal. I'll take this thing. I'll go directly to the daimyo's mansion to discuss this matter with the daimyo. Old man, just wait for the result. I hope nothing will happen to the village while I'm away. Jingai. I understand. I'll watch it. Jing nodded in agreement. The village sent people to assassinate the nobles, which scared the nobles of the daimyo prefecture. The daimyo prefecture then began to retaliate against the village and spread the bad deeds of the third Hokage, with the main theme of hurting each other. Tsunade really couldn't stand this kind of behavior. She was very disappointed with the third Hokage. Therefore, she did not plan to hand over the Hokage seal to the third Hokage. Before this matter was resolved, the third Hokage would just be a figurehead Hokage. Old man, this is not a reminder, it's a warning. Before I take care of this matter, there can't be any chaos in the village. Before leaving, Tsunade gave the third Hokage a clear warning. Just because I was too lazy to care about things in the past doesn't mean I can't care about them. But you disappoint me so much. Yes, there won't be any trouble in the village. If there is, Jingai can directly deal with anyone. The third Hokage coughed and gave Tsunade an assurance. Koharu Yutain's mind was suddenly confused. Buzzing sound. Because this sentence means that if anyone causes trouble during this period, Jingai can come forward and kill them, including her. Well, it took a lot of determination. It seems that the revenge of the daimyo prefecture was a heavy blow to the third Hokage. Hiruzen, why don't you explain? Yutain Koharu asked anxiously after Shizuichi and Tsunade left. The third Hokage held his pipe in his mouth and took a deep puff of smoke. What's there to explain? Do you think Tsunade will listen to my explanation? From the moment the news spread, we were finished. I didn't expect the daimyo's revenge to be so fierce. It seems that he spent a lot of effort to collect intelligence. Are we just going to sit there and wait for death? Yutain Koharu was unwilling to accept this because once her guilt was confirmed, she would be able to leave the high-level circle. Sit back and wait for death? The third Hokage shook his head. Not really, Tsunade won't do anything harsh, I believe in her. We may go home to retire. Maybe it would be nice to put everything aside and go home to retire and take care of the children. The punishment will not be too severe, the third Hokage believes that. Because things have developed to this point, no one can make the family spit out the money they have swallowed. Not to mention that a large number of ninjas from several families have been transferred to the front line to fight. Under such circumstances, it is even less likely that Tsunade will severely punish these families. As for those old guys, it is more likely that they will return home to retire. Of course, it is limited to himself, Mito Kato-en, and Yutain Koharu. As for Danzo Shimura, it's hard to say. Tsunade hates Danzo Shimura. The behavior of dealing with the village's top leaders might happen to Shimura Danzo first. Tsunade might show some mercy to the third Hokage, Yutain Koharu, and Mito Kato-en, but as for Shimura Danzo, you are such a harmful person, it's better for you to die sooner. But don't be so hypocritical, Xiao-chun. Do you still expect that you can continue to sit in this position? It's impossible. Minion still has some chances, but neither you nor I can. The third Hokage was careful about his reputation and valued the power in his hands. At the same time, he also hoped that the village could develop steadily. Compared with Koharu Yutain and Danzo Shimura, he still had some bottom line in his heart. On the way out, Tsunade said to Shizuka, I know the old man very well. Although he is selfish and power-hungry, he values the village very much. He is unlikely to do anything after I leave. So you have to pay attention to the other two, especially Shimura Danzo. This old guy might run away. It was impossible for the third Hokage to plead for Danzo Shimura at this time, but he also did not want to see Danzo Shimura being dealt with, so there was only one way left. Inform Danzo Shimura and tell him to escape quickly. Otherwise, he would be doomed once Tsunade calmed the daimyo and returned to the village. Can Tsunade keep the daimyo stable? It's definitely possible. The third Hokage never doubted it. I know. I also hope he can run away. Otherwise, it will be difficult to kill him. Jingai raised her right hand and moved her fingers. What they are waiting for is Shimura Danzo to run away. This old guy has been lingering on for so long, it's time to go on the road. Don't make a big fuss. Tsunade did not stop Shizuka because she also disliked Danzo Shimura. This old guy just closed the door and refused visitors after he got into trouble. Did he think that everything would be fine? Don't even think about it. Besides, if you don't die, who will appease the daimyo's anger? Chapter 431 Danzo, now you say we don't owe each other anything? It is not enough to rely solely on family relationships to resolve the issue. Tsunade hopes to see a situation where the daimyo's mansion and the village help and support each other. Will not. Jingai smiled. He's just a small-time Danzo Shimura. We didn't deal with him before because the time was not right. Now we need him as a sacrifice. This old guy can't get away. For the peace and stability of the village, your death, Shimura Danzo Nadekage, is not a miserable one. I'll leave it to you. I'll be back from Daming Mansion as soon as possible. With such incidents happening in the village, Tsunade had no choice but to put aside her lazy and trouble-prone nature. Tsunade, who has not experienced a series of blows, has a strong sense of responsibility for the village, but she is used to being lazy, and she can't stand the behavior of the third Hokage and others, so she is too lazy to take care of the village affairs. But just because she's too lazy to care doesn't mean she won't step in if something happens in the village. It's two different things. In the small courtyard of the Shimura clan, Danzo Shimura was leisurely making tea as usual, with various books and scrolls placed on the desk. Noticing the movement outside the door, Shimura Danzo frowned and said, I said I won't see any guests. Koharu Yutain, who had directly climbed over the wall into the yard, couldn't help but twitch her eyes. How dare you, Shimura Danzo, put on airs? It's still a question whether you can save your life, and you still put on airs? If the third Hokage hadn't asked her to make the trip in person, Yutain Koharu wouldn't have bothered to come and see Danzo Shimura and inform him of the news. How can you care about Shimura Danzo when you can't even take care of your own business? My bowl of porridge isn't even cold yet. Whether you, Shimura Danzo, are dead or alive is none of my business. Humph. Yutain Koharu, who was already full of anger, pushed the door open. Seeing Shimura Danzo calmly brewing tea, she could no longer suppress her anger. She pointed at Shimura Danzo's nose and started to curse. Danzo, you still have the mind to drink tea here? It's all because of you that we are in this situation today. You can't even save your life, and you still have the mind to drink tea? stop talking nonsense. I know that Yutin Koharu is in a bad mood, and I also know that this old woman likes to talk nonsense when she is in a bad mood. Shimura Danzo didn't take it seriously. Of course, he didn't give any face to Koharu Yutain, and his tone of voice was very stiff. Nonsense? Koharu Yutain was stunned for a moment, but soon she started laughing. Okay, old woman, I'm talking nonsense. Hiruzen told you to leave Konoha immediately. If nothing unexpected happens, Hayagashi Shizuka will attack you soon. As for why, I guess you are curious, but I don't want to tell you. You can leave or not, anyway, I'm not the one who will die. What do you mean? Let me run away quickly? Hinata Shizuka is going to attack me? Seeing that Yutain Koharu was about to leave, Shimura Danzo realized that something was wrong. He rushed out of the house and stopped Yutain Koharu, saying in a sinister tone, "Tell me what happened, or I will kill you first." A murderous look enveloped Yutain Koharu. Yutain Koharu felt a chill all over her body and her heart skipped a beat. She realized that the old man Danzo Shimura was not joking, but really wanted to kill her. "Do you want to kill me?" Koharu Yutain couldn't accept this fact. When she thought about how she had always been talking nonsense for Shimura Danzo and covering up for him, Yutain Koharu felt disappointed. Is this kind of person worth helping? Haha, even if you kill me, you can't escape. Yutain Koharu sneered, "Danzo, if you don't believe me, you can try it." In the end, what happened? What happened? Don't you know what you did? You sent people to assassinate the nobles of the daimyo mansion, and the daimyo mansion retaliated. Now the daimyo mansion spread the news that Hiruzen embezzled financial funds. What do you think happened? This is impossible, how dare they? Thinking about the group of nobles in the daimyo prefecture who could be crushed to death at any time and whose glares could scare the other party into trembling, Shimura Danzo couldn't understand it. How dare these useless people who are afraid of death and only know how to enjoy themselves and have fun take revenge on him? He. Yutain Koharu pushed Danzo Shimura away and walked outside. Tsunade has confiscated Hiruzen's Hokage seal and has gone straight to the daimyo's mansion to deal with the matter. Hiruzen has chosen to accept his fate and is preparing to go home to retire. We can go home to retire, but you can't. Hinata Shizuka is eager to kill you. Danzo, you're on your own. How can this be? What happened during the time when I was not seeing guests? Wait, I have to ask clearly. Also, leave Konoha immediately. The fact that the third Hokage asked Yutain Koharu to inform him to leave as soon as possible meant that Shizuichi was really going to attack him, and this was not a joke. Thinking of the grudge between him and Shizuka, Danzo Shimura cursed in his heart. With a gloomy and uncertain face, Shimura Danzo quickly returned to the house and changed into a combat uniform that was convenient for movement. As for his robe, he no longer dared to wear it. After changing his clothes and taking a few sealing scrolls, Danzo Shimura successfully left through the passage below the courtyard. He was unwilling to leave like this, he wanted to go see the third Hokage. As night fell, many people who worked in the Hokage office building left. The third Hokage was still sitting in his office, but he had no intention of handling official business at this time. He didn't even look at the document in his hand for a long time. Crack. As the door of the Hokage's office was gently opened, the third Hokage sighed and put down the documents in his hand. He has been waiting for a long time, but he didn't expect that Danzo Shimura would be so vigilant and would delay for so long before running to the Hokage's office building to meet him in person. Hiruzen. Closing the door gently, Danzo Shimura, dressed in tight clothes, stared at the third Hokage like a beast in the darkness. The third Hokage picked up his pipe, lit it, and took a long drag on the smoke. Danzo, leave now. It's nighttime. I can't protect you this time. It is true. Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth and said, has it really come to this? The third Hokage didn't explain anything, just nodded. Danzo, you used to hide in the dark and did a lot for me. You took a lot of blame. I also protected you and stood up for you time and time again. Neither you nor I owe each other anything. Let's go. Damn, you actually said you don't owe me anything? The third Hokage asked himself if he owed Danzo Shimura anything. Even though Danzo Shimura had helped him a lot, he also took a lot of blame for him and did a lot of evil things. But the third Hokage kept all these contributions in mind, and he also did not forget Danzo Shimura when he received benefits, including the family behind him, the Shimura clan. Otherwise, why would the Shimura clan prosper along with the Sarutobi clan? Just relying on this selfish guy Danzo Shimura? If he had the ability, he would not think about developing the family, but developing his own personal power. Count on him? Let alone becoming rich, it would be a blessing if Shimura Danzo could just stabilize the situation. Chapter 432 Old Thief, lend me your head. The third Hokage asked himself if he owed the other party anything, but Danzo Shimura didn't think so. You don't owe me anything? You owe me so much. The old man will be back. After taking a deep look at the third Hokage, Danzo Shimura said this before gritting his teeth and leaving. He was unwilling to give up because he had not yet obtained the thing that mattered most to him. Although there was a good opportunity now, he could not get it. He knew very well that if he did not leave, he would definitely suffer. The conflict between him and Jing'ai has reached an irreconcilable point. As long as he gets the chance, Jing'ai will definitely kill him. Moreover, given the current situation in the village, as one of the beneficiaries, Shimura Danzo might be pushed out to take the blame. At this time, he is still being pushed out to take the blame. When Danzo Shimura thought of this, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. What I want to be is Hokage, not a pot shadow. With Danzo Shimura gone, the last taut string of the third Hokage was completely released. All that was left was to wait for Tsunade to return to the village and to make a conclusion on the matter. As for Danzo Shimura's last harsh words, the third Hokage did not take them to heart. He knew exactly what his old friend wanted, but unfortunately he was destined not to get it. Not to mention whether he can come back, it is also a question whether the other party can successfully escape from Konoha. The third Hokage didn't believe that there were no Jing'ai's puppets around the Hokage's office building, nor did he believe that there were no Jing'ai puppets guarding every exit of the village. Unfortunately, he can no longer help Danzo Shimura. Even though he knew that the other party might fall into a trap or be surrounded, he could only watch. Choose between choosing Danzo Shimura or choosing the family. The third Hokage finally chose the family. At this time, he came forward to help Danzo Shimura, which could increase the other party's chance of escaping from Konoha, but it was only an increase and not a 100% guarantee. Once this is done, Danzo Shimura will be able to leave safely, but what about the Sarutobi clan? Next, the Sarutobi clan will have to wait for revenge. Even if Tsunade and Shizuichi would not target the Sarutobi clan openly, there were too many ways to stab them in the back secretly, and the third Hokage himself had a say in this. Many families and individuals have been stabbed and targeted over the years. These methods work great when used on other families, but not so well when used on one's own family. Therefore, the third Hokage ultimately did not choose to help Danzo Shimura escape from the village. Giving him a heads up in advance was the best help he could give. As for how Danzo Shimura was going to escape, he was no longer able to worry about it. Damn it, Sarutobi, you're going to regret this. The third Hokage's move was tantamount to handing over the management of the village entirely to Tsunade and Shizuka. Tsunade went to the daimyo's mansion, which meant that before Tsunade returned, all matters in the village would have to be handled by Shizuka. This is equivalent to putting a steel wire around Shimura Danzo's neck, and this steel wire may tighten at any time. Danzo Shimura was not grateful for the third Hokage's kindness, because he stubbornly believed that since the third Hokage had already tipped him off, why didn't he be more direct and send a group of people to send him out, or just find an excuse to get him out? Why let him find a way to escape from the village on his own? This feeling is absolutely terrible. Do we need to call on the group of people we just recruited? No, these people can stay in the village as insiders. On the way to the exit of the secret passage, Danzo Shimura kept thinking about what he should do next so that he could return to the village openly and get back what belonged to him. Arriving at the secret passage, Danzo Shimura carefully observed the surrounding situation. This secret passage was left behind after he led his men to the daimyo's mansion to carry out an assassination. It was also the escape passage he prepared for himself. As for the passage used exclusively by the Umbu and the passage used by the Hokage's guard, he did not dare to use them, for fear that he would be caught as soon as he passed through. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. The fence at the passage had a pillar that was at least as thick as the one at the entrance. After being hit by Danzo Shimura, a wooden board soon lifted up. Danzo Shimura carefully pulled the board down, and a gap appeared on the fence that was large enough for one person to pass through. Pass your body through the fence, then pick up the board and put it back carefully. Danzo Shimura ran out of the village without looking back. But before he could run too far, several pairs of green eyes lit up in the darkness. Oops, Hinata Shizuichi. In Konoha, and even in the ninja world, as long as you see these iconic green eyes, there is no need to doubt that you have run into Shizuka's puppet. The green eyes were like green flames burning in the darkness. This is a unique feature of Jing'ai's puppet. Danzo Shimura stopped like a frightened bird and subconsciously wanted to escape in other directions. However, what made him despair was that there were more and more green eyes around him, which were particularly conspicuous in the dark night. This means he is surrounded by puppets. Danzo, where are you going? Near the hidden passage left by Danzo Shimura, Jing'ai stood at the entrance of the passage, looking at the guy who was fleeing in a panic with a smile on his face. You are willing to prepare in advance, but I, Hinata Shizuka, can't I? I've been keeping an eye on you for a long time. Do you really think you can get away? Then wouldn't the puppets I hid in the village become just decorations? Knowing that he was running, Shimura Danzo yelled, Hinata Shizuichi, do you want to kill me? The anger of the villagers needs someone to put out, so I'll lend you your head. Jingai looked at Shimura Danzo as if he was looking at a mouse surrounded by cats, his eyes full of mockery. Where can you run? Shimura Danzo's face darkened, and he said excitedly, I shouldn't have hesitated at the beginning, I should have killed you directly, you hateful brat. You lowly brat from the branch family. Hiss. Several gasps were heard in the darkness. Anyone else? Danzo Shimura widened his eyes. He didn't expect that the people who arrested him were not only Jingai and his puppet, but there were also other people lying in ambush. It's just that his attention was always on Jingai and these puppets, so he didn't notice it. Humble? Me? Jing was stunned, raised her finger and pointed at herself. Is he scolding me? Cough cough. A violent cough was heard in the darkness, and several figures slowly walked out. Danzo Shimura squinted his eyes, trying to see the other person's appearance clearly. Soon, he saw clearly. Nara Shikashin, Hayaga Hayashi, Uchiha Fugaku. The coughing sound came from Hinata Hayashi because he was scared. Chapter 433 Danzo, do you dare to take off the forehead protector? Jingai was born in the Hayaga branch family, but no one dared to bring this up, including Hayaga Hayashi himself. As a result, Shimura Danzo started scolding him in person. My lord, he is just scolding you. Uchiha Fugaku answered honestly. Nara Shikashin almost laughed out loud. There's no need for you two to fight for the top spot in a situation like this. Both Uchiha and Hayaga wanted to cling to Jingai's thighs. These two young clan leaders would immediately flatter Jingai whenever they got the chance. What Nara Shikashin didn't expect was that at such a serious moment, Uchiha Fugaku would actually lick him. If you speak less, no one will think you are dumb. Hinata Hayashi was a little unhappy. Uchiha Fugaku answered this question in a serious manner, which was just bringing up Jing's identity as a family member. There is a time for licking, he. Jingai came back to his senses and couldn't help laughing. It's interesting. It's been several years, and you, Shimura Danzo, are the first person who dares to scold me like this. It doesn't matter if I scold you. No matter how strong you are, no matter what you have done, no matter if you are in a high position or not, you can't change your identity. You are just an evildoer of the Hayaga branch family. Since I can't run away, I'll take this opportunity to scold Jingai severely. Shimura Danzo became more and more excited as he cursed. Now Uchiha Fugaku didn't dare to lick it anymore, and Nara Shikashin also chose to lower his head and pretend that he heard nothing. Hinata Hayashi looked unhappy. Danzo, I'll give you a chance. Answer me, what is the symbol of the Hayaga branch family? Answer correctly and I will spare your life. When Jing said this expressionlessly, Danzo Shimura almost thought he had heard it wrong. What is the symbol of the Hayaga branch? If I answer correctly, will you spare my life? Is there such a good thing? How can I believe you? Shimura Danzo suspected that Jingai was lying to him. After all, any ninja with common sense in the village could answer this kind of question, let alone him, Shimura Danzo. It's something that comes to mind easily. The question is, if he answered, what would happen if Jingai acted like a rogue? Senior Lu Xian, go and invite the Hokage over. I would like to ask the Hokage to help me be a witness. No, are you kidding? Please don't joke about this kind of thing. I have a bad heart. Please don't provoke me. Nara Shikashin's eyes widened. Hinata Hayashi was anxious. Sir, why waste time talking to this kind of person? We should just go. Fugaku, you go. Shizue interrupted Hinata Hayashi. Yes. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Jingai with complicated eyes, returned to the village through the passage, and went to invite the third Hokage. What do you mean? Doesn't this little brat Hinata Shizuka intend to embarrass me? Otherwise, why would you give me such an easy question? He was afraid that I wouldn't believe it, so he specially invited Sarutobi to be a witness. Is there any fraud involved? That's impossible. This kid is from the branch family, and there's the caged bird curse mark on his forehead, which is unique to the branch family. This is basic common sense, okay? Seeing that Jingai was really planning to invite the third Hokage to be a witness, Hinata Hayashi and Nara Shikako were both nervous. How could it turn out like this? Wouldn't it be better to just take the guy down quickly? In less than 5 minutes, the third Hokage arrived. Looking at the confrontation between the two sides, he, who had already learned the whole story from Uchiha Fugaku, began to suspect whether Jingai intended to let Shimura Danzo go. He had already anticipated that Shimura Danzo might not be able to escape. No one can be sure how many puppets Shizuichi has placed in the village, and it is possible that Danzo Shimura will be watched wherever he goes. As a result, the situation suddenly changed. Both sides started to ask me questions and I would answer them. If you answered correctly, they would let you go. In order to prevent one side from cheating, he invited him, the Hokage, to be a witness. What on earth is going on? The third Hokage said he couldn't understand it. He really couldn't understand it. Everyone is here, Shizuka said to Shimura Danzo. The witnesses have arrived, Danzo, you still have one last chance, seize it well. If you answer correctly, I will let you go and will not embarrass you again. If you answer incorrectly, I will kill you, dig out your brains, make a puppet of you with my own hands, and place you in front of the Hokage's office building as a puppet for the villagers to vent their anger and curse at. Although I disdain to use the corpses of ninjas to make puppets, I am willing to set a precedent for you. What a vicious heart. They actually wanted to make me into a puppet and place it in front of the Hokage's office building to vent the villagers' anger. This is like kicking him into the cesspool, where he will never be able to get up again. The third Hokage's eyelids twitched a few times, and the others pretended not to understand tacitly. At this time, even Hyaga Hayashi didn't dare to speak. His palms were already sweating. He was afraid that Shimura Danzo would use the branch family's caged bird seal to attack Shizuka. Jingai's caged bird curse was set by the family elder himself. This is an undeniable fact. The curse of the caged bird cannot be lifted unless the bird dies. Ha ha ha, Hinata Shizuka, you are just a conceited brat, but do you think your arrogance and strength can make your caged bird curse disappear? Do you dare to take off your forehead protector? Since you have given me a chance, don't blame me for laughing at you. Is this your confidence? Jingai found it a little funny, and while laughing, he raised his hand and pulled off the forehead protector. Little devil, you, can't be possible. The smile on Shimura Danzo's face froze. The third Hokage, Hyaga Hayashi, Uchiha Fugaku, and Nara Shikashin were also stunned. No, Jingai's forehead was very smooth, with nothing on it. There was no such thing as a bullshit caged bird curse. You are not from the branch family at all? Is this a conspiracy of the Hyaga clan? Shimura Danzo subconsciously thought that all this was the work of the Hyaga clan. Not to mention Danzo Shimura, even the third Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku, and Nara Shikashin had such thoughts. Nonsense. Hinata Hayashi was anxious, and hurriedly explained, Master Jingai's caged bird curse was done by the family elder himself. He had personally inquired about this matter, and the clan elders had answered him in person. There were also many clan members who could testify that Jingai had the caged bird curse mark on his body. So the question is, what about the caged bird curse? It won't disappear at all. Is it blood disease? That's not right. There are many people in the Hyaga clan who suffer from the blood disease, but I have never seen the caged bird curse disappear. Chapter 434, Forcibly Viewing Danzo's Memory. Taking off the forehead protector and throwing it to Uchiha Fugaku, Jingai sneered. In the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan can evolve under certain conditions, thus forming a unique order. Single Magatama Sharingan, Double Magatama, Triple Magatama, and Mangekyo. And as an eye that can compete with the Sharingan for the best pupil technique in the ninja world, it only has the ability of detection. Can the Hyaga clan's Byakugan also evolve? The people at the scene were stunned as if they were struck by lightning. Green chakra enveloped Jingai's whole body, and Jingai's body slowly floated up. The reincarnation eye, like blooming stars, was exceptionally bright in the dark night. The Samsara eye can also be called the advanced Byakugan. Do you think the little caged bird seal can restrain these eyes? By the way, I don't have the bloodstain disease. The origin of the bloodstain disease is just a means of protecting myself. The formation of the Samsara eye takes a long time. If my body wants to withstand the powerful power of these eyes, it also needs to be strengthened and adapted step by step. Therefore, the bloodstain disease is the best reason. Samsara eye? Hinata Hayashi was really stupid. Advanced eye roll? In other words, the pure Byakugan and highly concentrated bloodline that the people from the main Hyaga clan talk about to themselves are a joke to Jingai. This is impossible. What a bullshit Samsara eye, it has never appeared in the ninja world. Danzo Shimura kept shaking his head, he couldn't believe this fact. Jingai slowly floated towards Shimura Danzo. People only know about the legendary Sage's Eye, but they don't know that the six-path sage who possesses the Sage's Eye has a younger brother, and the source of the Samsara Eye comes from him. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. No, Danzo Shimura kept shaking his head like a madman. Seeing Jingai approaching him, he was like a madman in the last second, but in the next second, a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. The kunai hidden in his sleeve fell into his hand and stabbed towards Jingai's eyes. I don't care whether you have the Byakugan or the Samsaragan, as long as I can destroy you, that's enough. But as soon as Shimura Danzo raised his hand, he was horrified to find that he could not move. An invisible force bound his whole body, especially his neck, as if it was being gripped by a strong big hand. The rats in the gutter are destined not to be on the stage. I didn't kill you before just to protect myself and to see how long you, a clown, can keep jumping around. With his neck strangled, Chimera Danzo danced and struggled hard in the air, but no matter how he struggled, the force controlling him still locked him tightly. Of course, we only locked his neck. As for his hands and feet, we still let him move them. Otherwise, how could he feel the despair of death? By the way, kill this guy's idea of protecting himself. Use the 4 symbol seal? If you can use it, I lose. Don't treat me like a fool. Jing'ai would never make the same mistake that Urjiza made. Seeing that Danzo Chimera was unable to move and could only move his hands and feet, gradually feeling his own death, the third Hokage felt a little reluctant and moved his lips slightly. But after his eyes fell on Jing'ai, whose whole body was shrouded in the chakra of the Samsara eye, he closed his eyes weakly and turned his head to the side. He seriously suspected that Jing'ai had invited him here on purpose. It was just to see Danzo Chimera's desperate death struggle, and also to warn him to be honest, and that his tolerance for you was enough. It's not that I can't crush you, it's just that I'm too lazy to do it. If you do that again, I won't be polite to you. With his throat locked, Danzo Chimera could only struggle weakly. As he deprived of oxygen, his face began to turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then turned purple. There is no doubt that Jing'ai wanted to use this terrifying and desperate method to drive Danzo Chimera to his death step by step, rather than just killing him outright. That would seem a bit cheap on him. The physical fitness of a ninja is much stronger than that of an ordinary person, and Danzo Chimera, whose throat was strangled, struggled for a long time. Seeing that he had almost finished struggling, Jing'ai raised his hand and pressed it on his head. He wanted to see how many good things Chimera Danzo had done over the years. In the face of the power of the Samsara eye, Danzo Chimera has no secrets at all, and no matter how deeply buried the secrets are, they will be dug out. Jing'ai quickly browsed through all the memories and indeed found a lot of interesting things. When Jing'ai finished browsing, Chimera Danzo's struggle was completely over. He was not strangled to death, but his brain died. No one could withstand having the memories in his brain forced to be checked. When everything was over, his brain would die catastrophically. I didn't expect this old guy to do so many interesting things. Jing'ai threw Chimera Danzo's body on the ground and looked at the third Hokage. Hokage-sama is indeed a benevolent Hokage. I admire your methods of eliminating unfavorable factors, and your methods of killing your companions are also top-notch. What do you know? The third Hokage no longer cared about Danzo Chimera. He felt that his secrets were no longer secrets. Even those very secret things in the past were all dug out from Chimera Danzo's mind by Jing'ai. Jing smiled without saying anything, just quietly looking at the third Hokage, which made the third Hokage's heart begin to beat fast, and he even began to swallow nervously. He knew very well how many evil things he had done in collaboration with Danzo Chimera. Once certain things are revealed, Sarutobi Hiruzen will never have a chance to turn things around. Retire at home? You're overthinking it. It's already a good thing that he doesn't have to spend the rest of his life in Konoha prison. The front line needs a strong man with enough weight and strength to take charge. What do you think, Hokage? Jing'ai did not reveal what was in Chimera Danzo's mind, because with these evidences, he would be able to control the third Hokage. Send him directly to jail? It's too cheap for him. From now on, you should work hard for the village and fight for it. It's a pity to throw such strong strength and ability into jail. For example, now, Mido Kato-en is at the front line, and Jing'ai feels it is not safe, so it would be better for the third Hokage to go there in person. It was just right that he went there in person, which would allow Oniki to pay more attention and relieve some of the pressure on the Cloud Ninja village. In order to help our allies, we from Konoha have even sent the Hokage to the battlefield. I think that's enough to give you face. The third Hokage had an old face. I will be at the front line tomorrow and command the frontline troops to fight. I will definitely delay the Uegaku and buy time and opportunities for our allies. Since Jing'ai had spoken, there was no room for him to refuse. Either he went to the front line and worked for the village, or I would help him deal with his troubles. It was your choice. Given the choice between the two, the third Hokage chose the former without hesitation. If possible, he doesn't want to go to the battlefield. Why not stay at home and take care of the children? His youngest son needed his father's care at that time, but Jing'ai didn't give him a choice. If he didn't want to fight on the battlefield, then he could stay in prison. Who knows, maybe I can send your little son, who needs your care, to accompany you. Chapter 435. Daimyo also started to panic. He looked like he had lost all his energy and seemed to be under great stimulation. However, at his age, it was good for him to experience some stimulation. Watching the third Hokage leave, Shizuichi waved to Uchiha Fugaku and said, "Fugaku, please deal with the body." Uchiha Fugaku was stunned for a moment. It was not that he was unwilling to help collect the bodies. Not to mention just collecting the bodies. Even if Jing'ai wanted to chop Shimura Danzo into meat paste, he would be happy to do it. But, that's not what Master Jing'ai said just now. Sir, you are not planning to. Jing'ai just said that he would personally make a puppet of Shimura Danzo and place it in front of the Hokage's office building to vent the villagers' anger. Then he was asked to dispose of the body. Is it real processing or fake processing? Are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Jing'ai had already left, and Uchiha Fugaku was still standing there in a daze. Nara Shikashin reprimanded him earnestly. Uchiha Fugaku, do you really think he would make a puppet of Shimura Danzo's body and place it in front of the Hokage's office building? What a mess that is. Hinata Hayashi put his hands behind his back and said, Master Shizuichi hates Shimura Danzo. You can kill people, but you can't humiliate the corpse. Otherwise, it will be bad for your reputation if it gets out. It doesn't matter if you abuse the corpse in secret, as long as it is not exposed. Turning the corpse into a puppet and placing it in the Hokage's office building was a bit too much. Although it can vent your anger, it will also make your reputation bad. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, senior. Uchiha Fugaku simply and decisively burned the body on the spot. Just as he was about to bury the ashes, Nara Shikashin stopped him. Find something to pack it up and send it to Hokage-sama. Yes. Uchiha Fugaku didn't ask why. As for what the third Hokage would think or whether he would be upset, that was not something he could control. Nara Shikashin said so he just did as he was told. Although in theory Nara Shikashin cannot command Uchiha Fugaku to do anything, but in terms of position, Uchiha Fugaku's position is even higher than Nara Shikakoshi. But Nara Shikakoshi is a respected senior and a close person to Jing'ai. Just for these reasons, Uchiha Fugaku has to obey his orders obediently. Let me do it. Hayaga Hayashi did not let Uchiha Fugaku come alone. He was even considerate enough to take out a box to fill with the ashes, and then just give it to the third Hokage. Following the secret passage back to the village, not far from the passage, Hayaga Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku met the third Hokage who was waiting on the road. As for Nara Shikashin, he had already gone in another direction. Hokage-sama, these are the remaining ashes. Looking at the box handed over by Uchiha Fugaku, the third Hokage's eyes began to well up with redness. Putting aside their work relationship, he and Danzo Shimura have a real relationship as they have trained and competed together since childhood. He was waiting here specifically for the ashes of Shimura Danzo. As for the talk about making corpses into puppets, just listen to it and don't take it seriously. If it was an enemy, Jing'ai wouldn't mind doing this, but if it was his own people, even if Shimura Danzo deserved to die, Jing'ai wouldn't really make him a puppet, as this would affect his reputation. There is no need to do things that will humiliate the enemy by 1,000 and harm yourself by 800. Even if he wanted to do it, Shizuichi would have to consider Tsunade first. The third Hokage was obviously going to step down, and Tsunade would move into the Hokage's office when she returned from the daimyo's mansion. The fact that Danzo Shimura was made into a puppet and placed in front of the Hokage's office building would also bring some criticism to Tsunade. If it wasn't for himself, then for Tsunade, Jing'ai wouldn't have done this. Therefore, the third Hokage waited here after returning to the village. The reason he left first was not only because the excitement was a bit too great, but also because he didn't want to continue staying with Shizuka. The relationship has deteriorated to this point. Both sides have kept their bottom line and refused to break it, so it is quite awkward to meet each other. Not to mention, Shizuka strangled Danzo Shimura to death in front of the third Hokage. Thank you for your hard work, go back and rest. The third Hokage calmed down and left quickly with the urn in his hands. He would personally find a desolate place to bury the urn, which would also be regarded as a complete end to his many years of relationship with Shimura Danzo. At this time, Tsunade, who was traveling non-stop, also arrived at the daimyo prefecture. As soon as Tsunade arrived at the daimyo's mansion, she went to the palace to meet the daimyo. Oh, Tsunade-chan is here, hurry up and prepare for the dinner. When he saw Tsunade, the daimyo's face was full of joy and he was extremely enthusiastic. At the same time, he was a little nervous because he was worried that the matter would be exposed. Theoretically, Konoha would not dare to do anything to him. After all, he was the daimyo, and daimyo could not be killed or touched. This was the iron rule of the 5 major ninja villages. But iron rules were one thing, and what if someone was really forced into a corner? Even a rabbit will bite when it is angry, let alone a powerful ninja. This kind of thing of ruining someone's future is no worse than ruining someone's money. Both are serious matters that can force the other party to fight you to the death. I can't help but care about my fame. Forget it. I'm not in the mood. As soon as Tsunade met the daimyo, she gave him a warning. Daimyo, given the relationship between you and me, I won't be polite with you. the old man has gone too far. I can understand your revenge on him, but your revenge is too much. He. It was exposed as expected. Daimyo was embarrassed for a moment and tried to defend himself. Tsunade-chan, I don't understand what you are saying. The daimyo hopes that the assassination will turn from fake to real? Tsunade asked with a frown. No, of course not. The daimyo was shocked. Assassination? Even if it was fake and just to warn him, it was scary enough. Who knows who will be the target of the next assassination? It's the same old saying, if you push someone into a corner, no one can guarantee what crazy things they might do. What if, as Tsunade said, the fake assassination becomes a real assassination? Tsunade, I had no choice but to do this. What right did Sarutobi Hiruzen have? He made me angry and my funds were stuck for a while. What's the big deal? As a result, he sent people to assassinate the nobles of the daimyo prefecture, causing panic among the people. He didn't accept any of my suggestions. Instead, he turned his back on the sand village and hooked up with them. Anyone would be angry. Don't you think I'm right? The daimyo complained to his niece Tsunade about everything. Tsunade was overwhelmed by what she heard. Okay, let's stop talking about this. It's over. I think we should put it aside. Both the daimyo and the village need stable development. It seems that complaining is not working. The daimyo rolled his eyes and asked in a low voice. So what do you think, little Tsunade? Please don't add a small one. Can you just call me by my first name? Chapter 436 Tsunade, actively support Konoha. When Tsunade heard the 3 words little Tsunade, she got goosebumps all over her body, but the other person was her elder, so she couldn't say anything. Because calling her little Tsunade is also a way to bring them closer. Tsunade sighed. Whether it's revenge from the daimyo or revenge from the village, it all ends here. After what he's experienced this time, the old man will definitely need to rest at home, I can guarantee that. But I also hope that you, the daimyo, can behave yourself. A new war has broken out, and if the village and the daimyo are at odds, we might lose the war. You don't want your village to lose to the Uegakure in the war, do you? You wanted to drag the third Hokage into this, and you succeeded. Are you satisfied now? Both of you retaliated against each other and stabbed each other in the back. I don't care about what happened in the past, but similar incidents must not happen again in the future. That side of Konoha. Daimyo would like to ask, do other senior executives agree? Does the Hokage agree? Tsunade pulled out the Hokage seal and slammed it on the table. As soon as Daimyo saw this, he understood it instantly and a smile spread across his face. I understand. Don't worry, little Tsunade. I will support you in the future development of the village. By the way, does the village still lack supplies? Does the daimyo need support? As long as the third Hokage is defeated and Tsunade takes over as the new Hokage, everything will be easy. The daimyo believed that Tsunade would never harm him, after all, Tsunade was his niece. With this relationship, the relationship between daimyo prefecture and Konoha will only get better and better. Although there is no way to continue digging into Konoha's territory, it is still a good thing to smooth over all the previous troubles. Support, then I accept it? Support for Konoha is definitely necessary. After all, Konoha is a mess now, with holes everywhere. Support from the daimyo prefecture would be great. Not only materials are needed, but also money. If the daimyo is willing to provide support, Tsunade will definitely accept it. But you have to be polite first. Accept it. Of course I will accept it. Tomorrow I will send someone to deliver the things and money to Konoha. We must win this war and let those poor people in the land of Earth know how powerful we are. Daimyo excitedly slammed the table and promised that the supplies and money would be delivered as soon as possible. Without the annoying third Hokage, the daimyo felt very happy and would be happy to give Konoha a little more support. Then I would like to thank you on behalf of the village. Being polite is just a gesture, and you are not a stranger. You must be firm when it comes time to collect your gifts. After all, if Konoha's mess is dealt with, it will also be beneficial to the Fire Nation and the daimyo. Someone, come on, prepare the dinner quickly. I want to entertain little Tsunade. Also, there must be singing and dancing, and beauties, forget about beauties and dancers. The daimyo realized as soon as he said this that beauties could not be invited because Tsunade was just a woman. I guess he is not in the mood to watch beautiful women dancing. It would be more practical to hold a dinner party, have a meal and build some relationships. The daimyo was adamant about entertaining her, and Tsunade didn't continue to refuse. I accompanied daimyo for a meal. Seeing that the meal was almost finished and the daimyo was drunk, Tsunade prepared to leave. There are still many things waiting for her to deal with in the village. Tsunade, please take care of my safety. He dealt a heavy blow to the third Hokage at once. It felt great when he did it, but the daimyo was still a little scared afterwards. A person like the third Hokage could be crushed to death by just anyone. For his own safety, the daimyo hopes Tsunade can send some reliable people to protect him. Knowing what the daimyo was worried about, Tsunade said frankly, "Daimyo, don't worry about your safety, the old man won't harm you. As for Shimura Danzo, he won't live for a few days. In addition, I will leave the safety of the daimyo's mansion to the head of the Embu. He will place puppets in the daimyo's mansion to protect your safety." Hinata Shizuichi? Daimyo's eyes lit up. Although he and Jing'ai had never met, Daimyo knew how brutal Jing'ai's puppets were. With the protection of Jing'ai's puppet and the presence of the dark forces in the open, there is double insurance and safety is definitely greatly guaranteed. And Danzo Shimura is going to die? This scourge is finally going to be cleared up, correct? Tsunade nodded and said, "With the protection of Shizuichi's puppets and the Embu's men, the safety of the daimyo's mansion, or at least the palace, is guaranteed. As for Shimura Danzo, it's about time Shizuichi took action against him." Ha ha ha, okay. The daimyo will never forget that when he arrived in Konoha to poach people, Danzo Shimura stared at him with murderous eyes. It's so scary. It is better to kill this kind of evil as soon as possible. As for safety, as long as the safety of the royal palace is guaranteed, other places don't matter. What the daimyo cares about most is himself, followed by other nobles in the daimyo's mansion. In other words, it doesn't matter if all the other nobles die, as long as he, the daimyo, can live safely. After discussing what needed to be discussed, Tsunade did not stay in the daimyo mansion for too long. After a short rest, she left decisively. She needs to return to the village immediately and take charge of the situation. At this time, Tsunade didn't know that the third Hokage had been sent to the front line by Shizuichi. Konoha. Koharu Yuditen came to the courtyard of the third Hokage in the Sarutobi clan. Seeing the third Hokage standing in the yard with his hands behind his back looking at the night sky, Yutane Koharu opened her mouth but didn't say anything in the end. However, when she saw the box on the table, she suddenly became uneasy. "Is this, Hiruzen, what I think?" The third Hokage came back to his senses and nodded slightly. Yes, it was Danzo inside. Shizuichi was a good kid. He said he wanted to make Danzo into a puppet to vent the villagers' anger, but in fact, he was afraid of affecting Tsunade's reputation, so he chose to cremate him on the spot. "Good boy. You sure?" No matter how she looked at it, Koharu Yutane didn't think that Jing'ai was a good boy, but rather a devil. "By the way, tomorrow I will personally lead the Hokage guard to the front line. The village is short of money and supplies. Even with the support of the Cloud Village, it will not be easy to win this war. The Rock Village is much stronger than the Sand Village." "What? Are you going to the battlefield?" Yuditen Koharu was surprised and asked in confusion. "Hiruzen, why? Even if you made a mistake, no one can force you to go to the front line. Why?" The third Hokage waved his hand to interrupt. "I have messed up the village, and I am too embarrassed to stay here to rest. Going to the front line may be the best choice. Although I am old, I am confident that I can still make contributions to the village, which can be regarded as atonement for my sins. It can also help Menyen reduce some of his stress." On the surface, it may seem unfair to send the third Hokage to the battlefield, but in fact, it will benefit everyone if the third Hokage goes to the battlefield. Without him in the village, Tsunade's taking over of the village would be much smoother. Secondly, the third Hokage personally led ninjas from several families to fight for the village and made great contributions, which could also change the villagers' malice and views towards them. Chapter 437. We still need to train a successor to Hokage. If you do something wrong and ruin your reputation, it's not enough to just avoid it. You need to take action and prove yourself with your actions. Although I did something wrong, I was able to make contributions to the village and contribute to the village. Even if the merits cannot offset the demerits, at least it can make the reputation of the individual and the family less bad. Theoretically, this war is a good opportunity to cleanse oneself. As long as he made enough contributions and won the war for the village, even if his reputation could not be restored to what it once was, at least he would not become a rat crossing the street who was pointed at and even scolded wherever he went. "I am coming too." Yutane Koharu immediately said, "You are right. It is better to go to the battlefield than to stay in the village and suffer. Don't worry, I will not cause more trouble. I will only be responsible for the medical department." As long as she doesn't go to the battlefield, as long as she doesn't give blind orders, and just focuses on the medical department's capabilities, Koharu Yutane will still have what it takes. Besides, she is also a medical ninja, but her medical skills are not very good, at least better than most medical ninjas. The next day, when the third Hokage left, Shizue discovered that Yuditen Koharu was in the team. "This old woman also wants to go to the battlefield. Haha, you're not that stupid. You even know to go to the battlefield to fight for the village and establish a function to whitewash it." Jing'ai didn't say anything about this. If others wanted to go to the battlefield, then let them go. This would be a good opportunity for them to experience the horror of the Earth Escape Army of the Uegakur village. In this way, except for the dead Danzo Shimura, the F4 group will gather again on the battlefield. Fortunately, during this period of time, the strength and ability of the 3rd Hokage and Mito Kato and had not declined seriously. Having them on the battlefield was indeed a good thing for Konoha. As for Yuting Koharu, if this old woman doesn't act like a troublemaker, she does have some management skills, and as a medical ninja, she can also contribute a lot. Nara Shikashin, who was standing next to Jingai, chose to pretend to be deaf. I am old and my hearing is not good, so I didn't hear anything. There were some things Jingai could say but he couldn't respond. Senior, do you think these families can be cleansed? Disaster. Nara Shikashin, with dark circles under his eyes, pondered. Unless Princess Tsunade does not release the Ministry of Finance's expenditure bill, which would give them some chance to clean up their name, otherwise. Nara Shikashin looked like he hadn't gotten enough rest, and that's because he really hadn't gotten enough rest. Last night, the 3rd Hokage handed over the account books of the Ministry of Finance. Nara Shikako calculated all night and was frightened all night. The amount of money moved by the 3rd Hokage was so huge, so terrifying. It can be said that he took out more than half of the family fortune left by Senju Tobirama and Konoha's economic income over the years and invested it in several families. The effect was obvious. Several ninja families that were only considered medium-sized became more terrifying than big families like the Uchiha and Hyuga in just over a decade. The Sarutobi clan alone can mobilize thousands of ninjas. What does this mean? It's twice as much as Uchiha. Of course, large quantity does not necessarily mean good quality. Most of these ninjas are genin and shinin. If they fight with the Uchiha clan, the Sarutobi clan will definitely be the defeated side. As for the Hyuga clan, let's not talk about them. Take your time. Jingai didn't know how to clean up the mess in the Ministry of Finance. Tsunade's blood pressure would definitely soar when she saw the account books after liquidation. Senior, send a few people to the medical department to keep an eye on it first, and deal with the others after Tsunade comes back. As for the Hokage's office, it's up to you, Senior. You come again. Nara Shikashin's mentality collapsed when he heard this. This sounded so damn familiar. This was what Shizuka said when he handed the umbu to him. No, I haven't slept all night just to settle the accounts. Now my head is full of numbers. I need to go home and rest, otherwise I will die suddenly. Other departments can send people to keep an eye on things and wait for Tsunade to come back and make arrangements, but the work in the Hokage's office must not be taken over. It will be exhausting. He was originally the squad leader of the Jonin squad and had a lot of things on his plate. With the outbreak of the war, he became even busier. If he were asked to handle the official business of the Hokage's office at the same time, he would really die suddenly. Having suffered losses and been cheated before, Nara Shikaksen is no longer easy to deceive. Jingai felt deeply sorry about this. The senior who used to take the bait as soon as he opened his mouth is gone. If Nara Shikashin doesn't take over the mess, Jingai certainly won't care either. Shizuka's scalp tingled whenever he thought of the pile of documents and scrolls on the Hokage's desk. The 3rd Hokage was also a ruthless man. He did everything by himself, but he didn't die of exhaustion, which was quite impressive. Anyway, he was not as good as Hinata Shizuka. No matter what your business is, as long as the sky hasn't fallen, just leave it alone and wait for Tsunade to come back. As for whether Tsunade is lazy, when she sits on the throne of Hokage, she won't be able to be lazy even if she wants to. Thinking that Tsunade would soon feel her scalp tingling and go crazy, Jingai laughed out loud in an unkind manner. So, what's good about being a Hokage? It's so tiring that you don't even have time to eat, and going home to sleep is a luxury. Whoever wants to do it can do it. However, a successor can be trained in advance. After all, with Tsunade's personality, she doesn't care about anything. Jingai is afraid that she will give up and run away. There is no doubt that Tsunade dares to do such a thing. Once pushed to the limit, she felt that Jingai could stabilize the situation in the village, and she would definitely run away one day. Therefore, it is very important to train successors. Rope Tree or Watergate? Xingshu was a naughty boy when he was young, but as he grew older, he became more mature and was no longer as sloppy as before. If he is trained, he has the potential to be a Hokage, but Noeki is the type who has a high lower limit but a low upper limit. Little yellow hair? Jingai Koen. Jingai didn't expect that Tsunade didn't wait for him, but Orochimaru came back first. This guy went out to do some weird research and it took him a long time to return to the village. The timing of his return was also a coincidence. Great, you're back just in time. Don't talk, follow me, there's a difficult task waiting for you to complete. Chapter 438. You can't hide the look in someone's eyes. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Orokamura was pinned down in the Hokage's office, his mind still a little stiff as he stared at the pile of documents and scrolls in front of him. He just wanted to eat some melon and have some fun. Even though he and the third Hokage are master and disciple, there is a question mark as to how much affection there is between the two. Orokamura really wants to have a taste of his teacher's big melon. If it were Jiraiya, he might be sad, but Orokamura wouldn't, and he wouldn't be as angry as Tsunade. Instead, they can happily eat melons and watch the fun. What I never expected was that before I could eat the melon, I ate it first. Jingai, this is... What do you mean by dragging me to the Hokage's office and making me sit on the Hokage's chair? Don't tell me you want me, Orokamura, to be the new Hokage of the village. Becoming Hokage is not Orokamura's dream and goal. His goal and dream have never changed. If possible, Orokamura wouldn't mind fighting for the position of Hokage. The premise is to compete with others. If the person stuck in front was Tsunade, Orokamura would decisively give up this idea. Don't let your imagination run wild. I'm not asking you to be the Hokage. Although you have the ability to be the Hokage, and I believe you will be a qualified one, the Hokage is not your role. Now you need to do me a favor and handle some official business. Jingai patted Orokamura on the shoulder and told him frankly, I believe you have the ability to become Hokage, and you will be a good Hokage if you become Hokage, but you have no chance. You are just a temporary worker who was pulled in to handle official business. Don't think too much. Who becomes the Hokage is not something Shizuka can decide. If Tsunade herself didn't want to be Hokage, and forced Orokamura into the Hokage's office and made him the Hokage, Shizuchi wouldn't say anything. Tsunade can do this kind of thing, but he can't. The power to appoint Hokage, if this were to get out, it would definitely shock countless people. But it just so happens that Tsunade holds this power in Konoha at this time. Are you so confident in conscripting men? Orokamura was so angry that he laughed. Don't be afraid of problems. I believe in your ability. You can do it. Jingai raised her hand to block what Orokamura wanted to say, and then changed the subject. By the way, did you bring back any gifts this time? It seems like I can't refuse even if I want to. According to Orokamura's original intention, after returning to the village, he should first have a good time, then have a good rest for a while, and then consider whether to continue to stay in the laboratory or go on a mission. As a result, he was dragged to the Hokage's office by Jingai without knowing what was going on, and was forced to sit on the Hokage throne, and made a temporary worker to handle official business. That was not all, she even asked him for a gift. If I could beat you, I would really like to stab you. You can't hide the look in someone's eyes that wants to kill you. Orokamura closed his eyes and took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Then he opened his eyes, took out a scroll, took out a knife from the scroll and threw it to Jingai. Then he quietly put away the scroll, opened the document on the desk and started reading. Just be a temporary worker, I will be free when Tsunade comes back. As for the gift, it's just a weapon. Orokamura doesn't take it seriously. Yo-ho, did it really fall into Orokamura's hands? Catching the weapon thrown by Orokamura, Shizue couldn't help but laugh. He had always wondered when Orokamura had gotten the matching Kusanagi sword, but he didn't expect that when he asked casually, Orokamura actually threw a Kusanagi sword to him. It happens to be the one that Mirai gave to Sasuke. It's not quite right to call it a sword, this thing is actually a straight knife. The style is similar to Tangdao. When he flicked the blade with his fingers and listened to the crisp sound coming from the blade, Jingai nodded with satisfaction. This knife is good, thanks. When I have time, I'll take you to catch some experimental materials that you absolutely cannot imagine. Oh, what material? When Orokamura heard this, he immediately became interested and lost interest in reading the documents. If you talk about experimental materials, he will get excited. A secret. I'll tell you later. The experimental material that Jingai was talking about was by Zetsu. At this point in time, Uchiha Madara was barely alive, and all information had to be collected by Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. It is also a good opportunity to capture White Zetsu. As for the infinite Tsukuyomi plan, go to hell with it. Jingai didn't want to see a red moon hanging in the sky. Judging from the current development of the situation, it is still unknown whether there will be Little Naruto and Pillar 2 in the future. The butterfly wings have already flapped. Jingai doesn't want to hand over his life and property to the so-called savior. Therefore, it is better to nip things like infinite Tsukuyomi in the bud. I am looking forward. Although Shizuka didn't say it explicitly, Orokamura believed that Shizuka wouldn't lie to him about such things. If Shizuka didn't say it, he wouldn't ask and would just wait. But what kind of experimental materials could make Jingai interested? It should be very interesting. Orokamura was drafted into the army, and the official business of the Hokage's office returned to normal. When Tsunade returned to the village with a tired face, her expression became interesting when she learned that Shizuka had hired Orochimaru as a temporary worker in the Hokage's office. After returning to the village, Tsunade did not take over the mess in the village immediately, but insisted on going home to eat first. Jing'ai had no choice but to go home with Tsunade. Comfortable? After finishing 3 bowls of rice and eating a lot of dishes, Tsunade patted her stomach contentedly. As for the image of Princess Tsunade, go to hell with it. At this time, the image is not good at all. Shizue, who in your opinion is the most suitable person to become Hokage in this village? Suddenly, Tsunade asked this question. Hearing this, Jing'ai, who had almost finished eating, put down his bowl and chopsticks and looked up at her. Don't you want to be Hokage? Do not want to. Tsunade answered directly. I have no interest in being a Hokage. If it weren't for the conflict between you and the old man and the conditions of the negotiation, I wouldn't even want the status of a candidate for Hokage. Tsunade knew her own personality best. She believed that she had the ability to sit in the Hokage's office and become a qualified Hokage, but she was not serious about becoming a Hokage. There are quite a lot of candidates. Jing'ai raised an eyebrow and brought out a list of several candidates. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, even Rope Tree and Minato are all possible, but Rope Tree and Minato are too young and need to be trained. Orochimaru is definitely capable, but his stance and goals will affect the village. Jiraiya is the same, he has good abilities, and you know the other aspects. If Tsunade didn't want to become Hokage, Orochimaru and Jiraiya would definitely be the priority candidates. If he had to choose one between these 2 people, Jing'ai would prefer Orochimaru. As for Jiraiya, this idiot has long been brainwashed by the toads of Mount Mayaboku, and all he thinks about is the savior. Chapter 439, Tsunade becomes the 4th Hokage. To put it bluntly, even if you dragged him over and chained him up, he wouldn't be happy sitting in the Hokage's office as the Hokage. Where's Sakamo-senpai? Tsunade asked curiously. She wasn't surprised that Orochimaru and Jiraiya were chosen, but isn't it a bit early for Rope Tree and Watergate? White Fang-senpai is not suitable. His personality is too samurai-like. If he becomes Hokage, he will definitely lead the village astray. It is better to choose Orochimaru instead of him. Jing'ai decisively gave Heitake Sakamo an X. It's not that he has any problem with Heitake Sakamo, but Heitake Sakamo's personality is like that and his flaws are too great. He already had a fatal flaw before he became Hokage. If he became Hokage, God knows what would happen. Jing'ai couldn't imagine the scene of a ninja with a samurai spirit becoming Hokage. Overall, you are the most suitable, because the current situation in the village is quite chaotic. Orochimaru is the second choice. If it is the most perfect, it would be Minato, but he is too young. How confident are you in your disciples? Minato is so young, you would think he would be the most suitable candidate. Are you kidding me? Tsunade's eyes widened. Jing'ai picked up the juice on the table and took 2 sips, then gave his analysis. Your strengths lie in your background and identity, and your weaknesses lie in your character. Orochimaru's strengths lie in his abilities, identity, and achievements, but his weaknesses are also obvious. He has a dark heart and can easily lead the village astray. Also, don't underestimate Minato. This kid can constantly bring you surprises. As for Rope Tree, his lower limit is very high, and his upper limit is also locked. Headache. The more domineering I was when I was angry before, the more uncomfortable I feel now. Tsunade couldn't help but slap her forehead and thought, am I being too impulsive? I don't want to be a Hokage. Tsunade started to get a headache whenever she thought about having to sit in the Hokage's office every day and face endless official business. What about you? If you become Hokage, wouldn't you be able to educate Minato better? Jing'ai couldn't help laughing. Come on, I'm lazier than you. Being a shitty Hokage and educating Minato, the kid will be exhausted to death. Anyway, you should worry about the Hokage's affairs yourself. Don't look for me or ask me. I have said what I need to say, and you need to handle the rest by yourself. Also, since you are back, you should go to the Hokage's office and take over the work. Orochimaru sitting in the Hokage's office for a long time will cause dissatisfaction among some people. Tsunade was sitting in the Hokage's office. Even though she was not the Hokage, she was handling official business and representing the entire village, and no one would gossip about her. But Orochimaru is not yet at the point where he can convince everyone. Not satisfied with anything. I don't have any rest time at all? He hasn't even become Hokage yet. What will he be like after he becomes Hokage? Choose Orochimaru? No, the village needs stability. Orochimaru can't do it, and the same goes for Jiraiya. Then there is no need to mention Minato and Nawaki, they are just 2 kids. If they become Hokage, the people in the village will go crazy. I'm the only one who can handle it? But I don't want to be a Hokage. Tsunade was afraid that she would die of exhaustion in the office. There is a saying that goes you have no choice, and there is another saying that goes you are forced to do something. Regardless of whether Tsunade is willing to be Hokage or not, she has no other choice at this moment. Otherwise, she will not be able to explain to the villagers or the daimyo's mansion. The daimyo was eagerly waiting for Tsunade to become Hokage, but you turned around and chose someone else. Aren't you making fun of the daimyo? So Tsunade could only hold her nose and go through the appointment process. An announcement was released, describing some of the crimes committed by the third Hokage, and at the same time putting the blame on Danzo Shimura. The third Hokage was wrong, but Danzo Shimura was most guilty. Danzo Shimura had already been executed, and the third Hokage realized his mistake and chose to go to the front line to fight for the village. After this combination of punches, no matter how angry the villagers are, they will calm down. The culprit, Danzo Shimura, bewitched the third Hokage into embezzling financial funds. Now the culprit has been executed. The bewitched third Hokage personally went to the front line to fight for the village and atone for his sins, and the several ninja families that benefited from it also became the main force on the battlefield. Now that things have come to this, what else can the villagers say? With Tsunade becoming the new fourth Hokage, the villagers' attention was gradually diverted. Because the matter was urgent and Tsunade was a trouble-averse person, many of the steps for her to become Hokage were cut short. During the war, the people in the village also expressed their understanding. After all, the village was still at war. The fourth generation took over a lot of troubles in the village, so how would he have time to deal with other things? Little did she know that Tsunade did this on purpose. What's next? Tsunade sat in the Hokage's office with a depressed look on her face, staring at Shizuka who was leaning on the sofa with a gloomy look in her eyes. Next step. Jing, who was lying on the sofa like Jiu, said without raising her head. The next step is to announce the good news. Publicize the fact that the Kumagakure village sent money and supplies. Don't reveal the specific amount. Just let the villagers know that the village is not helping the war for free. The support from the daimyo's mansion should also be publicized. In addition, I hereby announce that the Hokage office building will increase the training of civilian ninjas in the future. Regardless of whether it can be done or not, the slogan must be shouted. Although you are sitting in this position very steadily and no one can kick you down, shouting slogans is more to appease people's hearts. So what's the difference between me and the old man? The corners of Tsunade's mouth twitched a few times. Hasn't the village been increasing its efforts to train civilian ninjas? Is this considered rehashing old stuff? No one can shake Tsunade's position as Hokage. What she needs to do most right now is to appease the villagers, let everyone calm down, and stop harping on the trivial matters of the third Hokage and others. As for rehashing old stuff, that's reasonable, it's called political correctness. Regardless of whether the village has been increasing its training of civilian ninjas, you must speak these things out so that the villagers will remember you. This proves that you value the villagers and civilian ninjas very much. What about the war? News from the front line shows that the results of the war are not very ideal. The strength of the Uegakure is beyond everyone's expectations. This time, the Uegakure launched a war with all their might. Not only did they fight with all their might to attack the Uegakure, but they also fought back and forth with Konoha and Sand Village in the Land of Grass. Onoki led the main force to the Land of Thunder. He pressed his son Huangtu into the Kingdom of Grass. Don't underestimate Huangtu. This guy who can only smile foolishly in front of Onoki is not as simple as he seems. That's it. Jingai said indifferently, the mission of the village is to hold back the Rock Village. As long as we do it and can give the Cloud Village a satisfactory explanation, it will be fine. The main battlefield is in the Land of Lightning, so we don't need to worry about it. As long as a large-scale war is not launched, considering the support level of the Kumagakure village, the impact of this war on the village is actually not that big. All you need to do is develop steadily and then make money. Make more money. Chapter 440. You are merciful for not canceling the covenant. With families like Sarutobi and Shimura supporting the battlefield, fewer civilian ninjas were sacrificed, and the impact on ordinary villagers was minimized. Secondly, the number of ninjas sent by Konoha was not large, and the support from the Cloud Village was sufficient to cover the frontline expenses, which meant that Konoha was getting paid to go to war. It does not take a village to pay for war expenses. The finances will not be affected too much. In this situation, stable development is enough. As for the matters on the front line, leave them to the third Hokage and others. So you mean, there is no need to continue supporting the front line? Tsunade thinks this is not a good idea. What if the Kumagakure is not satisfied? After all, the alliance relationship is there. The Cloud Village is fighting desperately with the Uegakure, and they also need to fight against the Mist Village. As a result, Konoha is slacking off. If this gets out, it will be a bit unpleasant. If you are not satisfied, just terminate the alliance. The village has not yet recovered from the war with the Sand Village. It is already good enough to send troops to help. Besides, you are the fourth Hokage, and the alliance was not signed by you. When the village fell into chaos, you, Tsunade, became the new Hokage and did not cancel the previously signed covenant. You still helped the Kimagakure. What else do they have to say? As long as the slacking off is not too serious and Konoha is not dragging its feet, the third Hokage cannot blame Tsunade for anything. Only the third Hokage would take the alliance with the Cloud Village too seriously. The front line, the Grass Kingdom battlefield camp. Because of the harmonious relationship between the two sides, and the fact that the Sand Village followed Konoha to send troops, the two villages shared a combat camp. The ninjas from the Sand Village and Konoha were gathered together, which also made it easier to command and fight. As for the command issue, the two commanders will negotiate together. Originally, the commander-in-chief of Konoha was Mido Kato-en, and the Sand Village sent Cho out, but unexpectedly, after many twists and turns, the third Hokage came to the front line. So Mizuto Kato-en had to retreat to the second line to manage the camp supplies and handed over the command rights to the third Hokage. I never thought that there would be a day when I would work with you, Saratobi Hiruzen, old woman. I heard that the situation in Konoha is a bit chaotic. Is this true? Cho must know what happened in Konoha, but she still brought it up on purpose, clearly intending to hit the third Hokage in the heart. I never thought that there would be a day when I would work with you, Cho. The third Hokage said indifferently. As for the situation of the village, you don't have to worry about it, Cho. Tsunade will take care of everything. Cho, if you are worried about Konoha, it would be better to think about the compensation next quarter. With the war starting, Feng shouldn't have much time to go mining. Are you poking my heart? Then don't blame me for fighting back. Let's see who is more embarrassed. The dignified Kazekage turned into a professional miner, running around in the desert all day, digging for minerals everywhere as compensation. Wow, among the 5 major ninja villages, only the Kazekage had this ability. Of course, among the 5 major ninja villages, only the Kazekage of the Sand Village would offer mining as compensation. You. Cho's mockery failed and she was defeated instantly, her face full of age spots turned red with anger. She just taunted the third Hokage out of habit, but she didn't expect that the third Hokage would give her a Jedi counterattack. Are you too bored? Especially you, Cho, you were fine before, but why did things change after Hiruzen came? Mizuto Minion looked at the two men speechlessly. Before the third Hokage came, he and Cho worked together and got along well, but after the third Hokage and Yutaten Koharu came, the atmosphere changed. I always like to make some sarcastic remarks and ridicule people for no reason. It was as if the two sides were not partners but enemies. You two, now is not the time to argue. We are facing the Earth Escape Army of the Uegakure. Although our mission is to hold back a portion of the Uegakure's manpower, you two don't want to be accused by our allies of slacking off and not contributing, right? Even though everyone is slacking off, it's okay to slack off, but you can't let anyone find out. Once we go too far, the people from the Cloud Ninja Village will not help but ask what to do. Then both villages will be embarrassed. Cho smiled coldly. I'm sorry, the Sand Village is just cooperating in the battle. Even if it is questioned, it has nothing to do with the Sand Village. The Sand Village went to war, which was similar to the mercenary model. They took the benefits and sent troops to attack the Rock Village. It was that simple. It doesn't matter. Why are you so dedicated? It's because they're afraid that the Cloud Village will accuse you, the Sand Village, of being dishonest and taking benefits without doing anything. The third Hokage hasn't said this yet, because Cho would be furious if he said it. Just blow it. If the Cloud Village raises questions, Konoha can still use the village's affairs as excuses, but you, the Sand Village, will not be able to escape even if you want to, and if you are not careful you will be branded as untrustworthy. The third Hokage did not continue to poke the old woman Cho in the lungs. After all, everyone would need to work together and fight together for a long time until the war was over. It would not be good for both sides if the relationship became too strained. So the third Hokage decisively shifted the topic to the war. Although Konoha and your village have joined forces, our military strength is far less than that of the Uegakure. The ninjas of the Uegakure are good at joint operations, which we cannot compare with. In the entire ninja world, only the Earth-style core of the Uegakure village can be brought out to show off. The core of other villages are just SOSO, including the puppet core of the Sand Village, which are all a mess. Konoha has even less say in this matter. The ninjas of the Uegakure are basically good at Earth escape and joint operations, which means that the Uegakure will not disperse its forces to fight small-scale battles with the enemy, as that would expose its own shortcomings. After knowing that Konoha and Sand Village would not launch a desperate attack, the Uegakure became fearless. Our Uegakure's main army position is right here. Come and attack if you have the guts. They are unwilling to disperse and form small-scale operations. Cho's face turned serious. The Sand Village had often been bullied by the Uegakur. She knew very well how the ninjas of the Uegakur fought. Either we fight a tough offensive or we use human wave tactics. As for the small-scale combat mode, I'm sorry, my Uegakur will not accompany you. Chapter 441, Similar Behavior, Different Nature. That old man Onoki has also figured out that we don't want to fight to the death with the Uegakur, so he sent his son to the land of grass and set up a battle formation to wait for our attack. His purpose is also to delay us. Speaking of this, Cho's face turned unhappy. This Onoki is getting more cunning as he gets older. Although our two villages joined forces to attack in order to delay you, it is a bit shameless for you to use our tactics against us. What about the information from the Mist Village? The third Hokage asked. Mizuto Minin decisively dug out the information and handed it to the third Hokage. The third Hokage looked at the information carefully and frowned. The idea of the Mist Village is probably similar to ours. It is also to delay the Cloud Village, or it is intentional. Apart from the Kagaya clan, the Snow clan, and the Kizuna clan, no other forces participated in the war. They also sent some civilian ninjas to cooperate. Why does this pattern look familiar? And many more. Thinking of this, the third Hokage's face fell. Yagura, you deserve to die. Hokage, what did you see? Seeing the third Hokage's big reaction, Cho concluded that he must have figured out something. The third Hokage angrily clenched the scroll in his hand and said through gritted teeth, I felt strange before. The Mist Village just replaced the Mizukage, so they should have needed stable development. Why would they fight with the Cloud Village? Even if it was just to compete for the sea area, it shouldn't be that serious. Now it seems that the Mist Village is deliberately provoking a war. Did they do it on purpose? Cho was slightly surprised. The Sand Village did not get much intelligence. After all, they and the Cloud Village were not allies, and the Cloud Village could not share most of the intelligence with them. Cho was too busy gloating over other people's misfortune to think much about the cause of the war. As a result, the third Hokage suddenly said that this war was deliberately provoked by the Mist Village. To be precise, the person who started this war was Yagura, you see. The third Hokage took a deep breath and unfolded the scroll, pointing to some of the records in the scroll. Most of the ninjas from the Mist Village who participated in the war came from these families and a small number of civilian ninjas. Isn't this the same as your Konoha? Cho also felt a sense of familiarity. After thinking about it, she found that isn't it the same in Konoha? The third Hokage, Maida-Manen. Both of them looked at Cho in silence. Can you speak? You can't speak, can you please shut up? Yagura sent the ninjas from these families and forces to fight in order to eliminate dissidents, while they did so to make meritorious deeds and atone for their sins. This is completely different concept. Ahem, sorry. Realizing that she had said something she shouldn't have said, Cho hesitated for a moment, but still apologized to the third Hokage. Forget it. I won't bother with an old woman like you. Shaking his head, the third Hokage continued his analysis. In order to eliminate dissidents, the fourth Mizukage Yagura deliberately provoked a war because he knew that the scale of the war between the Cloud Village and the Mist Village would not expand. Even if all the people sent out died, it would make Yagura's position as Mizukage more stable. Then he found a way to convince Onoki, and the Uegakur started a war. Maida-Manen was not quite sure about this because he thought Onoki was not such a stupid person. Knowing that the Mist Village was deliberately using them, they still put all their efforts into launching a war. If they lost, Onoki would be in trouble. Haha, fight, fight. The more intense the fight, the better. Then everyone will be balanced. After understanding the whole cause and effect, Cho did not worry about the situation of the Cloud Village. Instead, she laughed with glee. The Sand Village started a war and fought a life-and-death battle with Konoha, suffering heavy losses. It will take a long time for the village to recover, but it feels terrible to have a neighbor who is so strong and powerful that he often comes to bully others. Now, this powerful neighbor has gone to attack another neighbor. This is a good thing. The Sand Village and Konoha became weak because of the war. The Mist Village was weakened by internal strife in the war, and it also needs a long time to develop. The Rock Village and the Cloud Village were fighting fiercely, and no matter who wins the war, the final result will be recuperation. It is equivalent to the fact that the strength of the 5 major ninja villages were suddenly brought to the same level. Everyone is weak and everyone needs development. This is definitely good news for the Sand Village. So Cho smiled happily. Cho can laugh, but the third Hokage and Mito Kato-en cannot. Even if the strength of the Kumigakur and the Uegakur is weakened and everyone returns to the same level of development, they cannot laugh. They are allies after all. Cho smiled. The Cloud Village wouldn't care if they knew about this. After all, they and the Sand Village only had an employment relationship. If the third Hokage and Mito Kato and laughed and it reached the ears of the Cloud Ninja Village, it would be a lot of fun. Deliberately mocking allies and gloating over other people's misfortunes. This will make the already bad reputation of the third Hokage and others even worse. So I could only endure it and hold it in. I couldn't laugh. Ahem, send a copy of the analyzed information to the Cloud Ninja Village. You definitely can't laugh, so you can only share the information. As for what choice the Cloud Ninja Village will make, they don't need to worry about it. They just need to fight the current war well. The third Hokage is naturally concerned about the affairs of the Cloud Village. The information shared by Konoha soon reached the Cloud Village. In fact, the third Hokage himself came to his senses without the need for a message. From the perspective of war, the Cloud Village was impulsive, but the Mist Village was very cooperative and showed an attitude of not being afraid of going to war with you, so the war was on the verge of breaking out. After the third Hokage came to his senses, he realized that he had been used. Good job, Yagura. Unfortunately, once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. The war has reached this point. Let alone turning back, we can't even turn around. We can only continue fighting. Fortunately, the scale of the war with the Mist Village has not expanded, and it only needs to be dragged out. The real enemy is the Uegakur. In the land of grass, somewhere in a base. With his eyes closed, Uchiha Madara sat on a stone chair and listened attentively to the information White Zetsu collected from outside. The outbreak of war in the ninja world again is exactly what Uchiha Madara wanted to see. If he wants to implement the infinite Tsukuyomi plan, the strength of the 5 major ninja villages must be as weak as possible. The problem is that the outbreak of the war was a bit confusing, which made Uchiha Madara very uncomfortable as he didn't have the situation under his control. Nagato has begun to grow up. In order to deal with accidents that may happen at any time, Uchiha Madara moved the base to the land of grass with his family. However, just after he arrived, the war broke out. The Sand Village, Konoha, and Uegakur started fighting in the land of grass. This makes it easier for White Zetsu to collect intelligence, but it also brings a certain risk of being discovered. After all, White Zetsu is not omnipotent, there is also Black Zetsu. Being active on the battlefield is not a good thing. After all, if you walk by the river often, your shoes will get wet sooner or later. It doesn't matter if your shoes get wet, but it would be bad if it affects your infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Chapter 442 Uchiha Madara's Backhand. The cause of the war should be attributed to the Mist Village. The Mizukage of the Mist Village, Yagura, seems to be pushing for war and weakening the families and forces that oppose him. War is the best excuse. Humph, such a low-level and despicable method. Uchiha Madara snorted with disdain. Although Yagura's methods were very clever, in Uchiha Madara's view, they were low-level and despicable. If you have the ability, just come out and kill these people. Why go around beating around the bush and provoke and promote war? White Zetsu grinned, revealing a very strange smile. After looking down on Yagura, Uchiha Madara asked, "How is the news gathering in Konoha going? Have you found a suitable target?" Baizetsu grinned and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Ban, the new generation of Uchiha children are more, just Nagato is not enough for Uchiha Madara, he needs a backup plan." So he had to choose a suitable chess piece from the Uchiha clan, a chess piece that was easy to control. But this chess piece is difficult to choose. One must have both good talents and a stubborn and extreme character. Only chess pieces with good talents are qualified to represent him and work for the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. People with paranoid personalities will become unreasonable once they turn evil or are stimulated or affected by something. Like Uchiha Obito. Don't be fooled by his smiling face, he seems to be a silly and kind-hearted big boy, but once he is provoked, he turns completely evil and wants to destroy the whole world, as if the whole world is wrong. No suitable candidate? White Zetsu hesitated for a long time and couldn't make any sense, and Uchiha Madara knew what the other party wanted to say. Although he couldn't see it, his perception was still there. No, Baiju showed an exaggerated depressed expression. He has tried very hard to observe, but there seems to be no suitable candidate among the newborns of this generation of Uchiha. After all, Uchiha Madara's requirements are a bit high. They cannot be people with dark hearts, as such people are easily out of control. They cannot be people who are good at thinking, as such people are easily exploited, and people with poor talents are not qualified to be exploited. With a series of conditions like these, Baizetsu felt very suffocated and wanted to know even more what it felt like to poop. Then keep looking. This is very important to my plan. Nagato still needs to grow. Even though he is old and dying, Uchiha Madara will not force himself to compromise. Compromise will easily lead to bad things. It is just right that Nagato still needs to grow up, so he can wait. With the nutrition provided by the outer golem, he will not die for a while. Yes, Baizetsu agreed gloomily, and then his expression turned into curiosity. So Madara-sama, what does it feel like to poop? Uchiha Madara, sitting on the stone chair, was silent for a moment and chose to ignore the question. He didn't know whether he was wrong or White Zetsu was just weird and was just curious about the feeling of pooping for no reason. Due to the special nature of his body, Baizetsu does not have the ability to defecate. Even if he eats, the food will be completely absorbed by the body cells. The physiological needs of normal people every day are very precious to Baizetsu. He is almost obsessed with experiencing the feeling of poop. When I have nothing to do, I run to the toilet and squat there, imitating how humans do it, but unfortunately it's all in vain. Neuropathy. Cursing in his heart, Uchiha Madara prepared to rest. Although he had the energy provided by the outer golem to sustain his life, his body was too old and he needed to sleep to maintain his body functions when he was not working. Come to think of it, it seems like I haven't had this feeling for a long time. Gone. It's all White Zetsu's fault. Even I've been affected. After cursing inwardly twice, Uchiha Madara silently repeated the word Hashirama in his heart and slowly fell into a deep sleep. Uchiha Madara fell into deep sleep and ignored him. The question he wanted to know remained a mystery. White Zetsu looked very unhappy. Konoha. Jingai took Minato to find the mysterious killer bee. Listening to what Kirabi was mumbling, Jingai couldn't help but think, after letting this kid go, will he soar to the sky? Why do I feel a bit possessed? The more Jingai looked at Kirabi's condition, the more it seemed something was wrong. Grown-ups. Seeing Jingai coming, Kirabi quickly put away his music score and ran up to greet him. Well, you still know how to greet me, it seems your brain is not broken. Jingai felt relieved now. What do you mean? Kirabi tilted his head, his face full of confusion. Jingai continued to ask, has the recent training been effective? Is the Eight Tails still resisting you? Hearing this, Kirabi grinned and said, ABA's mood has been much more stable recently. I will sing with him every day. Poor Eight Tails, I hope he wasn't driven crazy by Killer Bee. After 3 seconds of silence for the Eight Tails in his heart, Shizue motioned for Minato to come forward. This is my disciple Namikaze Minato. In addition to the control of chakra and the use of the tailed beast chakra, your training also requires high-intensity combat. In the future, my disciple will come to you regularly so that you can learn from each other. Killer Bee had no objection to this. The third Raikage told him to obey Jingai's words and orders, so he obeyed. Apart from his penchant for mumbling and rapping, Rabbi Richie is secretly an obedient child. As long as you can stand his mouth, you can even develop a good relationship with him quickly. After Killer Bee agreed, Shizue took Minato aside and earnestly told the little yellow-haired boy, Minato, this is the opponent that the teacher found for you. His taijutsu is very strong, and this is what you need to learn. The taijutsu of the Kumagama village and the taijutsu of Konoha are 2 different routines. Strengthening taijutsu will help your nerve reflexes. The little yellow-haired boy has already reached the stage of Flying Thunder God technique, but it will take a long time to master it. After all, the threshold of this ninjutsu is extremely high. Fortunately, Minato Namikaze had the right talent to learn it. Even though the Flying Thunder God technique was difficult to learn, he still grew steadily without any signs of stagnation. His teacher. Minato Namikaze never questioned his teacher's orders and arrangements. The teacher arranged an opponent for him so that the 2 of them could gain experience through actual combat. This would be beneficial to both parties, and he could also take the opportunity to understand the physical training mode of the Cloud Ninja Village. Come on, teacher is looking forward to the day when you master the Flying Thunder God technique. By the way, Jingai suddenly put away the smile on his face and put on a serious face. Seeing the change in the teacher's expression, Minato Namikaze immediately perked up. He knew that the teacher had something important to remind him. Chapter 443. You are faster than me, but are you stronger than me? In the future, you can arrange your own time to come here, and when you come, just fight with Kirabi directly. After the fight, leave directly. Don't waste time talking to him, don't gossip too much, and don't learn his habits. The teacher doesn't want to see you talking nonsense and mumbling all the time after a while, like a psychopath, understand? A girl named Yongdae who likes to mumble to herself and also likes to rap? Jingai fantasized about it and found the scene a bit eye-catching and couldn't bear to look at it. This kind of thing must never happen. Mumbling and rapping? The little yellow-haired boy looked confused because he had no interest in rap at all. This thing was not as important to him as a bowl of ramen. As for someone talking about it endlessly no matter what, that's even more impossible. He is not a person who talks much. Teacher, please rest assured. I will keep your instructions in mind and will never communicate with this guest from the Kumagakure village. Well, then I'm relieved. Come on, after you master the Flying Thunder God technique, the teacher will arrange other lessons for you. After patting Minato Namikaze's shoulder and saying a few words of encouragement, Jingai left. The little yellow-haired boy, who had kept his teacher's instructions in mind, sternly took out 2 specially made kunao and threw them at Kirabe, who was sitting nearby, muttering to himself and scratching his head while holding the music score. There's danger. After the 8 Tails was completely defeated by Killer Bee, the 8 Tails began to try to accept this guy who was annoying but stubborn and had no ill intentions. Okay. Killer Bee was stunned for a moment, then quickly put away the music score in his hand. Without turning around, he held a slender sword in his right hand, blocked his back and deflected the kunai thrown by the little yellow-haired boy. Asshole, idiot, sneak attack. Killer Bee glared at Minato Namikaze with an unhappy face, but unfortunately the other party had no intention of communicating with him. He used a teleportation technique to leave the spot, caught the kunai that was bounced away, and slashed at Killer Bee. The little yellow-haired boy launched a sneak attack and started fighting as soon as he disagreed with something. Such behavior made Kirabe so angry that he screamed. He felt that this yellow-haired guy who was about the same age as him was not a good person. The teacher is right, you really can't communicate with this kind of person. It's so fucking noisy. Even during the battle, Kirabe never stopped talking and kept on muttering, with words like idiot and bastard appearing frequently. You said he was cursing, but there is no abusive tone, instead it is spoken in a rap mode. You said you weren't cursing, and the words that came out of your mouth weren't anything fun. Namikaze Minato silently clenched his kunai and launched wave after wave of attacks. Compared with Konoha's physical skills, the physical skills of the Cloud Ninja village seemed completely out of place, especially this guy Killer Bee who liked to fight with a rapier, and used many rapiers together. The attack angles are also very tricky and leading. The teacher's decision was right. Minato Namikaze became more and more excited as the fight went on. This yellow-haired guy is so annoying. He doesn't say a word but his attack is extremely fierce. Although his attack method looks simple and not fancy at all, it is very fierce. With super fast speed, powerful strength, and unparalleled reaction speed, Kirabe, who encountered this type of opponent for the first time, was a little flustered for a moment. If it was the little yellow-haired boy in the original time and space, he would definitely not end up well if he fought with Kirabe at this age. It's not that he lacks talent, but that Minato Namikaze did not receive a good education during this period. After all, the unreliable teacher was hiding in the Rain Country, and no matter how talented Minato Namikaze was, he could only watch helplessly. But now it's different. The little yellow-haired boy has been studying with Jingai since he was a child. Under Jingai's guidance, his strength has been steadily improving. In this situation, he ran into Kirabe, who was of similar age, and beat Kirabe so hard that he was in a mess. At first, he could still do some tricks with a few rapiers and do some fancy things. But as time went on and the pace of the battle quickened, Killer Bee, who was suffering in silence, could no longer perform any tricks and dared not use any fancy physical techniques. He was afraid that if he tried anything fancy again, the yellow-haired kid's kunai would cut his throat or pierce his chest. There were several times when he could have directly hurt people, but Minato Namikaze controlled his strength and retracted his attacking moves. Otherwise Killer Bee would have been defeated long ago. This is impossible, asshole. Feeling that he was no match for his opponent at all, Kirabe was a little frustrated. At this moment, he no longer cared about muttering and rapping, and even spoke normally. We are obviously about the same age, why are you better than me? The physical fighting style is also simple and crude. Why is that? Minato Namikaze ignored the other party. He was still thinking about the meaning of Shizuichi asking him to fight Killer Bee. In battle, you must understand your opponent's fighting habits. Since it is a physical battle, you must imitate the physical skills of the Cloud Ninja village. Slowly, Minato Namikaze felt that he had understood. His physical skills were taught by Jingai, and his fighting style was just as Kirabe had experienced, simple, crude and straightforward. There was no need for any gimmicks or fancy things. Absolute speed, strength and reaction were enough. You are faster than me, but are you as strong as me? Even if you can keep up with me in speed and be as strong as me, how can you deal with my almost invincible mental reflexes? In the last second he was attacking directly, making the battle simple and rough, but in the next second he immediately changed his tactics and attacked you with the weapons in his hands at all kinds of tricky angles. Just ask how you answer it. Normal physical combat does not require too much fancy stuff, which is not suitable for the little yellow-haired boy. Even if he encounters an enemy of the same type, he can rely on his natural advantages to defeat the opponent. However, learning the Flying Thunder God technique requires some fancy things. After all, the Flying Thunder God technique is just a fancy ninjutsu. After figuring it all out, the little yellow-haired guy became more and more excited as the fight went on, and as his opponent, Kirby was in a miserable state. After the little yellow-haired boy figured out the combat habits and ninjutsu routines, the battle became one-sided. Chapter 444, Inflation in the Ninja World. Kirby's offensive tactics are a bit fancy, while the little yellow-haired one is simple and crude. When the two sides came into close contact, the little yellow-haired guy's attack became more fancy. A special kunai kept flying around like a nimble butterfly, making Killer Bee flustered. After his fighting habits and physical training routines were figured out, Kirby started to have bad luck. 5 minutes later, satisfied and having gained a lot, Minato Namikaze calmly put away his kunai, shook his hair that had begun to cover his eyes, and left without saying a word. Kirby was left lying on the ground, covered in sweat, with a dull look in his eyes and a look of despair. It's not scientific. This is totally unscientific. Why should you beat me just because you have figured out my fighting routine, and I, in return, figured out your routine, and ended up getting beaten even worse? This unscientific. Am I a little stupid? This question is not easy to answer. The eight-tailed fox is a little annoyed because it is afraid that its answer will be wrong, causing Killer Bee to annoy it in various ways. It's not right. The state of despair soon subsided. Kirby was not the kind of person who was easily discouraged. On the contrary, he had a firm mind and was full of resilience. Jumping up from the ground and sitting cross-legged steadily, Kirby began to analyze the battle just now. Why is it that he can beat me even though he knows my fighting habits and physical skills, but I can't? Why? Kirby looked distressed. The Eight Tails, who had remained silent, sighed. Maybe it's because his fighting style is rough. Under Jingai's guidance, Minato Namikaze's fighting style has always been simple and effective, or to put it bluntly, simple and rough. However, Killer Bee likes to be fancy, and once he gives up what he is good at and learns the fighting style of the little yellow-haired boy, he will become a hodgepodge. Where is the little yellow-haired boy? His fighting style is simple and rough, but for the sake of Flying Thunder God Jutsu, coupled with his terrifyingly strong mental reflexes, his fighting can also become fancy. The only thing he is good at is his ability to transform, while Kirby can't. The more you want to change, the worse the result will be and the worse you will be beaten. Kiss this damn bastard, idiot. Thinking about how he had just been beaten by the other party and the dull pain in many parts of his body, Kirby couldn't help but want to curse. But the little yellow-haired guy just hit those places with lots of flesh, which were not likely to cause hidden injuries. Your teacher, Higashizuka, is very powerful. I feel a deep threat from him. The disciples he personally taught must be extraordinary. It's not surprising that you lost in your first fight with him. Ahaha, you're so nice. Killer Bee's consciousness entered the sealed space, and he looked at the Eight Tails with tears in his eyes. Eight-tailed? Depend on. I hope my comfort will not have the opposite effect. Abe, you are the first person who has comforted me since I was a child. To thank you for your comfort, I decided to sing the new song I wrote for you. Kirby is a warm-hearted person. Since Yaobi was good to him, he would definitely repay him double. So what does the Eight Tails need? It doesn't need anything, so just sing to it. If you love it, you must cherish it and sing to it. I'm so stupid, really. Listening to Kirby starting to sing his new song, Baiyai's head was buzzing. Even though he had tried hard to adapt to Kirby's outrageous behavior, he really couldn't appreciate Kirby's songs. Going crazy. Bye. Stop for a moment, let's work harder. Your control of chakra is not up to standard yet. You can't master my power like this. Unable to bear it any longer, the Eight Tails could only divert Killer Bee's attention. For example, the control of chakra. Oh really? Abiya, you are so nice. I haven't finished my song yet. From this day on, every other day, Minato Namikaze would come to practice with Killer Bee. Killer Bee had been practicing so hard that he didn't even have time to compose new songs. Although he was broad-minded, it didn't mean he liked to be abused. Amidst the chaos, Konoha finally stabilized as the villagers' anger was calmed and redirected. Although they are still at war, the war with the Uegakure did not have much impact on the village. In the Hokage's office, Shizuichi, Tsunade, and Nara Shikashin were sitting together. The third Hokage liked to hold high-level internal meetings. Tsunade also liked it, and held meetings more frequently than the third Hokage. After all, she is the newly appointed Hokage, and she has to take care of everything and deal with everything. There are many things that she can't figure out, so Tsunade can only ask Shizuichi and Nara Shikashin for help. As a result, the internal meetings of the top management are almost becoming daily meetings. Originally, Tsunade planned to bring Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who had just returned to the village, along. As a result, one of them shouted that he was busy and had just come back to rest, while the other one went into the laboratory without saying a word and never made any noise, which made Tsunade so angry that she cursed. A new problem has arisen. Tsunade rubbed her aching temple. The village had too many troubles. Her head, as the fourth Hokage, was about to explode. Although the supplies consumed in the war were supported by the Kumagakure village, the village did not need to pay for it itself, and the daimyo prefecture also gave the village a lot of support. But the impact of the war is huge. As the war continues, people's lives become more difficult than before. The most typical example is rising prices. The prices at this time were even more exaggerated than when the war between Konoha and Sand Village started. For example, at that time, only Konoha and Sand Village were fighting fiercely in the ninja world, and the Rock Village withdrew after strolling around a few times. The impact on the ninja world is not that great. With the outbreak of the war in the Cloud Village, the 5 major ninja villages are all at war, which has a huge impact on the ninja world. Konoha, which has not yet recovered, is not having a good time either. With the outbreak of war, the prices of all kinds of materials are bound to rise. Lord Hokage, you are worried, but there is nothing we can do about it. Nara Shikashin said he was powerless to do anything about this matter. No matter how smart the Nara clan are, they can't bring down rising prices. The situation was fine with food and various commodities available in Konoha and the Land of Fire, but the prices of foreign commodities soared rapidly, and many villagers complained about this. With the experience of the third Hokage as a lesson, Tsunade hopes to solve this problem in advance, rather than waiting for the conflict to break out and then cleaning up the mess. But as the Hokage, she has no control over things like rising prices. You can't use the village's financial funds to buy goods at high prices and then sell them to villagers at low prices. If you do this, how long can the village's financial funds last? This is definitely a stupid idea. Tsunade had no choice but to hold a meeting. Compared with a meeting of all senior executives, an internal meeting was simpler and less troublesome. What about you? Don't just yawn. Seeing Jingai was a little absent-minded, Tsunade gritted her teeth and glared at him. Don't forget that I can become Hokage because of you. Now trouble has come, you better think about how to solve it. Chapter 445 I dare to choose, do you dare to use it? Tsunade couldn't say anything if others couldn't do anything, but Shizue couldn't do that. You made me become Hokage, so if there's trouble I'll come to you. If I don't yawn, then what should I do? Jingai ignored Tsunade's threatening look and wiped his eyes. It is certain that prices will rise. As long as we can ensure that the prices of food and some meats do not rise to an outrageous level, it will be fine. If the villagers have complaints, we can transfer the internal conflicts away. Transfer? How to transfer? Nara Shikashin looked over curiously. It is normal for internal conflicts to turn into war and then into external conflicts, but how can we divert the public grievances caused by rising prices? Facing the curious gazes of Tsunade and Nara Shikako, Jingai spread out his hands and said, "It's very simple. Send people to various countries to conduct investigations, collect information about the prices of goods in each country, and lists of price increases, and then announce them in the village. As long as the prices of goods in the village are not higher than those outside, even if the villagers have complaints, they will not transfer them to us. Humans are complex creatures. As long as there are people who are more unfortunate than themselves and whose living conditions are worse than their own, they will be able to find balance in their hearts and their resentment will not be as great as before." Is this really possible? This was the first time Tsunade had heard of such a method of transfer. Why not? Jingai smiled and asked, "The villagers in the village are just complaining because of the rising prices and the pressure of life. When they find out that the prices in Konoha are relatively low in the entire ninja world, they will be psychologically comforted. Life is stressful, but it doesn't mean you can't survive. In today's ninja world, even staying alive is a luxury for many people. After comparing the two, the resentment in my heart will definitely decrease. Even if life is a little stressful, at least you can still live well. Unlike some places, even eating is a problem. Not only is eating a problem, but you may also face danger at any time. If you are not careful, you will be hit by someone." By making this comparison, those who feel resentful will find that it is actually okay to have more pressure, as everything will return to normal as long as the war is over. Ahem, Hokage-sama. Nara Shikashin said with a strange expression, "I think the method Jingai mentioned can be tried. Even if it doesn't work, it won't be a loss to the village. It's just investigating the prices of some materials, which is not a difficult task. This kind of investigation is much simpler than collecting military intelligence. Just send some people out and it will be done in a week at most. It won't waste much time and won't cause any trouble. Let's just try it out as a last resort." "That's fine." Tsunade had no other way to deal with this matter, so she could only do as Shizuka said and help the villagers find some psychological balance. After all, the price of supplies in a village cannot be controlled by the Hokage alone, not to mention that the prices of various commodities in Konoha are not high compared to those in other villages. However, the villagers don't care about these. They only know that the pressure of life has increased, traveling has become inconvenient, and there are crises everywhere in the ninja world. Senior, I'll leave this matter to you. Hurry up and don't wait until the villagers' resentment explodes before dealing with it. Tsunade decided to leave this matter to Nara Shikashin. Don't worry, Hokage. I will arrange for someone to handle it as soon as possible. Nara Shikashin also decisively took on the task. After Nara Shikashin left, Jingai stood up and walked to the window, looked at the scenery of Konoha village, then turned around and helped Tsunade pinch her stiff shoulder muscles. Tsunade rubbed her temples and said depressedly, I really don't know why the old man and others can be so greedy for this chair. There are endless official duties to deal with and endless worries. I feel like my brain is about to explode. I can't rest well and my diet is irregular. There are many people in this village who dream of becoming Hokage. You may find it unbearable, but others are willing to do it. It's hard to explain this kind of thing. Some people are used to being lazy, including Tsunade, so she can't stand sitting in the Hokage's office for a long time and facing endless work. But some people wish they could weld their butts to the chair and never move away for the rest of their lives. I don't want to. Tsunade couldn't help but roll her eyes. What do you think about asking these two guys, Noeki and Minato, to come over and be my assistants? Orochimaru can't be counted on, Tsunade doesn't dare to count on him, and Jiraiya directly ignores him, so we can only skip this generation and choose the next one. Noeki and Namikaze Minato become the most ideal choices. One is his younger brother, who has dreamed of protecting the villagers, protecting the village and becoming Hokage since he was a child. The other is the man's apprentice, who has also dreamed of becoming Hokage since he was a child, and has outstanding abilities in all aspects. Since both of them want to be Hokage, then both of them should be brought to the Hokage's office to serve as assistants, to train themselves and improve their ability to handle various affairs. What a shitty Hokage throne, Tsunade really doesn't want to sit on it. However, the capable people are unreliable, and the reliable people are not capable enough, so we can only grit our teeth and persevere. Okay, take turns. As long as he is not allowed to go up, Jingai expressed my approval. Whether you are Rope Tree or Little Yellow Hair, if you want to become Hokage, then study hard. However, it would definitely not be possible for two people to work as assistants in the Hokage's office together, so Jingai thought it would be better to let them take turns. After thinking for a while, Jingai gave Tsunade a suggestion. First, choose a permanent assistant to the Hokage to stay with you for a long time. As for the two brats, Noeki and Minato, they will take turns to be temporary assistants, 1 month each. I'm afraid you don't have much time to teach them directly. It's better to leave this matter to the Hokage's assistant. As for who to choose as the Hokage's assistant, it's up to you to choose. The Hokage's assistant is responsible for helping the Hokage deal with various troubles and work problems. He needs to be reliable and both parties must be familiar with each other. Therefore, Tsunade has to choose her own assistant. Since Tsunade is a female Hokage, it would be best for her to choose a female assistant as her Hokage assistant, because the Hokage assistant would sometimes help deal with some personal or private issues. Female assistants will not encounter embarrassing situations. What a trouble. She was already busy enough, and now she still had to find time to select an assistant, a female one at that. Tsunade felt her head aching again. Can't you help me choose one? Depend on. I dare to choose, do you dare to use it? Jingai really didn't know how to complain, so he slapped Tsunade on the head in annoyance. If you are too lazy to choose, then transfer Uchiha Mikato over. Although she is from the Uchiha clan, she is very capable in all aspects and will definitely be able to be the Hokage's assistant. Both parties are familiar with each other and know each other well, so there is no need to worry about the possibility of intelligence leaks. The only trouble is that she is an Uchiha. Jingai thought about it in his mind and finally found that there were only 2 suitable candidates for the Hokage assistant that he knew, Uchiha Mikato and Yitsung. Chapter 446 What's wrong with Uchiha? I don't discriminate. Yitsung's identity destined her to be unable to qualify for this position. If Yitsung became the Hokage's assistant, it would definitely bring about a lot of unnecessary trouble. It would be better for him to stay in the Anbu and be the minister's secretary. As for the Hokage's assistant, Uchiha Mikato can do the job. As long as Tsunade doesn't mind her Uchiha identity, there will be no problem. That's her. What Uchiha? I don't discriminate against Uchiha people. Besides, she is very familiar with you. Speaking of the latter, Tsunade couldn't help but glare at Jingai. This guy is good in every way except that he can't control himself and flirts with girls everywhere. Tsunade would not look at the Uchiha people with tinted glasses. Although most of the Uchiha people had very extreme personalities, Uchiha Mikoto was just the opposite. Shizuka simply ignored Tsunade's words. Originally, Yitsung is also a good choice. After all, she defected from the Sand Village, and she definitely cannot be placed in the position of Hokage's assistant. Uchiha Mikoto is the most suitable candidate. I will let her cut ties. She personally will not represent Uchiha, and Uchiha will not be able to influence her. Okay, I'll ask Uchiha Fugaka for someone. I really need an assistant to help, otherwise I'll be too busy. Tsunade had no objection to this. It's not a problem that Uchiha Mikoto is from Uchiha. As long as she puts herself in the right position and doesn't lean towards Uchiha, it'll be fine. Everything else is easy to talk about. Just do it. Tsunade, who was busy all day, immediately sent someone to invite Uchiha Fugaku over. When Uchiha Fugaku arrived at the Hokage's office, Tsunade directly pointed out the purpose of her visit to him. Patriarch Fugaku, I need a capable and familiar person to be the Hokage's secretary, and the other party's gender is preferably female. Uchiha Mikoto of your Uchiha is a good candidate. I hope you can transfer him to the Hokage's office. Is there a problem? No problem. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned for a moment, and without even thinking, he agreed. It doesn't matter why Tsunade chose Uchiha Mikoto as the Hokage's assistant to assist her. What matters is that Uchiha Mikoto was chosen. This is a good thing for Uchiha. Even if Uchiha Mikoto puts herself in the right position, she will not be biased towards the family at all. Being able to allow an Uchiha person to become the Hokage's assistant and become a member of the Hokage's faction means that the Uchiha's position in the village has returned to normal and will no longer be targeted. As long as the Uchiha himself doesn't do anything stupid. If it were in the past, Uchiha Fugaku would still have to worry about it. The Uchiha clan today is ruled by Uchiha Fugaku, and there is no possibility of someone doing something stupid. Even if someone does something stupid, it will be considered a personal mistake and will not involve the entire family. That's good. When you get back, transfer Mikoto's file over. Starting tomorrow, she will work directly in the Hokage's office. Yes. Uchiha Fugaku nodded obediently in agreement. The Hokage personally mobilized the files, and with the cooperation of the chief of police, Uchiha Mikoto became the Hokage's assistant without knowing it. When she received the notice, she was still confused. How come he was transferred to the Hokage's office all of a sudden when he was doing well in the police department? He was qualified for the position of Hokage's assistant. If he did well, the next step would be to become the Hokage's secretary, who had a higher status and closer relationship. Shizuichi, how come Sister Mikoto's job was transferred to the Hokage's office? Was it you who did it? Jingai skipped work and returned home early. As soon as he entered the house, Kushina rushed over, holding his hand and chattering questions. Jingai put his shoes away calmly and raised his hand to hold down Kushina's little head. It was my suggestion, and your sister Tsunade chose it herself. She just became Hokage, and she doesn't have a suitable assistant or secretary around her. She has to do everything by herself. She is very busy, so she needs to choose a suitable assistant to help her. There is no other intention in making Mikoto the Hokage's assistant. It's just a simple fit, so don't let your imagination run wild. Sometimes promoting someone is not necessarily a good thing, as there may be a big pit waiting for you. Uchiha had fallen into such a trap before and was badly cheated. That's it, then I'll be relieved. Kushina giggled. I thought it was because Mikotone and you, Shizue-chan, were so close that Tsunade was upset. Who do you think Tsunade is? You're not worried about Uchiha Mikoto, you're worried about yourself. Jingai, I'm going out. I'm going to look for Sister Mikoto. I won't be back for dinner tonight. Let's celebrate outside. Kushina picked up her small bag and planned to retreat. Jingai shouted silently, remember to notify Minato and Noeki, ask them to come over, I have something to tell them. Okay, I'll ask the police department to help notify them. Kushina waved her hand and ran away. Do the celebration yourself and leave the legwork to the police department? The other party didn't dare to refuse. This girl is becoming more and more like a wild horse that has broken free from its reins. Ever since she provoked the war between the Mist Village and the Cloud Village, Kushina returned to the village and put aside her worries. She has been cheerful all day long and likes to run outside when she has nothing to do, taking Hinata Miui for a stroll. He even went to the police department to ask for leave for Uchiha Mikoto. Uchiha Fugaku always approved of Kushina's rude behavior. Ask for leave? It's a small thing, just go ahead, have fun, have joy, play with pay, your salary will definitely not be deducted, and no one will dare to complain. Just play it with confidence. In Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, the work in the police department was not as important as having fun with Kushina. It's a pity that such happiness is coming to an end. After Uchiha Mikoto went to the Hokage's office, Kushina still wanted to take her out for a stroll, play, or go shopping, but that was no longer possible. Tsunade would never allow that to happen. Chapter 447. Look at my face, do you still need to look for it? At that time, not only will Uchiha Mikoto not be able to skip work at any time, but she will also need to prevent Tsunade from skipping work. After all, with Tsunade's lazy nature, no matter how hard she tries, there will be times when she'll be lazy and slack off. Expect her to be as dedicated as the third Hokage? That is impossible. Skipping work, drinking and eating meat during work hours, and even slacking off and sleeping in, these are all outrageous behaviors that Tsunade can do. Kushina arrived at the police department with ease and successfully took Uchiha Mikoto away, and asked the people in the police department to help her pass on the message. The police department, which had become accustomed to the situation, could only send 2 teams to search for Minato Namikaze and Noeke. Namikaze Minato was busy training, and Noeke, when the police department found him, this guy was having dinner with a girl. Shingshu was having dinner with a girl. This was not a big deal, but when the police department reported back, they mentioned this matter. So Jing, who was leaning against the sofa with a bored expression on her face, sat up straight in an instant. So, Noeke, you're dating a girl? Has Rope Tree found a girlfriend? Minato also looked at him in surprise. We agreed to become stronger together as singles, but you changed your course halfway. That's not fair of you. I didn't. Confused, Shingshu blushed and shook his hands in panic to explain. I met Mia during my last mission. Her team ran into trouble, so I helped them. Mia treated me to a meal as a thank you. It's not what you think. Mia? What a strange name. Jing'ai asked suspiciously, really? Really not. Shingshu looked up with a red face and answered stubbornly. It's just a meal, it's not as exaggerated as you say, like a date or a girlfriend. No, absolutely not. Damn, I thought he had found a girlfriend, he's grown up, but this is the result. Boring. Jing'ai returned to his previous state, leaning lazily on the sofa. The little yellow-haired boy asked unwillingly, Shenshu, don't you plan to develop a relationship with her? Is she ugly? Or is she not your type? Rope Tree, why the hell are you talking so much nonsense? If I say it's not true, it's not true. Minato, stop asking. Jing'ai looked at Shenshu and said jokingly, since Shenshu said it's not, then it's not. Try your best to bring back a girlfriend and make him jealous. I remember there are a lot of girls who like you. Come on, the teacher is optimistic about you. What? No, I'm eating the melon and it's happening to me? In terms of appearance, Shenshu is no match for Xiao Huangmao. The word Huangmao is not a joke. Only those who are handsome and capable can be considered Huangmao. You have no ability, no looks, and you want to be a yellow-haired guy? Sorry, the best you can do is be a gangster. With his handsome face, strength far beyond his peers, and charming smile, Minato Namikaze has attracted many girls. In this regard, Shingshu is far behind him. Although Shenshu is not ugly, that's just not ugly. In addition, he has some bad habits since childhood, so even if girls are interested in him, they will be scared away. Teacher, I don't have a favorite girl. The little yellow-haired boy blushed and scratched his head in embarrassment. The love he had in the past had long gone through the clouds, and now, his mind was focused on strength, so girls just had to stand aside. Well, one of you has no girls who like you, and the other one hasn't found someone he likes yet, so you two are done. Jing'ai clapped her hands, with an expression that said, you are hopeless. The little yellow-haired boy smiled awkwardly, and Shenshu had the urge to cover his face. Do you want to hit people like this? Okay, no more jokes. You two, take some time to take the Jonin exam. After you pass the exam, you will go to the Hokage's office for training and study. Each person will study for a month, and they will take turns. As for why you have to go to the Hokage's office to study, you will know it later. Don't ask so many questions now. Also, you should be serious about finding a girlfriend. If you find the right one, hurry up, because you may not get much rest time in the future. Don't take it lightly now when you have time. When you get busy, you won't even have time for a date. Don't blame me for not reminding you then. Looking at Jing'ai's solemn promise, Noeke and Namikaze Minato looked at each other subconsciously. So serious? Will we both be busy as dogs every day from now on? In other words, finding a girlfriend is really no joke? After the two of them left together and came to Ichiraku Ramen, they sat down as usual and ordered 2 bowls of ramen. Rope Tree couldn't help but ask, Minato, do you think Shizuichi is lying to us? How can he be so busy that he doesn't even have time for a date? Isn't that too much? Do you think the teacher would joke about something like this? Although Minato Namikaze also felt that it was not credible, but what if it's true? But Shingshu thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Namikaze Minato suddenly asked, Noeki, you like that girl, right? Cough cough cough. Shingshu almost bit his tongue. He was so angry that he coughed violently and patted his chest to calm himself down. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. The little yellow-haired boy, whose conspiracy had succeeded, had a smile in his eyes, and he deliberately stretched out his voice. So some people have to hurry up. Otherwise, they will be too busy to even have time to meet or date. Who knows, after a while, the person they like may change their target. Then you may have no place to cry. Ahem, shut up. Why don't you look for it? Shingshu was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. What does it mean that after a period of time, the person you like changes his or her target? Mia is not that kind of person. Why would I say something like that? Why do you have such thoughts? Could it be that The little yellow-haired boy shrugged and gave Shanshu an indifferent expression. Look at my face, would I lack a girlfriend? Depend on, you deserve to die. Chapter 448. Have you heard of Uchiha Madara phobia? Looks like Jingai. Is it fucking awesome just because he's handsome? Well, being handsome is indeed awesome. With Jingai and Xiaohuangmao as two examples around him, Shanshu had to admit that being handsome is damn attractive to girls. Unlike him, he is not ugly, but not very handsome either, just stuck in that awkward position of being neither good nor bad. It just feels uncomfortable. After finishing the ramen, Namikaze Minato patted Noe's shoulder meaningfully and encouraged him. Come on, I believe you can do it. After saying that, he blinked his eyes funny, laughed and left. When the little yellow-haired boy showed this kind of smile, Shingshu's eyelids always twitched. Can't you just stop smiling like that? Very strange. Are you troubled by emotional issues? Shada asked curiously. Shingshu looked at him unhappily. Why, are you also troubled by emotional issues? That's not there. Shada laughed. The girl I like and I have a good relationship, so I won't be troubled by such things. Rope tree. Noeki and Namikaze Minato began to prepare for the Jonin exam, and Uchiha Mikato also arrived at the Hokage's office to serve as Tsunade's assistant. And Uchiha became the Hokage's assistant. Is this a special signal? After learning about this, some families in the village had some ideas. Unfortunately, Tsunade didn't even bother to respond to some people's attempts. I'm so fucking busy, how can I have the time to deal with you? Does every Hokage need to look at Uchiha with tinted glasses? Are you guys obsessed? Those who have gone crazy are still fighting on the battlefield. Each one of them is simply hopeless. Some people even helped deliver the message to the front battlefield. After finally getting some rest time, Tsunade went home early to eat and leaned lazily on the sofa, not wanting to move. Under normal circumstances, Tsunade would definitely choose to have a big meal, drink a bottle of wine, and then have a comfortable sleep. But today, even though Tsunade was extremely tired, she didn't show any intention of resting at all. Instead, she kept complaining to Shizuka. Do you think these people are sick? Just because Uchiha Mikato became my Hokage assistant, they come to test me one by one. Are they sick? Tsunade knew exactly what these people were testing. Although she ignored the other party, there were so many offensive behaviors like this that Tsunade couldn't stand it anymore. Not cursing directly was already a favor to her. Yes, I am a little sick, and it's not a mild illness. Jingai nodded in agreement. He was the one who recommended Uchiha Mikato, so if something like this happened, Shizuchi would definitely stand on Tsunade's side. Ugh, are you really sick? Tsunade sat up straight and stared at Jingai with her eyes. The meaning was very clear. Tell me quickly, I want to hear your opinion. What the hell is wrong with them? If you put your energy from gossiping into handling official business, you wouldn't have exhausted yourself to this extent. Jingai was speechless, but he still satisfied Tsunade's gossipy heart. These people are really sick, and they are seriously ill, including those who went to the battlefield. On the surface, they are targeting the Uchiha because of the policy left by your second grandfather, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. In fact, the fundamental reason why the Uchiha are being targeted is that the people or families targeting the Uchiha are sick. What disease? Are you kidding me? According to you, I am also sick? Before being with Shizuka, although Tsunade did not target the Uchiha people, she did not like them very much either, because she felt that there was something wrong with the way their brains were wired. Her perception of Uchiha changed gradually under the influence of Jingai. Now Jingai said that those individuals or families who targeted the Uchiha were completely sick, especially the third Hokage and others, including Senju Tobirama. Does this mean that Tsunade is also a sick person? Uchiha phobia. Jingai gave the answer. What the hell, Uchiha phobia? Tsunade was confused. Jingai shook her finger and explained further. To be precise, it's Uchiha Madara phobia. You should be familiar with the history of the Senju clan, right? Tsunade nodded. She must be familiar with the family history. Her second grandfather Senju Tobirama and her grandmother Uzumaki Mito told her these stories many times when she was a child. Although family history is told as a story, it can make people remember it more firmly. After slapping Tsunade's feet away and gaining some space for himself, Shizue, who sat on the sofa, continued. If someone tells you the history of the Senju clan, or if you read the books yourself, you will find that the history of the chaotic warring states period is written in great detail, and among the details, the word Uchiha appears particularly often. Right? Tsunade was stunned for a moment, but still nodded. Because the Senju clan's warring states history does mention the word Uchiha a lot. To go even further, there is a history book about the struggle between the Senju and Uchiha clan. This is not a joke, it is a fact. The history of the fight between Uchiha and Senju is too long. Since the existence of the family, the two families have been fighting and quarreling with each other, generation after generation. The more distant ones are written very vaguely, while the more recent warring states records are indeed written in great detail. The word Uchiha also appears a lot. If you look carefully, you will find that in the history books of the Senju clan in the warring states period, there must be a large number of Uchiha, and a large number of Uchiha Madara. Conversely, the Uchiha side is similar, with a large number of Senju clan and a large number of Senju Hashirama. During the warring states period, due to the war between the Senju and Uchiha clans, countless clans disappeared. Even if they did not disappear, they still lived in the shadow of the two clans. The Senju clan is fine, but the Uchiha clan was a terrifying existence during the warring states period that would destroy your clan at will. Especially under the command of Uchiha Madara, they became even more arrogant. Your teachers have been here since the village was founded. Do you think they would look up to the Uchiha without your second grandfather's targeted policy? They do look up to Uchiha because they all suffer from severe Uchiha Madara phobia. They are deeply afraid that someone like Uchiha Madara will pop up again. Once such a person appears again, without the ninja god who can subdue the ninja world, who can suppress such a terrifying existence. Think about it carefully. Senju Tobirama is a person who attaches great importance to his family and village. In addition, he dotes on Tsunade, so he will tell Tsunade some things about his family. The same goes for Uzumaki Mito, except that when Uzumaki Mito tells the story, he also mentions the Uzumaki clan. But whether telling the story of the Senju clan or the Uzumaki clan, the terrible Uchiha family cannot be avoided. Chapter 449 A strong husband equals a strong wife. You should know that the Uzumaki clan originally lived in the land of fire, not the current site of the land of whirlpools. In order to resist the Uchiha clan, the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan have been allies for generations. I didn't pay attention to these things before, but now looking back, I find that they are indeed true. Be it Tobirama Senju or Mito Uzumaki, when telling these stories, they always mention Uchiha. Even Hashirama Senju mentions Uchiha more frequently. The Uchiha are hated and feared by everyone, but they are indispensable because they are one of the absolute protagonists. The Uchiha have a history of crazy fighting among themselves, do you remember? Shizuichi gave Tsunade a hint. Tsunade got the hint and her expression suddenly became serious. I heard from my second grandfather that the Uchiha of that period were very scary, but their strength was defeated by themselves. The Uchiha people with powerful eye techniques attacked each other and killed each other, and the blood flowed like a river. Who the hell wouldn't be afraid of such a powerful and crazy family? Those people are just appetizers. The real scary one is Uchiha Madara. If it weren't for your grandfather, Senju Hashirama, the ninja world would probably still be in the chaotic mode of the warring states period. The 5 major ninja villages would not be established, and the nobles of all countries in the ninja world would live in fear. There was no prohibition on assassinating daimyo during the warring states period. If you dare to support a hostile family, I will kill you. After shaking his neck and feeling much more comfortable, Jing'ai continued the previous topic. If you do a survey, you will find that most of the people who are ruthless to Uchiha are from the beginning of the village. In their eyes, Uchiha is like a scourge, as if they have committed some heinous crime. And the younger generation of ninja and villagers don't have that feeling or opinion at all. They don't like the Uchiha, they just don't like the Uchiha simply because of the police department. Do you understand now? This phenomenon can be considered Uchiha phobia, or Uchiha Madara phobia. But Uchiha Madara has the power to make everyone feel fear. Tsunade rubbed her temple helplessly. Uchiha Madara died a long time ago. Now we are all from the same village. They should let go of the past. That's just your wishful thinking. Also, who said Uchiha Madara died early? This old guy is still waiting for the opportunity to choose a suitable successor, no, to choose a suitable chess piece. But these things cannot be told to Tsunade, at least not now. Do you think there will be another person like Uchiha Madara in the Uchiha? Tsunade herself was a little unsure. Do not know. Shizuka shook her head and leaned against Tsunade, ignoring her protests. The Uchiha Sharingan is known as the eye of the mind. Emotional fluctuations can cause the Sharingan to evolve, and in life and in battle, many things can trigger strong emotional fluctuations. For example, the death of a loved one. Many Uchiha people's Sharingan evolutions are related to the death of a loved one. The same is true for the departure of a loved one. This is a family with an infinitely high ceiling, but it is also easy to get out of control. If used well, it can be the best sword and the best subordinate. If used poorly, it can bring endless troubles, or even provoke a catastrophic disaster. With the establishment of the ninja village, people were able to live a stable and peaceful life, with less fighting and quarreling. The Uchiha people's personalities and emotions were not as extreme and terrible as they were during the Warring States period. In disguise, it is much more stable, but the price of stability is that there are fewer strong people. It is difficult for a ninja with the Mangekyo Sharingan to appear in the Uchiha clan nowadays. This is the best proof. Since you are close to the Uchiha, aren't you afraid that a second Uchiha Madara will appear in the Uchiha and implicate you? Tisk. Jingai was amused. Don't make a fuss. I wish there were more people like Uchiha so that the village could be stronger. As for being afraid, what are you afraid of? I can crush them to death, so why would I be afraid of them making trouble? Not to mention the Mangekyo, even if someone really possessed the eternal Mangekyo, Jingai would not be afraid. Only the Rinnegan posed a threat to him. It can make the village stronger and not be afraid of disturbances because it can be crushed to death with one hand. Tsunade seemed to have grasped the point. She, who was originally lying down, suddenly sat up straight, hugged Jingai's neck, and kissed him twice. I understand, go and cook, I'm hungry, I want to sleep after dinner. Understood? What do you know? Jingai, who was pushed towards the kitchen by Tsunade, didn't quite understand what these words meant. I'm not afraid of the Uchiha people making trouble. I can crush them to death at any time, so you don't need to worry. Is that what you mean? You are really a genius, but there is nothing wrong with this idea. I am not afraid of it, so why should you be afraid of it? Uchiha Madara phobia? After a while, Uchiha Madara will probably develop a phobia of Hinata Shizuka. After all, Shizuichi will not give him the opportunity to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi. Wouldn't it be good for the ninja world to develop peacefully and steadily? What about Kagaya at Satsuki? It's better to seal her in the moon. Therefore, Shizuka wanted to expose Uchiha Madara's infinite Tsukuyomi plan in advance. It is not enough to let only the people of Konoha feel Uchiha Madara phobia, but everyone in the ninja world must also experience this feeling. After a conversation with Shizuka, Tsunade completely let go of the Uchiha issue. As for anyone who is dissatisfied, just keep it to yourself. Anyway, she was quite satisfied with Uchiha Mikoto. She had a good personality, outstanding abilities, a good work attitude, and was very dedicated. At work, she was the Hokage's assistant, and privately, she was also a qualified follower of Tsunade. The war on the front line continues. Since Oniki is not on the battlefield in the Land of Grass, the third Hokage will not easily enter the battlefield to fight with Huang Tu. On the other hand, if the third Hokage really entered the battlefield, Huang Tu would most likely ignore him. When dealing with the third Hokage, you definitely cannot set a trap to kill him like you would a genius. It would be too difficult to ambush someone like the third Hokage. Besides, his mission is to delay Konoha and Sand Village as much as possible, and that is enough. As long as there are no problems on the battlefield in the Land of Grass, Onoki can lead the main force of the village to attack the Cloud Village with peace of mind. A war broke out between the Uegakure and the Cloud Village, and on the other side they are fighting with Konoha and the Sand Village. The Cloud Village is also fighting on two fronts. It is still a question which side has the advantage. Onoki, do you think you can defeat me? On the battlefield of the Land of Lightning, this was the first time that the two village leaders, Oniki and the third Raikage, met. As usual, Oniki was floating in the air and the third Raikage was on the ground. Onoki would not lower his altitude because he would not give the third Raikage a chance to sneak attack him. The third Raikage was also on guard against Oniki suddenly using Dust Release to attack him. Who can guarantee who will win or lose the war until the very last moment? Oniki floated in midair, his arms folded across his chest, responding to the third Raikage's question. Ah. The third Raikage showed a sarcastic smile, just relying on the wealth of the Uegakure. Chapter 450. No matter how rich you are, you can't afford to spend multiple lines. I don't know how rich the Uegakure is, but judging from the fact that your Uegakure likes to increase the number of troops, your financial resources are definitely not very rich. How can such a family background compare with the wealthy Cloud Ninja village? He, that's totally a younger brother. The mocking smile on the third Raikage's face penetrated deeply into Onoki's heart, causing Onoki's dark face to turn a little red. Damn, what's so great about being rich? Well, he admitted that being rich was a big deal. Taking a deep breath, stabilizing his emotions and not letting himself lose control, Onoki sneered and fought back. Raikage, the Uegakuer does not have the wealth of the Kumigakuer, but the Uegakuer's wealth is only needed to supply the Uegakuer's ninja troops. Your Kumigakuer's wealthy family needs to supply 3 ninja villages for combat. It should be very difficult. Having money is great, but in this war, in addition to supplying yourself, your Cloud Village also needs to supply Konoha and Sand Village. Otherwise, with Konoha and Sand Village in their current state, how can they help you fight the war? If you want the horse to run, you must first feed it. There must be a lot of supplies for the allies and mercenaries. This back and forth will cancel each other out and provide multiple supplies. Let's see how long your Cloud Ninja Village can keep showing off. The third Raikage twitched his mouth. Just as Onoki said, it was indeed not easy to supply 3 villages for a war. Moreover, the bulk of the consumption came from the Cloud Village itself, while the support from Konoha and Sand Village was not that much. But even if it is not much, it is still a considerable expense. It will definitely be fine in the short term, but over a long period of time, the Cloud Ninja Village will not be able to afford it. There are many factors that affect winning a war, among which supplies and people are indispensable. If you only have supplies but no people, you cannot fight on the battlefield. If you only have people but no supplies, you will become the second Sand Village. If you tighten your belt to fight, you will lose no matter how you fight. Fortunately, the troops dispatched by Konoha and Sand Village were not too many, so the Mist Village did not need to provide them with high-value material support. The biggest cost is actually themselves, especially the naval war with the Mist Village. Although the scale of naval wars is not large, with the same number of troops, the consumption of naval wars is several times that of land wars. Don't bother Tsuchikage to worry about that. You should first be concerned about how the people in the village will live. According to the intelligence collected by the village, the civilians in the Uegakuer will have a hard time. You mock me for being a sucker, and I can also laugh at you for not being able to make the people in the village live a good life. Let's see what you, Onoki, can do. Humph. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, Onoki snorted in dissatisfaction. Obviously, in this war of words full of mutual ridicule and jokes, the third Raikage and Onoki were at loggerheads with each other, and neither of them gained the upper hand. In that case, let's wait and see. I'm looking forward to seeing your face when you sign the defeat agreement. I am looking forward to it too. The third Raikage laughed and pushed back. Walk. After a verbal battle, the 2 village leaders evacuated with their people. There was no intention of either side to start a war. Apart from maintaining the demeanor and manners of the Raikage and the Tsuchikage, they did not dare to act rashly. Both of them knew that things would become more troublesome if they got involved in person. The third Raikage is known to have the strongest spear and the strongest shield. If he enters the battlefield, it will be a nightmare for the ninjas of the Uegakuer, because no one can stop him, and where he goes, only the corpses of the enemies will be left. Unlike the original Time and Space, with the support of several ninja troops, the third Raikage could not be surrounded and killed. Unable to surround him or drag him to death, you can only watch him kill people crazily on the battlefield like a rampant beast. By the same token, the third Raikage was also worried that Onoki would personally intervene and cause trouble. Even though he claims to have the strongest spear and shield and can hardly find an opponent in a war, Onoki is no pushover. If Onoki is forced to take action himself, the result will be that Onoki will fly around everywhere and bombard the ninja troops of the Cloud Village with dust release. Compared to the powerful ninjutsu of the third Raikage, Onoki's dust release is a greater threat in war. Imagine that the enemy falls from the sky, and before it reaches your attacking distance, a white light sweeps over. This light can decompose everything it touches, whether it is rock, armor, weapon, or the ninja's body. How terrifying such a scene would be. The most terrifying thing is that this enemy can fly. He can come and go as he pleases, making it impossible for you to hit him or catch him. Unless he stops and fights you to the death, you have no way to deal with him. It is precisely because both sides have strong deterrent power that Onoki and the third Raikage did not personally go into the battlefield to fight. I am just worried that my fate will lead to an uncontrollable and unexpected situation. Father, are you just going to let them go like this? Literally, I looked at Onoki flying away, his face full of reluctance. As long as they could kill Onoki, they would have won half the war. But unfortunately they couldn't kill him. They couldn't even touch a hair of him. How could they kill him, if not? The third Raikage glanced at his son and sternly taught him, don't act according to your mood. Don't let anger control your reason. This old man and Onaki are both trying to intimidate the other side and restrict ourselves from going out in person. Once we go out in person, the war situation will become more serious. Yes. Xiao Xiaoai has a bad temper, but he is not stupid. He accepts his father's education obediently. Patting his son's head, the third Reikage smiled and said, although I am unwilling to admit it, I have to admit that this old fellow Onoki is a much greater threat than me on the battlefield. Dust release, terrible bloody elimination. Fortunately, the Uegakur village does not have a new generation of dust release successors yet. After a while, Tutai will come to assist you personally. He will be responsible for commanding the battle. You don't need to worry about anything else. You just need to stay in the camp and stabilize people's hearts. What do you mean? Should I stay in the camp and calm people's hearts? What about you, father? Didn't you just say that you would not take action yourself? How could you change your mind in such a blink of an eye? Facing his son's puzzled expression, the third Reikage sneered, in the war with the Uegakur, it is not appropriate for me to personally participate, because Onaki is a greater threat than me. But this does not mean that I will not participate in the war. Yakura, damn you. When the third Reikage thought of Yagura, who deliberately provoked and even pushed the war, he wanted to crush him to death. He will not personally take action, and will only be confined to the battlefield in the Land of Lightning. This way, he will not irritate Onoki, and both sides can remain calm. But when it comes to the war against the Mist Village, the third Reikage will not be polite. Onaki is too threatening on the battlefield, but what the hell is Yagura? Just because of his short stature?
Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.